House will come to order. Members will be at their seats. The clerk has opened the roll, and you may record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to the House chaplain and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Meyer.
Let us pray. Merciful God, we thank you for this day that you have given us. Today is another long day here on the floor with a lot of important business to address. I pray for strength, alertness, focus, direction, creativity, teamwork, collaboration, cooperation, patience, kindness, and a spirit of unity. May each one keep before them the goal of making decisions that best help Kansans. Amen. Amen. Sorry.
Have all members had the opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. The Speaker recognizes Representative Oropeza on a point of personal privilege.
Sorry. Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I rise before the body today to honor Ariana Ortiz, who came in first place at the Wrestling State Championship in the 100-pound weight class. Ariana has made history as the first ever girls wrestling state champion for Turner High School in Wyandotte County. I am sure this is just the start of her many firsts. She is joined today by her family, Carlos Ortiz Jr., Erica Ortiz, Coach Paul Henson, and Principal Mark Fiera. Mr. Speaker, I ask that my words be spread across the journal. No, sorry.
Without objection, so ordered. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of Substitute for Senate Bill 55. Substitute for Senate Bill number 55 by the Committee on Assessment and Taxation, an act concerning property taxation relating to exemptions, expanding and clarifying the exemption for Strother Field Airport property.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Francis for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2014.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everyone. Senate Bill 2014 designated a portion of US 69 as the Robert Lesson Memorial Highway. The Senate made some minor changes to it, so we want to take a look at that. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 2014 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Representative Francis, you may close.
I close.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Conference committee will be appointed. The Speaker appoints Representative Francis, Neely, and Ballard as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of general orders.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Rajes to chair the Committee of the Whole.
Good morning. It is on silent. So if you saw on your desk, pace yourself. We have a long day ahead of us, but I do have extra at my desk. The first item up for business, Senate Bill 42. For the purpose of carrying SB 42, the chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report for Senate Bill 42.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign, or no. Motion passes. The committee report is adopted. You may proceed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for House substitute for Senate Bill 42, actually came over to us. The original Senate Bill 42 was the claims against the state bill. So it has all the claims for this current year in regards for claims against the state of Kansas. But we embedded the budget bill, namely for fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2024, with some provisions in fiscal years 2025 and 2026 into the House substitute for Senate Bill 42. So I'm just going to go through some of the highlights of what the action was in the Appropriations Committee in regards mainly to fiscal years 2023 and 2024. In 2023, we deleted $50 million from the governor's grant office. With the idea behind that is we only have about 2 months left in fiscal year 2023. We also deleted $220 million for the infrastructure hub, which actually is going, with the intent was to be utilized for our locals, our cities and our counties to utilize and access these dollars for a federal match in regards to projects that they may be having in their local communities. So if we talk about the dollars that the state of Kansas is going to be receiving from the bipartisan infrastructure law, the state of Kansas over a 5-year total is set to receive almost $3.8 billion from the federal government because of the bipartisan infrastructure law. And those can be for the needs of transportation, energy and power, broadband, water and sewer, resilience, and cybersecurity. So what we did is we actually took the $220 million out of the grant office and then distributed that over 4 years. So we have $50 million that can be utilized by our cities and our counties starting in fiscal year 2024, $5 million for operations, and those will go on for 2024, 2025, 2026, and 2027. So that's how we distributed the $220 million that was in the governor's budget for fiscal year 2023. In 2024, we have the deletion of $15.4 million for the Star Bonds Food Sales Tax Revenue Replacement Fund. That is actually embedded in House Bill 2387, so it was removed out of the budget. We added $200,000 for the Veterans Claims Assistant Program. We also have the full rebasing for our nursing homes, and we also have an increase in payments to our nursing facilities based on the number of Medicaid residents. We also added $3 million for the nutritional services for seniors, also referred to as Meals on Wheels. We have an increase, which is actually the same what the Senate did on their budget bill, is an increase to the targeted case management rate to $75. We also have a foster care therapeutic program, which is all funds of $6 million for foster care homes. $17.9 million deletion for the inflationary reasons with KBOR, or the Kansas Board of Regents. But we also added $5 million for Kansas State University's 105 initiative, which is to generate small business development and economic development throughout the entire state of Kansas. And this will actually impact all 105 counties in the state of Kansas. We also deleted $9.9 million from the Department of Corrections in regards to the raising of the old Lansing Correctional Facility. So when we approved the contract with Core Civic back in 2018, January of 2018, for the new correctional facility on the Lansing campus, the intent at that time was to have the old Lansing Correctional Facility turn into a museum. The Department of Corrections has now come back and said, no, we want to just raise the building and tear it down. And we went back to the intended purpose of what was supposed to happen with that building. So we removed $9.9 million from the Department of Corrections. We added $910,000 for an HVAC system for the KBI building in Great Bend. We have $4.2 million from the Special City and County Fund, and this is going to be dispersed out by a formula to aid our local governments. And so overall, some of the things that we did actually concur with the governor on is we did transfer and took her recommendation of transferring $500 million into the Budget Stabilization Fund, which will actually have an ending balance, if this transfer is approved, of $1.5 billion. I kind of mentioned the infrastructure hub. So we took those dollars and distributed them over 4 years so we could have more legislative oversight, and also this fund of the $50 million for our local cities and counties to utilize these dollars is going to be housed in the state treasurer's office. So as far as the ending balances, with the amount that was changed in the Appropriations Committee, we are $268 million under the governor's recommendation for fiscal year 2023, namely because of the $220 million that was extracted from her recommendation in fiscal year 2023, approximately $40 million over on fiscal year 2024. However, the reason why we're over is because we had the extra dollars that are going to our nursing care facilities, because we actually have a lot of nursing homes across the state of Kansas that potentially could be looking at closure because of the Medicaid rates. And so we put more money into our nursing care facilities to make them try to make them more solvent. And then also we had the $55 million for the first year of the infrastructure hub that the governor had proposed in her budget. So with, Mr. Chairman, with ending balances for fiscal year 2023, the state of Kansas, under our budget, is set to have an ending balance of $1.8 billion, or a 20.3% ending balance. And in fiscal year 2024, according to our bill and House substitute for Senate Bill 42, we have an ending balance of $2.5 billion, which is a percentage of 28.1%. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any discussion and questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. Clerk will read.
Page 286, following line 22, by inserting section 147. A, during fiscal years ending June 30th, 2024 and June 30th, 2025, in addition to the other purposes for which expenditures may be made by any state agency that is named in this act, expenditures shall be made by such state agency from monies appropriated for fiscal year 2024 and 2025 by this or any other appropriation act of 2023 or 2024 regular session of the legislature to post on a searchable website accessible to the public pursuant to Kansas Taxpayer Transparency Act, KSA 7472-123, and amendments thereto, any grant awarded by any agency using state or federal funds, including the grant awardee applications and a list of all applicants who applied for such grant, provided that the list of all applicants shall include the organization name, the county where the proposed project is located, a brief description of the proposed project in such application, the dollar amount requested, and the date the above agency received the application. Provided further that information required to be included on the website pursuant to this paragraph shall be posted within 30 business days after the date of awarding the grant.
Representative Blue, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is, or this amendment is a transparency amendment. I actually had a bill introduced to make this become into law, but it basically has to deal with making sure that the grant dollars that are Kansas grant dollars, that there's transparency with it. There's been some issues in the past that we have no idea what's going on with these grant dollars, and they're being distributed and nothing's happening with them. So this is just a simple transparency amendment. I'll stand for questions.
Are there the members wishing to speak to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Helgerson.
You know, I get in trouble all the time because I say in committee and other places, well, in the old days, we used to do it this way. We are down now to one appropriation bill. You're not going to deal with the omnibus bill in here. It's going to skip all of you and it's going to go directly to conference. Why is that important? Last year, we had a discussion at the same time about how we were using the federal funds, and we were skipping all of you in that decision process, and we were going to have a few individuals put those recommendations together. I have heard from 5 or 6 members of the Appropriation Committee how bad that is. You are losing your rights here in this body. The rights that are constitutionally given to you to look and manage the budget and to appropriate the funds. You are giving them away, and we are down to one bill, and so now we're worried about transparency. We are worried about transparency because we have stopped doing our job. It used to be we had 8 appropriation bills. We took the time to make sure that we had the ability to know what we were spending the money for. Appropriation members have stopped looking at how money has been spent. They just ask the question, what new programs do you want to fund? You worry about transparency. It's not the transparency that's what's bothering this state. It's that we are not asking the hard questions. The hard questions are, do we want a budget that continually goes up? Or do we want to start from a level that's baseline and then look at if they have to have funds, or maybe they could do with some efficiencies? When have we ever looked at the idea of saying we probably could get by with fewer employees? When have we ever talked about we could get by with fewer state offices? It's not just transparency. It's that you have to do your jobs. You know, legislative research and the revisor's office have done a much better job now than ever before. But you're not taking care of the opportunity to do what you need to do as a budget. Look at it, pull it apart, and almost everything that I know in the budget for this year is written in those multicolored documents. I applaud and approve the transparency amendment, but I want you to go back and look at that document that I'll bet that not more than a handful of you read overnight, because that's transparency plus. It makes sure that the budget works. It makes sure that we don't make mistakes in the appropriation process, and it controls our budget from growing like it has. Again, I stand in support of the amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the maker of the amendment answer a question or two?
Gladly.
I'm just trying to understand a little bit about this. Can you tell me, I didn't find the bill number for what you introduced.
I don't remember the bill number. I introduced it in appropriations and it got sent to tax.
Do you know if there was a fiscal note or if there were was there any insight from different agencies on saying how many positions this might require to come up and collect and report the data?
I don't know. I haven't looked at the fiscal note, but we already have a portal that is just going to go right into the portal.
So this would apply to every federal fund. So any university contract or grant, any state agency across the state.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That was helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there other members wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Blue, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion by Representative Blue to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Back on the bill. Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Due to the, fact that we have this massive document for the state budget, there tend to be some errors. And so actually I have a technical amendment.
The amendment appears long.
So what this amendment does, like as I mentioned before, it's just a technical amendment in regards to state universities' investment in cybersecurity and IT infrastructure, and also for Washburn University cybersecurity and IT infrastructure. And what occurred is that it was actually printed in the wrong section of the bill, and so this corrects it and puts it in the appropriate section in House Substitute for Senate Bill 42. That's my amendment.
Is there an objection to the waiving of the reading of the amendment? There's objection to the clerk will read.
Page 210, following line 35, by inserting state universities' investment in cybersecurity and IT infrastructure, $5 million, provided that for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2024, the director of the budget shall determine in consultation with the above agency the amount of monies from any federal law that appropriates monies to the state for aid for.
Objection's been waived. Are there members wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Waymaster, you may close.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned before, this is just a technical amendment to have the items in the appropriate section of House Substitute for Senate Bill 42, so I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Waymaster to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Back on the bill. Are there members wishing to speak on the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, when we as a body debate the budget, we spend an awful lot of time in the appropriations process but in the grand scheme of things, it's really not much time at all. So let's talk about how the appropriations process works for a second, because many of you guys aren't part of it, although I imagine there's quite a few of you guys that are on some level of a budget committee. So on the budget committee, about a week or two in, we receive the governor's recommendations, and that's where we start. We start with the governor's recommendations that generally, well, not generally, it has always increased spending in one place or another. So we start there, and then we try and have a few weeks for our budget committees to try to dig in to fully understand each one of these budgets, each one of the requests. And then we ask them to make a decision. We ask them to make a decision in very short order and then bring that recommendation to the House Appropriations Committee. And in the House Appropriations Committee, we take a few weeks to go through those budgets. With very little information do we go through these budgets. Now, we count on each of our chairmen to take the time necessary to go into this, but there is no way possible that they can dig into million and billion-dollar budgets in the course of a couple weeks. And so I ask the question, why are we not starting with last year's budget and moving forward? Why aren't we taking the time during the interim as budget committees and as an appropriation body to meet and to look at the spending that is going on within each one of these agencies? Our body passed a constitutional amendment, or at least attempted to have some rule and reg authority over the agencies, and that failed. And so the only thing that we truly have over state agencies is their budget. It is really one of the few ways we can actually control what they do or don't do or have any say-so in it whatsoever. And so again, I ask the question, why aren't we looking at 2023's budget, or maybe even starting back at 22 and saying, you were given $10 million for this project. Tell me, how much of it have you spent? How accountable are you? What are your outcomes on that? In Kansas, we technically have a law that requires performance-based budgeting. Rarely do we actually see it used, but the law's out there. We're not taking the time that we need as an appropriation body to control spending. It's that simple. We talk about it. I bet you the vast majority of the people in my party campaigned to some extent on controlling state spending, right? I sure did. And then I get up here and I realize, man, we're not really good at saying no. We're not really good at simply saying, that's a great idea and that's going to help people and it's going to do good for someone. But the right answer sometimes is no. No, we're not going to increase your budget for a new program. We're not going to increase new FTEs for various reasons. We're going to say no. Why don't we start by saying, no, we're not going to increase spending in this agency or this agency or this agency? We could talk for hours and hours and days about the budget and about the things that are in it. I was hoping, as I mentioned in my calendar this morning, I have an amendment being drafted that's not on my desk that I'm still waiting to get there. And I was really quite blown away when nobody else pushed their button to talk about this budget. Think about that for a minute. We're about to increase spending for 23 and 24 over prior years, and nobody wanted to talk about the budget? We were provided 132 pages of documents last night. Did anybody take the time to look at them, to go through them, to even have an idea of what each individual agency is requesting, the increase in the number of full-time employees, the increase in the number of spending? Now, there's no doubt, I'll say it again, there is a lot of good things in this budget. There is a lot of important people that are going to be satisfied and taken care of on some level or another through state agency spending in this budget. But the fact that we don't take the time to dig in truly to these budgets and learn how to say no as a body to certain spending increases that we know is just more government and more spending. It gives me a lot of heartburn, and hopefully my amendment will be here and a few other people want to talk, because I do have an amendment that I think will be a first step in slowing that down, but I need to get it in my hands first. So, Mr. Chair, I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You get to see my smiling face once again this morning. I'm here to accommodate and try to help my friend and brother from Heston, because he's right. We need to be debating this budget, not sitting here like lemmings voting yes or voting no and heading on off to lunch. But I also want to give people an opportunity to get their amendments in. But what I'm really here to say is the representative from Heston is right. We need to learn how to say no. But we need to learn how to say no more than just budget requests that take the form of appropriations. We need to learn how to say no to ill-advised tax breaks. Tax breaks and sales tax for organizations that have the pull and the friends in the legislature to get themselves exempted from sales taxes, while other nonprofit organizations pay sales tax because they don't have lobbyists and friends in the legislature. We need to learn how to say no to corporations who think that they somehow are deserving of tax breaks. We need to learn how to say no to wealthy people who think that we ought to have, quote, flat taxes or non-progressive taxes or even regressive taxes. It's all part of the same mix. And so I agree with my friend from Heston that we need to learn how to say no to appropriations requests, but we also need to learn how to say no to unwarranted tax breaks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Helgerson.
In my effort for cooperation with the other party, I have an amendment, but earlier in the year, House Bill 2434 was heard in front of the Tax Committee. You know, it's an unusual, it's a great opportunity. I get to speak.
Representative, the amendment appears short. Clerk will read.
Page 98, following line 43 by inserting H, notwithstanding the provisions of KSA 748711H and amendments thereto or any other statute, during the fiscal year ending June 30, 2024, after the transfer required under KSA 748711F and amendments thereto has been made, the Director of Accounts and Reports shall transfer 80% of the remaining monies credited to the Lottery Operating Fund from sports wager revenues as follows. 1/3 of the amount to the Kansas Horse Breeding Development Fund created by KSA 748829, and 2/3 of the amount to the Horse Fair Racing Benefit Fund created by KSA 748838 and amendments thereto.
Representative Helgerson, you may continue.
Earlier in the year, 2434 was heard in front of the Tax Committee. That deals with the beginning or the resurgence of gambling with horses. You know, it used to be that Kansas was one of the center points for gambling, horse racing gambling. And over the years, for several reasons, we stopped doing that. The information that was provided to us was that it's a $200 possibly a $200 million economic program that if we put it into effect, if we started to fund it and assist it and build the tracks back up, that we'd have an opportunity of reaping this, but also developing another business in rural Kansas. I talked with a few of my colleagues, and they were willing to look at the idea of putting in a proviso in the bill, in this bill, and move the money that was established last year in the sports gaming for creating a destination sports facility in Kansas. So I am taking that money, and this year it would be $3 or $4 million. It was projected to be another $10 million or so in subsequent years, and giving that to the horse breeders and to the industry to revitalize horse racing in Kansas. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Droege.
I'd like to concur with the previous speaker. This bill would give a jump start to revitalizing horse racing in the state of Kansas. It's in 1986 when the parimutuel racing bill was passed. It was passed by a large margin in the state. It's a gaming recreational venue that the state really likes. It'd be a great resource for the state of Kansas. It's a over $200 million industry. Some of the estimates from that may go forward, and they're always estimates, but $10 to $15 million a year into the Greenwood County area. So I believe that this amendment would make a great jump start on House Bill 2434. I realize it's a way to get some funds going to start rebuilding the facilities or to rebuild what's there and make it a venue that attracts lots of attention. Thank you.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to the amendment, I'll say personally, I've been to the horse racing facilities in Nebraska, and I'd like to see horse racing, particularly what used to be the Woodlands in Kansas City, reopened. However, when we start talking about gaming bills, we have to be very, very careful. And when we passed Senate Bill 84 last year, which set up the formula for how the money that was generated from the sports wagering bill, that was delicately crafted with the casino managers from the 4 casinos across the state of Kansas to get their input and their buy-in in regards to Senate Bill 84. The reason why it was so delicately crafted is because anytime that we've been talking about having any type of expansion of gaming in the state of Kansas, which horse racing would fall under, in regards to the bill that was passed in 2007 in regards to the Expanded Gaming Act, if there's ever been a discussion of expansion or changes to that law in 2007, the casino managers have said that they would sue the state of Kansas for a breach of contract. Although I do personally like the amendment, I do have to look at the state. And we look at Senate Bill 84 and what's happened after it was signed into law and we had sports wagering in the state of Kansas. We had litigation by one of the casino managers in regards to the facility that it specifies in Senate Bill 84 that Sedgwick County can have a historic horse racing gaming facility. Now that litigation was thrown out because at the same time that casino manager was also applying for the contract to have the historic horse racing facility in Sedgwick County. And the court threw it out because they said you can't have it both ways. You can't sue the state and then ask the state for your application to be approved. But I'm leery that if we make any changes to the revenue stream that was crafted with Senate Bill 84 or any type of changes that were made to the Expanded Lottery Act in 2007, we could possibly open ourselves up for litigation by the casino managers. So I would have to oppose the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Stogsdill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very uncomfortable position for me because I'm speaking out against this amendment that my colleague offered. I grew up in a horse racing or a horse raising family. I grew up here in Topeka. My grandfather raised American saddlebred show horses. He won the American Royal several times in the fine harness division. I had horses when I was a kid, grew up around them. And the injuries and deaths that are suffered in this industry every year are just beyond the pale. I saw this firsthand. I attended a horse race in Phoenix with my dad when I was in my 20s. We were excited to go and see it. It's, I think, the 7th race. And right in front of us, as the horses were coming down the stretch, one of them tripped and broke its leg. And the leg just dangled there. And the horse went right to the ground. Jockey fell off. And the horse did what I can only describe as screamed. And if you've ever heard a horse scream, you don't want to ever hear it again. They brought a tent out, put the tent over the horse. The horse was still screaming, and then it stopped screaming. And they brought out a wrecker to haul that horse off that racetrack. Last year, 2,100 horses in this country were euthanized due to racing accidents and training and so on. That's not sport to me, certainly not anymore after witnessing what I witnessed. And I would urge you to vote against this amendment on a number of reasons, but just the humanity of it, I think, deserves a no on this bill, on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Corbett.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, you get here at the crossroads here at the building where we could bring $200 million into the state and help an area in Kansas that's kind of could use the boost. It's true, probably, horses get in trouble. But these horses are bred for this. They're made for this. They run all over the country. It'd be nice if Kansas could get a part of the pie and help this state grow. Every time we get here, we always try to find a reason not to ever do anything. I urge you to support this amendment and give a good shot in the arm to rural Kansas. Thanks.
Speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the maker of the amendment stand for a question or two? I missed one thing about the amendment. You're taking the funds out of the designated sports facility and putting them to where? I missed that point.
It was divided up in the amendment to the gambling fund that was established in the account, in the original bill.
And who oversees that?
Let me make sure I get it right. I believe it's the lottery and well, the State Gaming Commission, I believe.
State Gaming Commission. Uh-huh. And did you designate that they need to use it specifically to reinvigorate horse racing, or just to them and they decide what to do with
The
it?
accounts that were established in this bill.
Okay, I'll have to take a look at that, but thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there other members wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Helgerson, you may close.
You know, this bill had a hearing. And to my knowledge and my recollection, we didn't have any opposition. We didn't have any groups came in and said this is going to be destructive to horses, destructive to gambling. We know that there are risks, but there's also a thriving industry in Kansas that used to be thriving that is now not succeeding and is going out of state. And as they described, they're going out of state to Oklahoma, Nebraska, and farther away because that's where they have to go to do the races. You know, we heard the chairman talking about the idea that this would endanger the compromise that we had last year, that was put together last year. I don't know if you remember, 10 o'clock at night, we had a discussion here on the House floor, and we were getting surprises. In fact, the fund that was established that I'm taking the money from was a last-minute added that nobody knew about because someone had a great idea that we were going to bring the Chiefs or the Royals or some other group to Johnson County. This is a industry that has come to the legislature asking for support, and I think we need to try to give them a little help. I move the amendment.
You have heard the motion by Representative Helgerson to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Noes appear to have it. A division has been called for. The clerk will open the roll and you may vote. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? Has every member had the opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Take the tally. The amendment fails on a vote of 70 to 52. We are back on the bill. Speak to the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your indulgence earlier for allowing me to come back up here a second time. Body, Kansas is currently ranked #2 in the nation for the number of public employees per capita. It's not a statistic I'm, really proud of, but that does include state-level agency employees, county, city, school. That includes everybody, but the statistic still remains the same. We are second in the nation with 702.9 employees per 10,000 in the state of Kansas. There's only one state that exceeds our number of public employees. And so with that, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears long. And you can go ahead, Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Simply put, my amendment will hold all FTEs at the same level as previously approved in the 2023 budget by the 2022 legislature and require the Division of Budget in consultation with KLRD to identify the amount of funds in the FY24 budget that are for new FTEs and lapse that SGF appropriation and decrease the expenditure limitation. Simply put, it's time to stop growing government and the number of full-time employees. And this takes a specific step at an agency level, because if you look at the budget overall, it does show, or what appears to be, a decrease in about 200 plus employees overall. This takes an agency by agency approach and says that agencies cannot increase the number of full-time employees above what was already approved last year by last year's legislature in the 23 budget. And I stand for questions.
Is there an objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? There's objection. The clerk will read.
Page 286, following line 22 by inserting section 147. During the fiscal year ending June 30, 2024, notwithstanding the provisions of any statute to the contrary, no expenditure shall be made by any state agency that is named in this act from monies appropriated from the state general fund or any special revenue fund or funds for fiscal year 2024 as authorized by this or any other appropriation act of the 2023 regular session of the legislature to increase the number of full-time and regular part-time positions equated to full-time, excluding seasonal and temporary positions funded from the appropriations for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2024, made in this or other appropriation act of the 2023 regular session of the legislature above the number of such positions funded from the appropriations for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2023, pursuant to Chapter 87 or 91 of the 2022 session laws of Kansas, provided that for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2024, the director of the budget shall determine in consultation with the director of legislative research the amount of monies appropriated in each state general fund account for the salaries and wages and associated fringe benefits for any such new positions, and shall certify the amount so determined to the Director of Accounts and Reports, provided further that upon receipt of each such certification, the Director of Accounts and Reports shall lapse such certified amount in each state general fund account, provided further that for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2024, the Director of Budget shall determine in consultation with the Director of Legislative Research the amount of monies appropriated in each special revenue fund for the salaries and wages, associated fringe benefits of any such new positions, and shall certify the amount so determined to the Director of Accounts and Reports. Provided further that upon receipt of such certification, the Director of Accounts and Reports shall decrease by such certified amount the expenditure limitation on such special revenue funds and renumber the sections accordingly.
Are there members wishing to speak to the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Eric Smith.
Would the maker of the amendment stand for question?
Certainly.
To be clear, you're not asking to remove the vacancies that are there. In other words, the department that is not able to fully staff, they're going to be able to keep those vacancies open, right?
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. Simply put, we're talking about anything new, any changes in the budget that we are debating here today that increases the number of FTEs and the associated funding. So if the agency previously was approved for 400, they only have 360, they've got 400 or 40 to still fill. Those can absolutely be filled. We're just not going to allow them to go from 400 to 450 in this year's budget.
All right, thank you. Bobby, I just wanted to bring that up. That's very important. We have agencies out there, KDOT. You know, it's going to be important someday when you're going down the road and you're trying to figure out why they haven't removed the snow. Well, they don't have enough people to fill the trucks. So that's an issue that we need to focus on too, is how we're going to compete with those businesses out there that are taking our employees away. That's a real thing that's happening out there in agencies, and I think that's important. But what that brings to bear is if we are growing the numbers of employees, I think we ought to maybe take a look at what areas are growing the most. Because if we're growing and there are agencies that are hurting, and I've got to guess who's growing, then maybe we need to deal with that specifically. But this is a good start, and I support this amendment.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise just to bring up some concerns I have with this amendment. On the Higher Education Budget Committee, we worked on putting together budget recommendations to the House Appropriations Committee, and in doing so, we did hear testimony from the Kansas Geological Survey, and they're under the University of Kansas. And what I learned was very interesting. So for over about 20 years, they've received flat state support. And so in the past 7 years, the number of senior scientists at the Geological Survey has dropped by half. And if this trend continues by the year 2025, there could be an 8-fold drop in senior scientists. And so the survey has gone from a high of 160 scientists and staff and down to 122. You might ask, why is that important? Because these are the experts, the scientists, the people that have the institutional know-how to help support our state water systems and our state oil and gas, our independent oil and gas producers here in the state. The Kansas Geological Survey hired a new director who also serves as the state geologist. And he comes to us from the private sector, and he has an expertise that we are very thankful for to have in the state of Kansas. I'm worried that this amendment would negatively impact the enhancement request that we have adopted in House Appropriations to restore critical program staff for them. They just lost a senior scientist last year to the state of Wyoming because they don't have the necessary state support to retain our scientists. So over the years, they've had to cannibalize positions. While I appreciate the bringer of the amendment's desire to rein in state, the amount of public employees we have as a state, I worry about the unintended consequences of what this will do. This enhancement request that's in the budget before you received broad support from the Kansas Independent Oil and Gas Association, from the Kansas Water Office, the Department of Health and Environment, and from other independent oil producers in Kansas. So I just worry about us taking kind of a one-size-fits-all approach to this, and I know it's being discussed in terms of, as it relates to other state employees, about how we compensate them. You know, do we do an across-the-board approach as the governor has proposed, or do we do something more merit-based? And so I think those are worthy things that we need to discuss. But I just worry that this is the wrong approach, so I'll oppose the amendment today. Thank you.
To speak on the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in discussion in regards to FTEs for fiscal years 23 and 24 in the Appropriations Committee, we actually did have this put aside to omnibus to talk about the increases in the full-time employment requests that were coming from the agencies and departments. So this amendment kind of mirrors that in regards to having further discussion, and puts a spotlight on the amount of FTEs that is being requested by the agencies and departments. And so I would actually support the amendment by the representative. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Speak on the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Helgerson.
Oh, I love this amendment. You know, I've been railing up here about spending for several years, and he's right on in many ways. But there are problems. I am a strong advocate for legislators pulling the budget apart and telling the agencies, you can have this number of employees, and that's all we're going to fund. The shotgun approach has problems. It has real problems because we can't get the employees that we need in some of the institutions that we have, in our prisons, our state hospitals, and their budgets are going crazy. You know, we have to find bigger solutions to the financial growth that we have in our budgets. And while I applaud, I love the amendment. I don't think it's right now. I think if you really believe in this, you come back later and you say, we want to grow this state budget at a lower, smaller level. We want a smaller state budget. That's what I think you have to do if you want to deal with this problem. So, as much as I love this amendment, I'm not going to support it, but I'm going to be fighting with him in appropriations, trying to make it smaller and make our budget smaller and less growth and deal with the problems that we have.
Speaking of the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Carlin.
Will the carrier of the amendment stand for a question? Or two?
I'll stand for 3 if you'd like.
Evening, good morning. In the ag budget, we had information that we are sorely behind on the dam inspections so that new dams can be built, and it's business-related issue that we need to hire more people to inspect the dams. If this goes on, we're echoing. Can this be turned down? If this goes on, then we'll be backed up even more on permits, and it's like 1.5 years now. It's like a long time. So what would happen to that need? Would the ag department be able to fill those inspectors if they can find them?
If they are already approved full-time employees from last year's budget, okay, we're talking specifically only about new FTEs requested by these state agencies in this budget. So not previous ones. Previous ones, if they say they have 10 approved dam inspectors, but they only have 7 positions filled, they can still fill the other 3 dam inspectors. We're only talking about if they would have come to us and said, hey, we need 2 more dam inspectors on top of the other dam inspectors to inspect 10 dams.
Okay, well, let's skip the dam.
So how many dams are there?
Well, we were told there is a huge need for this, and so I'm not even sure if we took those FTE requests out or not. I would have to dig deep to find that out, and I don't know, but it did occur to me. And also, in the Department of Ag, I think we need more inspectors for restaurants and hotels and that kind of inspection process. I had an issue, and I learned that they were inspecting restaurants every year to 1.5 years. And I feel that's not a good amount. So, and if the amendment goes on, how would that affect the amendment or the omnibus bill that we have, where it's in the omnibus bill? Would that come off, or would we reconsider it there?
Nothing done today, as we all know, is permanent because this bill is going to go into conference, and then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to have governor's budget adjustments, and then we're going to have conference committees meet that will ultimately make the decision what the final product looks like. And so we will still, I'm certain, have a conversation about new FTEs requested in these budgets.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. I think the agency, everything that we did, every budget that we did in the Appropriations Committee this year, we really worked on FTEs. And we questioned and we cut FTE approvals. And so I think we've already done a lot of that.
And I think we need to leave the agencies free to work within what they have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
A reminder, this morning's legislative session brought to you by the letter D and other letters that can form words that sometimes may be inappropriate. To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body, I agree with this amendment. The agencies will always come up and ask for more FTEs. They always want to expand. And that's where we're at today. We're expanding government every day. And we're not holding them accountable. You ask these agencies in budget, how many vacancies do you have? And they have many vacancies. But we give tax cuts to corporations, we give tax cuts to special interests, but we're not paying our people, and then we complain that we have vacancies. We need to put a cap. We need to discipline. This body needs to discipline. I agree with this bill, or with this amendment, and I hope that you vote for it favorably. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Alcala.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm against the amendment, and I'm going to let you know why. I think one of the reasons is we heard the chairman of appropriations come up and say that we're going to address this issue in appropriations. So there's already a process to address the growing needs of government and FTEs. Some of my concerns are if the state gets into some bad shape with drought or anything like that, and we have to relook at extra additional employees. That could be a possibility in an emergency situation. But I would tell you, so our committees, especially appropriation, is a very conservative committee. We know the split between Democrats and Republicans, and I have no problem with regulating how government grows, and I think they do a pretty good job in appropriations. To me, what this amendment says is, it says that I don't have enough confidence in my conservatives on the appropriation committee to make sure that we don't grow government, and I think that that option always needs to be available for everybody on that committee. So I would ask you to consider voting no on this amendment.
To speak on the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Ballard.
Good morning, and thank you. Mr. Chair, may I speak with the maker of the amendment, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I'm aware we have really talked a lot about new positions. Earlier, we had an amendment that passed that wanted transparency on grants. And we know that agencies and everyone else, often if they apply for grants, they receive them. And in those grants, you could have 1, 2, 3 positions that would be funded with the grant, and that's why it was you received it. How would we handle grants that have been approved with those new positions? Because what you said, we would continue with any that were unfilled. And we know that unfilled positions could be because they can't find it. In fact, we were looking for a director for dental services in the state several years ago, and it took us 3 years to actually fulfill that because you just couldn't find the right person who wanted to do that job. So what I'm saying is, I appreciate you're leaving those alone, but how would we handle those situations where we're receiving those that has new positions? Will there be exceptions?
Are you specifically asking about the state receiving grants from the federal government that increases FTEs, or grants that the state hands out to increase FTEs on a state or on a local level?
Basically, it could be the federal ones that come to us that when we applied it, you needed so many people in order to do this.
So this is, first of all, this is specifically addressing the 2024 fiscal year. So this is a one-year amendment. And what we're referring to in here is when the agency comes to us and is asking for that, that FTE, we're not going to approve increases in FTEs for that agency. It doesn't mean they can't repurpose empty spots, which I think nearly every one of our agencies have currently. They could repurpose that if that was part of that. My argument with this amendment is simple. We can ask our state agencies to do more with less, except for it's not less because we already know we have more than other states. And so that's my purpose in this, to say, look, I think we can do more with the positions that we already have authorized, especially if we could get them filled.
If I can follow up on that, do we have to have this amendment for that? What's the possibility of any new positions you have? Explain why you need them.
We could certainly do that, and I hope that that already happens on the Budget Committee. But it still doesn't solve the problem that we continue to have year after year, regardless of how the process is currently working. And that is, somehow or another, we continue to add FTEs year over year in various agencies for various purposes. For example, one of the ones that we talked about had to do with, was a KDHE that needed 8 new employees to help people get unenrolled from Medicaid. Well, I'm pretty sure they had the employees to get them enrolled to begin with, so why do we need new FTEs to get somebody unenrolled? So that's what I'm trying to address here, right? It doesn't compute to me with a number of these budgets that need new FTEs when we're already performing functions within that agency with the FTEs that we have.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, there's lots of reasons sometimes why agencies need new positions. And part of it is, as an example, what we just discussed a few minutes ago, it's a lot more complicated, and maybe it wasn't fully explained what it is. But I would have to go back to agencies know what they really need in order to fulfill their responsibilities. They also know that they're very short on finding these people, so workforce, as we all know, is a problem. I understand access, and maybe you're saying we don't need those positions, but from the outside, we see it one way. Agencies see another because they're working directly with the problems or the individuals, and they know pretty much what they need. I think as long as you can justify why you need this position and why you don't have a position within your agency that can deliver these specific services that either the federal government or others require, then I think you should have that opportunity to present it to us. And if we don't want to approve it, we don't have to approve those new positions. But I would trust that they know what they need, and if they can justify it, I believe they should be able to request it and have it be received. For that reason, even though I understand what it is, I will vote no, because I'm going to put my faith in the agency. And not only my faith, but ask enough questions to find out why they need these positions in order to serve the people of Kansas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And body, I appreciate the time. I will be reasonably quick. As a representative of the city of Topeka, in which the large employment of the city is municipality and state, I think it's appropriate for me to stand up here and to remind that we do not have an understanding of what organizations face. And I find it a little interesting that we're able to stand up here and pass a bill that regulates municipalities from putting on tax or regulating plastic goods because it impacts businesses, it costs restaurants money, but yet we're up here saying, let's just do a shotgun effect to control the resources, not knowing the demands and the efforts that managers of organizations, which a state agency is, have to face on a daily basis. I think we have an appropriations that I trust, and we should allow the process. So please, I vote against this amendment, and I hope you understand why.
Are there other members wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Owens, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to bring this amendment today. As I mentioned when I first started this out, we have more public employees per capita than California, New York, Illinois. We are second in the nation for the number of public employees, and we have got to do something to control the growth of government in the state of Kansas. And this is one way, this is one option. Are there other options? Absolutely. If this body has the intestinal fortitude to do so. And I encourage each of you, as you consider this amendment, to think about whether you support more government or less government. And with that, Mr. Chair, I close.
You have heard the motion by Representative Owens to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. A division has been called for. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order as well. The clerk will open the roll. You may vote. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll and take the tally. Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, motion carries by a vote of 75 to 46. No explanations on this vote. Clerk will record the vote. Are there other members wishing to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier stand for a few questions?
Yes.
So I was looking through the salmon colored sheets on page 11 under the Department of Wildlife and Parks. There are two entries. One is directing the Department of Wildlife and Parks to make available at least 10,000 antlerless deer permits. And then another that adds language to no longer require unsuccessful non-resident deer permit applicants to purchase a non-resident hunting license in 2024. And I'm curious about the background and history on that.
The background on that, Representative, was it was an amendment that was made while we were working the budget bill. Actually, it was made by the chairman of the Agriculture and Natural Resources Budget Committee, which would reduce the amount of revenue that the Department of Wildlife and Parks would receive in regards to the permits for antlers. And that's about the most I can divulge on my knowledge of the particular items.
The fiscal note or the fund effect on that shows no effect on the agency. Is that right?
It shows, no, there would be an effect on the agency because it would be coming from their special revenue funds because they would no longer be charging a fee for resident or non-resident permits.
Okay, thank you. So, Buddy, in the spirit of examining the budget and asking questions, I do have some questions about. It really seems like a weird thing. If I'm an in-state hunter and I buy a in-state hunting license and I have an unsuccessful season, I've still had to buy that license. And here, we're allowing out-of-state people to come in, and if they don't fill their tag, they don't have to buy a hunting license. And it seems like it's a little stacked against in-state hunters and favors out-of-state hunters. And I can't fill all the time, but I do have an amendment being drawn up to strike that language from the budget. So I do hope that some people will ask other questions and help me out while we're waiting for that to be drafted.
To speak on the bill,
I'll yield to Representative Corbett.
okay, the chair recognizes Representative Corbett.
On the question of why they will not have to buy a hunting license, the way it's set up is if you want to buy an out-of-state deer tag, you have to buy an out-of-state hunting license. And that's fine. What's been going on is if you're unsuccessful, you can't come here. Why should they keep the $92.70 for what? So all that does is, if they apply from out of state to get a deer permit and they're successful, they automatically have to buy an out-of-state hunting license to go with it. If they were unsuccessful, they don't need the license. They're not coming. So that's why that happens. It just lets everybody keep their $100 and keep trying to apply till they can get a license. But it just seemed unfair for someone to give the department $92.70 and they were unsuccessful. So I had a lot of comments from the people that this affects, and that's what it's about. I'd be glad to answer any question for you if you want.
As a reminder, there is no amendment yet, but Chair will recognize Representative Blex to speak on the bill. Again, there is no amendment yet. Representative Corbett, Representative Blex has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If this comes through as written, it would amount to almost $1 million loss in revenue to the Wildlife Fee Fund, $989,230. That's based on last year's number of license sales. And also, one factor to consider is when the department sells a license, and a lot of us gripe, and I've actually done that too, why we have to buy multiple licenses. Well, federal aid, when you go in and buy a sporting equipment, there's a 11% excise tax at the manufacturer's level. You never see that tax on your itemized receipt. And basically the feds collect that, and that money is reimbursed back out to the states based on the number of license buyers you have participating. So this bill, if we do this, if we go ahead and do not amend this, then it would be a situation to where there would be a loss in revenue of federal aid reimbursement to the tune of about $226,000, almost $227,000 annually to the department. So the number of licenses does become important. And I can certainly understand in the application process that, you know, not to have a license if they don't get one. I can understand that. But as the previous representative brought up an issue on this, as we are dealing with this, it actually would, just because a person's unsuccessful does not necessarily mean they get a refund. And I'm not really necessarily opposed to the antlerless deer issue, that portion of it, because we got seemingly an overpopulation of deer. So with that, I'll wait and do my vote on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Probst.
So I apologize, I am trying to fill a little bit of time, but I think there's a couple of good points that can be made. And my friend from Sedgwick County made a good point when I was over getting a drink of water. If we follow this logic, I should get my money back when I don't win the lottery, right? I buy a lottery ticket, I'm unsuccessful. I should be able to take that lottery ticket back to the store and say, hey, I played, but I didn't get the money that I thought I was going to get, so I'd like my money back. And if I just can't stress it enough, if I'm an in-state hunter and I buy a hunting license and I get a deer tag, I still have to buy that hunting license. So to say to out-of-state hunters, and $92 to somebody that's traveling to Kansas, probably going to a private hunting area, $100 or $92 isn't anything to spend on a hunting trip. But it's just patently unfair to say in-state hunters got to have this license and out-of-state hunters don't. I do, if, did he go sit back down? Okay. I might yield the floor again to the previous representative to address item 4, which is the language directing the agency to make available at least 10,000 antlerless permits. Didn't get too in the weeds on that, but I do have some questions about the inclusion of that.
Now, there are no amendments, so we're not in a debate right now. So to speak on the bill, because we're still on the bill, the second time. If
Okay.
Representative Corbett, you may speak on the bill if you want to respond to, is that correct?
Respond to his comments? Okay.
Representative Probst, are you? Body will be at ease. Ease, buddy.
In consideration for progress in your time, I'm going to stand down. Oh, wait. Hold on, maybe not.
Body, we are still at ease. The chair will recognize the next one to speak, please.
Okay, I'm going to
The
sit
chair
down.
recognizes Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to wait for the amendment and let the discussion move on, and I'll be back up with the amendment when it's here.
To speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Vic Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 331, strike all in lines 13 through 40. On page 334, line 39, by striking 79-2959 and renumber sections accordingly. On page 1 in the title in line 10, by striking 79-2959.
Representative, you may explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, this is not a prop. This is the bill. What this amendment would do would try to get us beginning down a track of restoring the local ad valorem tax reduction fund, which was created back in the 1930s, and until 20 years ago, money went to local municipalities, townships, cities, and counties for the express purpose of lowering the mill levy. This amendment removes the proviso that you'll find on page 331 of the bill, and beginning in fiscal 2025, we would begin paying that money again. I'd stand for questions.
Are there members wishing to speak to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, could you describe your amendment again?
It strikes the proviso found in section 183, found on page 331, relative to the local ad valorem tax relief fund. And as I understand it from the revisor, the way the amendment is drafted, it would, starting in fiscal 2025, we would be back to funding the local ad valorem tax reduction fund pursuant to current statute.
So this is for fiscal year 2025? And what is the dollar amount?
$27 million twice a year for a total of $54 million.
So, I'm done with questions. So, what I would say, body, is obviously we have had this provision in the budget bills for many years, actually decades, in regards to the local ad valorem tax relief fund. It hasn't been funded for particular reasons of things that have occurred, and that is the reason why the legislature has chose not to fund it. Last year, we had property tax relief, which is what local ad valorem tax relief fund is supposed to go towards. But that's the reason why the legislature stopped funding it many years ago, actually almost 20 years ago. In regards, so also, we have in the provision of the tax bill that we're going to be debating later on today, we have a provision on the state's portion of property taxes that we have from the 20 mills, raising that exemption. So that is going to be the exact dollar amount. I think I could concur with the chairman of the House Tax Committee, but it's the exact dollar amount that is going to be proposed in fiscal year 25 by removing this provision. So I would ask the body to vote against this amendment.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say a community college trustee when the legislature first decided to take away this transfer. And I subsequently became a county commissioner and labored under the misperception that the legislature might actually fund this, which is in statute. This is based on a deal made between the counties and cities and other entities in the state many years ago to allow the state to collect this money in exchange for the promise to send it back as demand transfer. And 20 years ago, the state, for budgetary reasons, reneged on that promise. It's still the law. The number one thing I hear about in Western Kansas is property tax relief, and I'm excited that we'll get to vote on a tax bill today that actually gives some of that. But this is another opportunity for us to do right with our local units of government. You know, over in the Senate side, we have something proposed by the Senate president to make local entities whole if local sales taxes are taken away. And to me, as a former local official, that looks like another bait and switch where the state says, hey, we'll take this away, but we're going to cover you with SGF. I think that's disingenuous. And I think we have to be honest with citizens, with local governing officials, and I totally support this amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
So in the previous discussion that we had in regards to the amendment that's being made, and then actually I referenced the tax bill that we're going to be having later on today, we're running into a potential of basically double funding. And that's one thing that we have ran into when we were doing the budget for fiscal years 23 and 24 in regards to the amount of money that was received by the federal government in regards to the pandemic. we are having to go back and make sure that we are not double funding from the federal dollars and the state dollars. This is the same example. We will be double funding this provision of the budget when we're also going to be talking about the tax bill later on this afternoon. Also, this is allocating funds. And so therefore, the previous speaker said it would cost $27 million in 1 year and $27 million the next, with a total of $54 million. But it's not taking it anywhere else in the budget. So I believe this violates the PAYGO rule on the House rules, so I challenge PAYGO.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Fairchild.
I just misspoke. Sorry, Vic.
Okay, there's a challenge on the PAYGO. The Rules Committee will convene. Rules Committee will gather. The chair recognizes Representative Patton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We took a little while. Woo. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee, we went back and we studied this provision and the language that's being stricken. As you know, we're discussing the fiscal year 2024 budget. We ultimately determined that this change would maybe not impact the 2025 budget. It's not increasing any amount of expenditures in the fiscal year 2024 budget. As such, we determined it does not violate PAYGO and is in order. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Fairchild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support the concept of providing this funding. However, within the funding, within the original statute, there's no requirement that the counties actually reduce property taxes if they receive this funding. And so 20 years ago, I think the reason we stopped giving the counties this money is because we weren't actually seeing them reduce property taxes as a result of giving them this money. And so I think that we need to look at possibly redoing the statute, looking at the statute again. And when we provide this money to the counties, there needs to be some type of a requirement that they actually use the money to reduce property taxes, because right now there's really no accountability without how the money is spent. So you could have a county just take all of the money and just decide to spend it all. And you probably would have some conservative counties that would take the money and they would reduce property taxes, but then some of the more liberal counties might just take the money and spend all of it. And so I just think that there needs to be more accountability with how the money is being spent. And I think we should look at redoing the statute and having some more accountability for how the money is being spent. And so even though I support the concept of giving the counties this money, I'll be voting against the amendment because I don't think there's enough accountability with how the money would be spent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
To speak on the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
I rise in support of the amendment. And I do want to talk a little about LAVTRF. Before I was in the legislature, I spent 7 years in the county clerk's office in Sedgwick County, and my last year I was county clerk. And one of my jobs was distributing the LAVTRF. Now, it gets very confusing because in 2003, when there were 3 different funds where we sent money to local units of government. There was a city-county revenue sharing money, which went to cities and counties, it went to them, and they could use the money how they wanted. Ideally, it was, we hoped they'd use it for property tax relief, but they could use it for what they wanted to. Then we have the city-county highway fund, which they still get a portion of because they get the gas tax portion, but we used to actually have some general fund that went in there too. They don't get that anymore. But the third piece is the LAVTRF. And the LAVTRF was created in the 30s when the state passed the sales tax. And the whole idea of getting the sales tax passed back then is that some of that money would be used for property tax relief. And that's what LAVTRF does, Local Ad Valorem Tax Reduction Fund. That money doesn't go to all the local, they don't actually get the money directly to all the different taxing units. Any unit that levies taxes will be affected by LAVTRF. But what happens is that money would come from the state, go to the county treasurer, and then the county clerk, all the units of government, anybody that taxes, has a local property tax, files a budget with the county clerk's office. And the county clerk actually is the one that calculates the tax levies. Well, when the LAVTRF comes in, the clerk automatically reduces those levies by the amount of the LAVTRF. It's a calculation. It's a dollar reduction in property taxes. So that particular fund, the funds do go for property tax relief. It was part of getting the sales tax passed in the 30s, and it is direct property tax relief. And it's very different. We have a bill that's going to come up, Senate Bill 169, that provides some property tax relief, but that's very different than LVTRF. It's not double funding. That bill, we're talking about raising the homestead exemption for residential taxpayers. That provides residential taxpayers, the bill we passed last year gave them the total relief from that $40,000 is $92. This bill today, if we pass it, would increase that to $150. And actually, I think we'll have an amendment that increase it to $184. Hopefully will pass. But that's a whole different relief that goes just for residential property owners. The LAVTRF affects every mill levy. So every entity, business, everybody gets some property tax relief. Anybody that pays property taxes gets relief from the LAVTRF. They're two separate things. So the earlier speaker talked about double funding. There's no double funding. The previous speaker says it doesn't go for property tax relief. The LAVTRF definitely goes to property tax relief. So back in the 30s, when the legislature passed the sales tax, the whole idea was a little bit of that would go to reduce property taxes across the state. That was the LAVTRF fund. It was set up for that. In 2003, we stopped funding LAVTRF, city county revenue sharing, and the general fund portion of the city county highway fund because we were short of funds. And I think at the time when we did it, nobody believed in the legislature at that time that it wouldn't come back. I mean, it's still the law. We're supposed to fund those funds. But we passed a proviso saying we're not going to because we don't want to do it. It costs money now, but the reality is that was a one-time budget crisis when we did it. We have the money now, and we should fulfill our legal obligation. And this does provide property tax relief. We know people across the state are upset about property taxes. This is one way to get them some property tax relief. The bill this afternoon would get homeowners a little more property tax relief. I think we need to do both things. I would urge you to support this amendment.
To speak on the amendment, the chair recognizes for a second time Representative Fairchild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was told that the information that I provided was incorrect, and if that's the case, if they are required to reduce property taxes, then I would be in favor of this amendment. Perhaps we could have a revisor clarify that for sure, but if this does require them to reduce property taxes, then I would support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there other members wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Vic Miller, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyone that doubts what was just explained by the former clerk of Sedgwick County, the statute is 79-2959. It says right there that it shall be used for property tax reduction. And by the way, it's not, the LAVTRF is not the local ad valorem tax relief fund. I often make that mistake. It's the local ad valorem tax reduction fund. The R is for reduction, and that's what it is. Now, I need to explain that this amendment will not reduce property taxes immediately because it was drafted so as not to run into pay-go. It's drafted that it doesn't take effect until 2025. So I don't want anyone misled into thinking it's going to do anything immediately. Stay tuned, however, because we need to do something immediately, and I think there are efforts in the works that will offer you that opportunity. My friend from Sedgwick County did explain the misconception that somehow this is double funding. The one has nothing to do with the other. This afternoon's tax package does include property tax relief for homeowners only. But I would like to give you a preview, and I do appreciate what the tax committee did in raising that exemption from a $40,000 threshold to $65,000. But you need to understand the depth of that reduction. because you can calculate it. You can calculate it for everyone that's going to receive the benefit of that proposal, and it amounts on their tax bill to $57.50. That's the relief they're going to get currently under the bill we will be looking at this afternoon that raises the homestead, what's called the homestead exemption, $57. And as was noted, you've been talking to people about their tax bills going up, and they're not talking about $57 or $100 or $200. Some of them are talking about thousands of dollars. So yes, it's relief, but I don't believe it goes near far enough. This amendment addresses tax relief, not just for homeowners, as was noted, but for every property taxpayer. We propose, we have a bill that would have given $108 million into the local ad valorem tax reduction fund for the next 4 years. This bill is only half that. We propose that because for 20 years we've neglected our statutory obligation, and we thought that 4 years we could maybe make up some of it. But again, there will be no relief this year. But we need to let people know that we do hear what they're saying. We are wanting to address the problem. And this starts us down the track of saying, local officials, please let us restore your trust in us. Which right now they're not very trustful because the statute says we have to do this, and for 20 years we keep fudging on the statute, adding a proviso and saying, okay, we're required to do it by statute, but we're not going to do it. This says we do intend to do it, and it's time we got back to our responsibility of helping local units of government, and more particularly property taxpayers, with that problem. With that, I very much appreciate the ruling of the Rules Committee, the support of my colleagues on this side of the aisle for this amendment, and I would ask that you join us in approving it. Thank you.
You've heard the motion by Representative Vic Miller to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay.
Roll call.
Chair is in doubt. A division has been called for. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. The clerk will open the roll and you may vote. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll and take the tally. Anyone wishing to change their votes? Representative Thomas votes aye. Representative Proctor votes aye. Representative Neely votes aye. Other members wishing to change their votes? Representative Wassinger, aye. Representative Kessler, aye. Representative Delperdang, aye. Representative Turner votes aye. Representative Blex votes aye. Representative Bueller votes aye. Representative Howell votes aye. Representative Roth votes aye. Representative Titus votes aye. Representative Droege votes aye. Representative Mosier votes aye. Representative Syward votes aye. Representative Bloom votes aye. Representative Murphy votes aye. Other members wishing to change their votes? Not seeing any. The yeas 83, the nays 40. The bill is passed. The amendment is passed. Now to speak on the bill, Chair recognizes Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body, I want to apologize for some of the confusion earlier, and I want to clarify one thing that I mentioned to make sure that I'm being accurate in what I'm saying. When I talked about this issue with deer permits before, I misspoke when I said this was not requiring a deer permit for people who just didn't fill their tag. This would remove the requirement for people to have a hunting license if they fail to get a deer tag. We have a competitive process for getting deer tags in the state for out-of-state hunters. So this applies to that, and I want to make sure we're clear on that. Notwithstanding, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. Clerk will read.
Page 279, strike all in lines 20 through 26.
Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the amendment just strikes the language that says that we no longer require people who didn't get their deer tag, out-of-state hunters who didn't get their deer tag, to not have to purchase a non-resident hunting license. I'll say more on my closing, but for right now, I'll stand for questions.
To speak on the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Corbett.
Representative, question? So I was talking. Could you go through that, your amendment one more time?
Oh. Yes, sir.
And what actually does that do?
This language that ends the requirement for out-of-state hunters who didn't get a deer tag to not have to buy a non-resident hunting license, it strikes that language out of the budget.
So for this season, like it says in the budget, the people who are going to apply for an out-of-state deer tag will have to pay the hunting license fee?
Just as they have historically, yes.
Thank you. Hey, colleagues, this is pretty simple. If any other business would work like this, you'd be out of business in about 2 weeks. So whatever it is, let's just say you wanted to buy a pizza. You go up to the pizza place and the guy says, I said, give me a large pizza. And the operator says, well, to get a pizza, put down $100. We'll start there. So you put down your $100 to open the door. I said, I want my pizza. And then the guy says, I'm sorry, we're out of pizza. And you say, could I have my $100 back? The guy says, no. It's just that simple. Vote this amendment down. These people don't have to pay $100 for the privilege to come here and not get anything. And If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them, but that's about as simple as it is.
To speak on the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Will Carpenter.
Morning, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Leader. I support this amendment. First, we lose Pittman-Robertson Act money that is counted by the number of hunting licenses we sell. Second, the money goes to pay for administrative fees that we have as a department, as the Wildlife and Parks has, to process these permits. All the states that I hunt in charge a fee that you don't get back when you buy this permit. It's very common. I see no reason. The hunting license fee is not the reason that people come here. Thank you.
Speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Blex.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also kind of apologize for maybe pre-speaking on the amendment. I guess Kansas is important as a deer hunting state. We're currently ranking number 3 in the nation, and we vary from about 3 to 5 on the amount of trophy animals that are taken. And so that's a very important economic situation. As to the fee, the charge, we understand there'll be some loss in federal money on that, and certainly that's not being replaced by SGF, that's Wildlife Fee Fund. And the fee ahead of time, a lot of states, Colorado, for example, charges a fee that is non-refundable when you apply as a non-resident. And we've seen the importance of deer. It completely shut down the entire state budget for about 30 minutes here. And so I would urge you to let Wildlife and Parks manage the deer and let's stay out of it. And I would urge you to vote to support this amendment. Thank you.
To speak on the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've only got a statement. I've been hunting in Kansas for almost as long as I can remember, and I've hunted with a lot of people. Simply because you don't shoot something didn't mean that you didn't get use out of it. You're taking into consideration that when you shoot, that you're actually going to take what it is that you're shooting after. So I just don't think that refunding someone's ability not to be well practiced with the weapon is the way to go. Thank you.
Are there other members wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Probst. Oh, sorry. The chair recognizes Representative Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the amendment stand for questions, please?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been hunting before?
I have.
Have you ever been to a different state to go hunt?
I have not.
Not. For instance, if you go to Colorado to go elk hunting and you pay your money, $500 to $750, if you're unsuccessful, you do not get your money back. But you get the experience, you get the enjoyment. And I view your amendment very friendly, and I appreciate you bringing it up.
Thank you.
If I have to pay for a license on my own land that I own, and my children have to pay for a license, even if they don't shoot anything, I think out-of-state individuals need to pay their share also. So I appreciate this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there other members wishing to speak to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the way I understand what went on in appropriations is if you apply for you buy a hunting license, you have to buy a hunting license if you're out of town. If you're an out-of-town hunter, you have to purchase the license, then you apply for a deer tag. If you do not get a deer tag, you will never use your hunting license. You won't come to Kansas. You won't have the experience that everybody's talking about. That's the way I understand what went on in appropriations. I think a lot of people in here think that we're going to refund somebody's money if they're unsuccessful in their hunt, and that's not at all how I understood what the wording was that went on in appropriations. And so I'd like some clarification on that, because we're talking about two different total things here, I think. Thanks.
Chair recognizes Representative Probst.
I did try to clarify at the beginning before I offered the amendment, but the previous speaker's right. I misspoke initially. This isn't about if somebody comes into the state, has their hunt, doesn't get a deer, and then gets their money back. So the first time I spoke, I was inaccurate. But what it does is people who want to hunt in this state have to buy an out-of-state non-resident hunting license before they can apply for a deer tag. And we have such a competitive process, and so many people want to hunt in this state, that not everybody gets that. And the crux of this is that if you've applied, if you're out-of-state hunter and you bought a deer, you bought a hunting license, but you did not successfully get a deer tag, this would say you don't have to have the hunting license. That's what it does, and I want to be clear about that.
To speak on the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Corbett. Representative Corbett, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask you to vote this amendment down. There's no reason in this state or any business you'd have to pay a $100 privilege fee to get anything. You want to grow tourism and try to make things look good around here? Just keep poking them. And I'm just telling you, this is pretty simple. If you're unsuccessful on your deer tag, they don't keep your $100. So they got two choices: sell more deer tags, make some money, or just give their money back. There is no reason to do this. You can talk that's it. Thanks.
Second time for Representative Corbett to speak to the amendment. The chair recognizes to speak on the amendment Representative Bloom.
Speaker. We're missing one important point here. I'm a farmer. These deer are causing millions and millions of dollars worth of damage, besides the wrecks and the death that they're causing. And the Fish and Game are not controlling them. This is a big problem. You're talking about the dollars that we're going to lose. The damage that these things cause is in the millions and millions of dollars. Don't vote for this amendment.
To speak on the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Eric Smith.
I stand in support of this amendment. One thing you need to understand is people aren't traveling from Georgia to shoot a doe. And that's what's tearing up the fields and causing millions of dollars in damage. People aren't driving here to see if they can shoot an antlerless deer. That's not happening. So this does nothing to help the farmer. In fact, you're going to make it worse if you allow more people to come in here and hunt these bucks, because you're going to diminish our deer population and nobody's going to want to hunt them. That's what's going to happen. The Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks may get under some people's skin, but they've done a fantastic job of putting us in the top 5 of wildlife or whitetail deer hunting. Keep that in mind. Let them make those decisions. Let them take care of this situation. If you want more doe tags in certain areas, you can get more doe tags in those areas. Work with them to do that. But you need people here hunting the does, not the bucks. All right. I stand in support of the amendment.
Are there other members wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Probst, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there was a pizza analogy, and I see that's what we're having for lunch. When you come to hunt in Kansas, you're not getting Domino's. You're getting the best pizza money can buy. And that is why it's not that, I'm telling you. Kansas has one of the best deer herds in the country. We are famous and known throughout the country for our whitetail herd and for particularly our buck herd. People pay big money to come here and hunt, and it's a very competitive process. We require people to buy a hunting license before they can buy a deer tag, before they can apply for a deer tag. What's in the language in this budget flips that around and allows people to apply for a deer tag first. And if they don't get it, they would never have to buy a hunting license. Just on its face, that's going to cost the Department of Wildlife and Parks, which is a fee-funded agency, close to $1 million. And that's not counting the matching federal funds that's calculated on the number of hunting licenses we sell. And keep in mind that that is money from out-of-state people that comes into our state that is then used to manage natural resources like the deer herd and our parks and our lakes and our fisheries for the benefit of people who live in this state. So this is good money. And you know this in local, we do this locally too. If we can pull money from out of state and keep it and use it to our advantage, that's always net positive. It's really unnecessary to do this. I just want to strike that language and retain what we've done for a number of years and keep that in place. And with that, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Probst to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. A division has been called for. Clerk will open the roll. You may vote. All members had the opportunity to vote. We will hold it for a moment. Every member had the opportunity to vote. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? Clerk will close the roll and take the tally. 92 to 30. The amendment passes. We're back on the bill. Anyone else wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, the chair recognizes. Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was a lively couple hours we had in regards to state budget, but as with the state budget, it should be a lively discussion. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and reports, that reports House substitute for Senate Bill 42 favorable for passage as amended.
You have heard the motion by Representative Waymaster. All those in favor of Senate Bill 42 signify by saying aye. Opposed, opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Now, on to bill number 2. For the next item of business, Senate Bill 49, the chair recognizes Representative Mosier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were no committee amendments. I move the passage of the committee report.
There were no amendments, so Representative, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are going to go from talking about billions of dollars to blinking red lights. Senate Bill 49 would require the installation of light mitigating technology on new and existing wind turbines. This technology, Aircraft Detection Lighting System, detects aircraft and allows the red blinking aviation lights on the turbines to be on only when aircraft are near. Otherwise, they are off, which is usually 97% of the time. The ADLS technology has been approved by the FAA. Industry experts said it was approved in 2017 with revisions in 2019. The bill would require on and after July 1st, 2023, any developer of the new wind turbines to apply to the FAA to see if the new wind systems would be eligible for this lighting opportunity. If it is approved, the developer would be required to install that lighting within 24 months after the approval. The KDOT Division of Aviation will be responsible for monitoring the progress, and if it is delayed beyond the 24 months, the installation company will be required to update KDOT regularly. The bill would require on and after January 1st, 2026, any developer of wind turbines that began commercial operation in Kansas without this light mitigating technology could apply to the FAA for installation and operation of such systems that comply with those regulations within 6 months after the execution of a new power offtake agreement related to the wind turbines. So these offtake agreements can range anywhere from 5 to 10 to 20 years. So if a new wind system came online in 2020 and had signed a 20-year agreement, it would be 17 years before the wind company themselves would be required to replace the lighting with the light mitigating technology. The Senate amended the bill. It was a compromise agreement that the county may issue revenue bonds to pay for installing on the existing wind turbines prior to the deadline of a power offtake agreement. Wind systems pay pilot funds to the counties, and the counties could draw on those funds for the installation process. And once they are installed, it's the wind company's responsibility to maintain that particular lighting. This bill came about because there are thousands of Kansans who see red blinking lights every 3 seconds. 24 hours a day, and this is legislation that will mitigate that. And with that, right now there are approximately 4,000 turbines in Kansas with plans to add 6,000 more. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions.
Do members desire to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Lewis.
Questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, body. In 1977, I took an economics course, 101, and one of the fundamental principles that we learned in that class, and we were reading, by the way, Samuelson, a Keynesian, so you folks should feel comfortable with what I'm going to tell you, was that in order to advance economic efficiencies and, quite frankly, fairness, that when transaction or an actor has costs associated with that activity, that those costs need to be internalized. And when they're not, the law should take steps to internalize those. So the classic example is pollution. When an activity involves pollution, the law should step in and impose those pollution costs not on the people who aren't enjoying that activity, but on the user. And we do that, for instance, with the gas tax. What bothers me about this bill is I understand the problem that we're trying to address here, which in effect is a pollution problem. It's lights that are bothering people who have to live by the turbines. But the solution we've come up with is one which imposes these external pollution costs on everybody, but not the businesses that are benefiting from the turbines. And that appears in the fiscal note. Apparently, the KDOT is saying that in order to monitor this system going forward, they're going to have to hire 5 new full-time employees. And the cost is going to be over $1 million on an annual basis. And that's being imposed on taxpayers. I think a better system would be to somehow, through a fee system, impose this cost on the businesses that are benefiting from the wind turbines. The other thing I'd point out is we're already subsidizing wind turbines already, and this is just another way that we'll continue to do so. So without any amendments, and I didn't have time to get one, and it was too complicated to put it in, but I think we should say no to this and reconsider it next session and get it right. So I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Speak on the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The carrier of the bill did a fantastic job in explaining the amendment, but I do have one question for you. The question I have, do counties have an option to opt out of this particular, if it was to go into law, would they have an option to opt out by chance?
Thank you for that question. Do you mean opt out of having a wind farm?
Yes.
The county commissioners make the decision on a county whether to accept wind farm offers or not.
No, in other words, is it optional? You know,
Yes.
is it okay? Thank you for that. The carrier of the amendment did a fantastic job in explaining the bill. Just like I told my caucus, it is a good bill, and I will urge an affirmative vote on Senate Bill 49. Thank you very much.
Speak on the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. From a pilot standpoint, if you're flying at night, you're probably not going to be down low where you're going to be running into these things. Back in the day when I learned to fly, you had paper charts, you had to plot out where you were. It was a little bit difficult, and at night it was even worse because the cockpit lighting was not the best in the world, but things are a lot different today. We have moving maps. I mean, I've even got an app on my phone, don't have it with me here, but you can actually just have it right there on your phone, tells you right where you are, has every obstacle out there. These wind farms are defined really well. If you're flying down, the only issue I see is like an emergency. If you're flying along and your engine quits and it's at night, you're going to have to figure out exactly where you are and do the best you can to get down. Obviously, it'd be nice to know where those wind turbines are because you wouldn't want to fly into one, I can guarantee you. I'm in favor of this bill because it does help people. I've got friends that live in the midst of these things and they have to shut their drapes at night because of just the flashing lights in their house. So I think it's not a safety issue for aviation because you should be not anyways close to them when you're flying. I appreciate your time.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Barth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here to support the carrier of this bill. I think this is something that's majorly needed in the industry. As she mentioned earlier, counties are the ones who approve these projects for these wind turbines in the first place. So it is the county's decision to have them. That's taken on a lot of risk and responsibility by doing that, and even if the neighborhoods and the communities are even in great opposition. But this is something that happens on a regular basis. Something that's really important with these is where they're siting these. The reason why this bill even exists is because these blinking red lights drive people crazy. And they're super annoying. They're out in the country. They have a clear night, black sky that they're used to. And all of a sudden now, these are blinking on a nonstop basis. So if you can only imagine what that's like living around these as well. When it comes, and so sighting is really important on this topic. Any tower that's above 300 feet, any pilot from a safety perspective will know exactly where these are sited. There is charts, there are GPS tracking, so they know exactly where they are. So this does not impair the risk or safety of any pilot who is flying with the way that they will detect a pilot who in a flight that's coming by, they'll flip on. If for some reason the lights, let's say, do not work, the pilot will get a notice to the airman that's also known as a NOTAM from the tower notifying them of this. And quite honestly, I think if a pilot's flying below 1,000 feet in the first place, they're probably putting themselves at great risk for a lot of other things, and they're probably doing so for a different reason than, it's probably not a good reason, actually. So anyway, I am in support of this bill and appreciate your support as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, body.
To speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the bringer of the bill please stand for questions, please? The question I have is with regard to the technology that identifies the aircraft and the installation of such. And I didn't get an opportunity to see that in the bill, so I don't know if it's contained therein, but are there any proprietary restrictions or stipulations or patents that are called out or designated in the bill there to identify specific companies that can install that that particular equipment, or is that just open in the free market?
Thank you for that question. The aircraft detection lighting system technology is described like this. In a wind farm, say 20 by 20 miles, in the center is the main sensor, and then the lights on the perimeter turbines are the ones that are installed with this technology. Like I said earlier, it has been approved by the FAA. There are commercial companies that do make these lights. And there's another type that is currently being tested and for approval by the FAA. So there are designated companies that have approved lighting systems that will be installing these lights.
Thank you. The reason I ask that question is I'm always concerned that we in the legislature don't create a situation where one company has a monopoly over other companies, and I just want to be certain that everyone has a fair chance in a free market value. Thank you.
To speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the carrier of the bill. As most of you know, my husband flew professionally for a commercial airline for 34 years, but prior to that, we had a plane in the family, and in fact, we've had a couple of planes, and we used them to fly kids to Texas with burn injuries, as my father-in-law was a Shriner who did the exams in KCK to send those children that needed a little bit extra attention. This is a safety issue, and I implore you to support this piece of legislation. These lights have been around for quite some time. And I'll tell you, you'd love to see those lights instead of ducks or any geese that go through an engine and totally bring a plane down. These are a safety feature, but the most important thing is this was a compromise bill. These were groups coming together and working out language that was appropriate and safe and very, very thoughtful and complete. And I would like to congratulate the chair of the Utilities Committee for his hard work in bringing this together. Anything less than 5 towers doesn't require this, but your larger fields, and if it reaches that compromise between lighting that the pilots love to see when they're flying over it and those that have to sleep with it, turns it off a little bit, it's a great agreement. So please support Senate Bill 49. Thank you.
To speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Seibert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to visit a little bit about this bill. I'm supportive of it because the biggest thing is not about aircraft. We're trying to make aircraft a part of this bill. It's about the people that live in those neighborhoods. And until you lived in that neighborhood and watched 200-300 of these lights blinking every night in your front window, I've seen those houses. I live by them. I live 12 miles from them, and you can see them from 12 miles. You can see them from 30 miles. And every 30 seconds or whatever the timing is, they blink. If you got 10 of those towers around your house, you have to put solid blinds on your bedrooms and your family room or your living room, because it's like a constituent told me, it's like having a highway patrol with his lights on in your front yard. You can't sleep. They're distracting. In fact, we have a major highway through our area that's 8 miles from the wind farm. We've had accidents where people are driving from out of state and they see the whole horizon blink. So they turn to look and there's nothing there. They turn back on the highway, it blinks, and they look again and turn, there's nothing there. And they get distracted by it and they run off the road. But until you lived in that area, until you lived around these turbines, I've got pictures where you can see 50 of these lights from people's houses within 1,500 to 2,000 feet. People say, that's not very far. If you live in town and your lot's 150 feet wide, that's 10 houses down from your house. Now think of that, a building the size of the docking building, 10 houses down from your house with a strobe light on it. And also being a pilot for 50 years, it's on the pilot charts. If you fly into one of those things, you're probably not being a very good pilot. You're probably not paid attention to your navigation charts, because it is on the GPS charts. It is on your paper charts. It's on everything you have, because it even calls from the tower, caution, turbulence caused by wind farm in the area. But it's not about that. It's about the people that live in it and have to look at that every day, every night. And it is distracting. I invite any one of you that disagree with this to come out in my area and go in the middle of them, and your whole horizon, 362 degrees around you, the lights blink. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to add some comments because I do live near a wind farm. It's actually located in Missouri, but we still see the lights in Kansas. And the lighting is a problem. It is a distraction. So I support this bill because of that. And I mentioned it in calendar this morning. I can think of one scenario where a aircraft could be flying at a lower altitude at night. Because I live near a wind farm, I also live near a spot where life flight helicopters land sometimes at night to pick up a patient. And I could see where it could cause a problem with a low-flying helicopter. So because of that, I do support this bill. The lights would be on if there was an aircraft in the vicinity, but they'd be off if there were no aircraft around. And I think it's would be a good thing for everybody. So with that, I support this bill. Thank you.
Are there other members wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Mosier, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I might address an earlier representative's question regarding the ks.gov aviation expenses, and they will be shouldered by the wind companies. So, in the words of Robert Frost, the dirt road going north past our home in rural Marshall County is truly a road less traveled. I have always found solace in our quiet little corner of the earth with its green pastures and clear, beautiful sky. As an outdoor enthusiast, I have a profound appreciation for God's creation, earth, sea, and sky, and all that are in them. However, the day and night vistas that our family and our neighbors have enjoyed for decades have been substantially altered in recent years. In 2016, Marshall Wind Energy, LLC, finished construction of a small wind farm approximately 20 miles due north of our headquarters. The wind turbines there numbered 36. Fast forward to November 2020, when 120 turbines were powered up in the Soldier Creek wind system around the thriving community of Corning, Kansas, in Nemaha County, approximately 30 miles due east of our home and ranch headquarters. The year 2021 saw the construction of Irish Creek Wind Farm in Marshall County. The southeastern edge of Irish Creek Wind is a mere 4 miles from our home. Its 109 turbines stretch north approximately 9 miles and west about 16 miles. Both the Soldier Creek and the Irish Creek wind systems are made up of turbines either 480 feet or 500 feet tall. The High Banks wind system, currently under construction in Republic County, which is the next county, 2 counties west, also in District 106, will have 208 turbines, all at least 500 feet tall. For reference, our beautiful state capitol building is the second tallest building in Kansas, standing at 326 feet. Next time you walk outside, make a mental comparison of the figures I just gave you. Sitting on the deck on the north side of our home, I see 3 wind systems at night. Red lights blink in various cadences, each wind system having its own unique rhythm of lights. Walking out the front door of my daughter's home, just 6 miles directly west of where we live, 20 turbines greet you. When you walk out onto their back deck, 19 are there. Her family lives just inside the southeast edge of the footprint of Irish Creek Wind Farms. I first learned about the Aircraft Detection Lighting System, or the ADLS, from family in North Dakota, and then doing research with the help of some District 106 constituents on these past 2 years, I am convinced that installing ADLS technology on wind turbines would aid in the restoration of natural twilight and nocturnal beauty to all who currently experience the distraction of red blinking lights in the evening and night sky. We see the turbines all day, every day. To restore the night sky with the moon and the stars undisturbed in their beauty would be a momentous gesture of goodwill by the wind companies and would benefit thousands of Kansans who live inside the footprint of and under the noticeable umbrella of all existing wind systems. I would like to thank the Vice Chair for inviting me to carry this bill, as it is near and dear to my heart. And with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 49 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Mosher, report SB 49 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Up next is SCR 1603. For the purpose of carrying SCR 1603, Chair recognizes Representative Chuck Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was an amendment. I move the committee report on SCR 1603.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. The committee report is adopted. Please continue.
This is a concurrent resolution to urge the President of the United States to soften his long-term energy plan to make America a little more independent. We want the President to expand the domestic energy production and ensure energy reliability and affordability for consumers by cutting through the red tape. We'd like the President to help with the infrastructure, especially the pipelines and so forth. We want to stop buying oil from our adversaries. Want to build back our oil reserves with American oil, which we have here in our country. This morning I made the comment that 2 years ago we were 100% self-reliant. The general helped me out on that and said we haven't been self-reliant since 1934, but we only do want to buy from our friends and we don't want to buy from people that are not on our side. So it's great to have a person like the general. I know a little bit about Kansas, but he knows a little bit about the world. So we're lucky to have him in the chamber. 89 of 105 counties in Kansas produce oil and natural gas, which provides $3.6 million in production output and gives Kansas 100,000 jobs, 100,000 good jobs. So we need to support our energy plan. Oil is a big part of Kansas, oil and natural gas, and we need to support those companies. So I stand for question.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative O'Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, my colleague from Pittsburgh. I know that if we were to place a bet today, I'll bet that you would probably speak, you'll have the last word on this before we vote. But thank you very much. Colleagues, I rise today in opposition of this resolution. I know that we have a lot of bills to talk about today, so I'm going to be really, really quick. If you take a look at the bullet points of this resolution, let's be honest with ourselves. President Biden is already doing everything on the bullet points. Of course, take a look at one of the items on here that talks about expanding production here at home. I believe it was a week or 2 weeks ago. I think he signed an executive order for more drilling in Alaska, which are pretty much on our side of the aisle, we're pretty much against, but again, he signed it. Talk about not dealing with our adversaries. Take a look at the problems we have in the world right now. Take a look at what's going on with Russia. Take a look at what's going on in North Korea. I guarantee you, we're not doing business with those people with respect to energy. You talk about, well, it talks about in regards to straightening our ties around the world. I believe it was, what's today? Today's Tuesday. The president just got back from Canada, trying to straighten our ties with our Canadian friends, neighbors. Also, part of the discussion was increasing our ties with respect to energy. This current week right now, Vice President Harris is in Africa, straightening our ties in Africa, making sure that we are straightening our trade ties and also our energy ties as well. And we're also re-straightening our ties with South America. So all the bullet points on here, the president is already doing. We don't necessarily need this resolution. So I'm going to ask my colleagues not to support this resolution. And with that, I'll close. So, I'm sorry, I'll end my remarks. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Does any other member wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Smith, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know it's hard to believe, but it's hard. I didn't hear a word my friend said. I'm supposed to be, okay. Hey, I move that when the community rises and reports, it reports SCR 1603 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Chuck Smith to report SCR 1603 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. What? Oh. A division has been called for. I have 6. I have 15. Roll call is in order as 15 hands have been raised. Clerk will open the roll. You may vote. Every member had the opportunity to vote. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? Anyone wishing to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll. By a vote of 84 to 35. There are changes of vote? A vote of 84 to 35, the motion is passed. This concludes our general orders. The chair recognizes the majority leader.
Mr. Chair, I move we rise and report.
You've heard the motion to rise and report. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
The clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends Senate Bill 49 be passed, substitute for Senate Bill 42 be passed as amended, Senate Concurrent Resolution 1603 be adopted as amended.
The speaker recognizes Representative Rogers for a motion to adopt the committee of the whole report.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the report.
You've all heard the motion to adopt the committee of the whole report. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Committee report is adopted. Messages from the Senate. The clerk will read.
The Senate has seized the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2096, 2097, 2098, 2100, 2285, 2094, 2093, 2090, 2089, and has appointed Senators Longbine, Fagg, and Holscher as conferees on the part of the Senate for each of those. The Senate has seized the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2214, 2131, and 2130, and has appointed Senators Warren, Wilburn, and Corson as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate has seized the request of the House for a conference on 2298, has appointed Senators Peterson, Dietrich, and Corson. The Senate has seized the request of the House for Conference on House Bill 2020 has appointed Senators Peterson, Clues, and Corson. And the Senate has seized the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2184, has appointed Senators Billinger, Kays, and Petty as conferees on the part of the Senate.
Are there announcements? Speaker recognizes Representative Stogstill.
Democrats, as soon as we adjourn, we'll be going back into agenda meeting on 152 South. As soon as we adjourn. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further announcements? Seeing none, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to recess.
Republicans will calendar in the old Supreme Court immediately upon recess. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 1:15 p.m.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are in recess. come to order. House Bill 2367 is withdrawn from the Committee on Federal and State Affairs and referred to the Committee on Interstate Cooperation. House Bill 2417 is withdrawn from the Committee on Federal and State Affairs and referred to the Committee on Interstate Cooperation. House Bill 2451 is withdrawn from the Committee on Federal and State Affairs and referred to the Committee on Interstate Cooperation. Stand at ease.
No, it's not a motion, Don concur. We're gonna rule something materially. Message will go in after Senate. Help us, okay. Right. This, way this script
House will come to order. Message from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of House Bill 2019 as amended, House Bill 2039 as amended, House Bill 2059 as amended, House Bill 2125 as amended, 2173 as amended, 2196 as amended, 2234 as amended, 2236 as amended, 2263 as amended, 2284 as amended, 2292 as amended, 2322 as amended, 2335 as amended, 2375 as amended. Announcing passage of House Bill 2010 as amended by Senate Substitute for House Bill 2010. Announcing passage of House Bills 2080, 2082, Substitute for House Bill 2121, 2126, 2240, 2269, and 2288.
The message from the Senate on House Bill 2263 was received and read on March 28th. In accordance with House Rule 2107, I determine the Senate amendments do materially change its subject, and the bill is therefore not subject to motions to concur and non-concur. The clerk will read.
House Bill number 2263 by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning health professions and practices relating to pharmacy, authorizing pharmacy technicians to administer certain vaccines, relating to physicians, creating a civil cause of action against a physician who performs childhood gender reassignment service, requiring revocation of a physician's license if such physician performs childhood gender reassignment service.
House Bill 2263 is hereby referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. The Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader Croft for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of general orders.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Hoffman to chair the Committee of the Whole.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. First order of business this afternoon is Senate Bill 169. To carry Senate Bill 169, the chair recognizes Representative Smith, Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were no committee amendments. Just kidding. We gutted that sucker. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought I'd just try to start the afternoon off on a light note. Before I get into explaining this bill, I want to talk a little bit about procedure. Typically, we pass bills out of the tax committee. We might pass something on property tax or a few things on sales tax and maybe some income tax pieces. We see what makes it across the floor, and then we go to Senate or conference committee with the Senate, and that's where we put these bundles together. And this year I thought, you know what, why don't we just do that in committee? I've got a great committee. No offense to any other chairman, but I think I've got one of the best committees in the building. Committee members work hard. They listen. They engage in the spirit of debate. They put up with me as their chairman. I trust the work that the committee can do, and I really wanted to see what we could do as far as passing out a good package bill for the body. So we deliberately took a little bit different approach with this bill. We've been listening to Kansans all session. We've been listening to what's important to them. We've been very, very cognizant of the budget regarding tax cuts. We've set ourselves a limit, and we want to stick to that. Sustainability is something that we should all be very, very aware of in this building. We even invited the Director of Legislative Research into the Tax Committee last week to give us a kind of a crash course on budget profiles and different scenarios we looked at regarding different economic conditions and different
varying degrees of tax cuts and what that would look like, not only next year, but in the out years. After we did that, when we worked this bill, we had research put up a kind of an aggregate running total on the screens in the committee room. So we knew where we were at with every amendment that got placed on here and what that impacted the bill. So I do want to thank the entire tax committee for working together to create a good, reasonable, sustainable tax policy and get it out of committee. Now you notice that I said good. I'm not going to claim that this bill is perfect. Just like most tax bills that contain multiple provisions, if there's some reason you don't want to vote for this, I'm sure you won't have to look hard to find a reason to vote no. And that's fine. I understand that. In fact, I have a lot of respect for somebody that can draw a line in the sand and say, I've made a commitment not to go across this line and I'm going to stick to that. In my opinion, that's integrity, and I respect that. However, if you are open-minded to considering some of the terms and provisions in this proposal, I want to start going through those. This bill is going to provide a lot of tax relief across a wide area. We wanted to focus the tax cuts on the broadest number of Kansans that we could. We dealt with property, sales tax, and income tax issues, and I'll just take them by category. First of all, last year, we increased the residential exemption on the 20 mil statewide levy on homes from $20,000 to $40,000. That amount hadn't changed in years. I had research get me the number. It was 1997 when that $20,000 was adopted, and we'd never changed it since. We took a look at what $20,000 in valuation on your home was in 1997 and compared it to today's numbers. That number should be $65,000. So last year, we went from 20 to 40. This year, we're proposing to go the rest of the way from 40 up to that $65,000 of exemption. That's the property tax piece. Taking a look at the sales tax, again, last year, we implemented a phase out of the statewide sales tax on food, not the locals, just the statewide sales tax. Last year was kind of the first year of our unanticipated surplus that we had in the state. We weren't quite sure how quickly that would kind of fizzle out, how long it would be here, what the economic conditions would be. This year, we have a much better picture of what that's going to be like. So we would like to accelerate that reduction on the statewide sales tax on food to 0% starting July 1st of this year, 2023. On the income tax side, we're going to take a look at several different levels. We made some changes to the individual, the corporate, and the banking privilege fees. So let's take a look at what we proposed on the individual piece first. Again, a couple years ago, we made an increase to the standard deduction, even worse than the residential exemption, the $20,000. The standard deduction a couple years ago was $3,000, and that hadn't changed since 1988, 33 years. I guarantee you $3,000 doesn't buy what it used to. So we have, a couple years ago, we made a little $500 bump in that. This year, we're going to increase the standard deduction for single filers to get them from $3,500 up to $4,000, which matches exactly half of what the standard deduction is for married filing joint. Prior to this, we had kind of a marriage bonus where the married filing joint standard deduction was more than twice of the single filer. So we're just trying to correct that. Plus, and this is probably most important, from here on out, we are now indexing that standard deduction amount to inflation. So as inflation grows, your wages might go up, but your purchasing power doesn't really go up with inflation. So we're trying to make sure we don't expose more of that income to income tax. Another provision that we had bipartisan support on, we focused on it during the interim committee this last year, was removing the Social Security cliff. What we mean by that is if you look at a graph of your income tax on Social Security benefits, Right now, up to $75,000 of federal adjusted gross income. If you're $75,000 or less, your Social Security benefits are exempt. However, if you make $1 more, if you cross that threshold, 100% of your Social Security benefits are taxable. So what we're trying to do is we're creating a gradual phase in to where there's not that instant jump from 0 to 100%. So we've left the $75,000 floor in place, and we've created kind of a range up to $100,000. Your Social Security benefits won't be 100% taxable until they reach that $100,000 of federal adjusted gross income. And anywhere along that range, we've created a formula in statute to where if you're 25% through that range, 25% of your Social Security benefits become taxable. If it's 50%, 50% are taxable. We're just trying to ease into that level of income and not have any huge jumps. We also have eliminated the 3 different brackets for individual income tax. Right now, we have a bracket of 3.1%, a bracket of 5.25%, and a top bracket of 5.7%. What we've done to adopt the single rate bracket is, without having a tax increase on anyone, is we have significantly increased the beginning portion of where that income becomes taxable. Right now, when you're doing your taxes, I don't know how many people still do their taxes by hand or by computer, but the first thing you'll deduct from your federal income is your standard deduction. So that'll get you to a certain point. And then you'll deduct what's called the personal exemption. That's $2,250 for each member of your household. So that moves that line a little bit farther. You're not taxed on any of that income. Currently in statute, we have a kind of a threshold in place to where even though we begin calculating your Kansas taxable income, at that point, we say as long as your Kansas taxable income is less than $5,000 for a married couple, $2,500 for single filers, you don't owe any tax. So what we've done is we've drastically increased that. For single filers, that threshold has moved from $2,500 to $6,150. That's over a $4,000 increase. So we've effectively doubled the standard deduction. For married filers, that threshold number has moved from $5,000 to $12,300. That's about a $7,300 increase. Moving on to the changes that we made in the corporate tax, we have proposed accelerating the scheduled reduction from the provisions that currently exist in the Apex language that was passed a year ago to tax year 2024. We heard from several businesses that with the certification of the Apex projects, they were anticipating having that 0.5% revenue reduction or 0.5% reduction in their corporate tax rate. Because the certification of the project missed the deadline, that doesn't take effect until tax year 24. And with the second project, as soon as it's certified, you'll see another 0.5% reduction in that corporate rate. We're just proposing that we accelerate that last 0.5% of a reduction effective tax year 24. Also, we did make a change to the banks don't pay income tax, the corporate income tax. They have what's called a privilege fee, and there's different rates for savings and loans institutions and banking, but we basically took a look at what we did with the corporate rate and reduced the banking fees proportionally to that. Now we discussed on the Republican side, we discussed in calendar that the numbers look a little bit different. That's because both the corporate and the banking pieces have what's called a base tax or normal tax, and then an additional surtax. So it creates kind of an interesting structure to where when you make a reduction on just the normal tax, it doesn't look proportionate because we've reduced the total tax rate off of those. But Upon reviewing the bill this morning, my revisor did note that we had a technical amendment. When we had changed the enactment date, we had neglected to put into the statute the actual date for the sales tax reduction on the food. So, Mr. Chairman, I have a quick amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 23, line 39, before 0% by inserting as follows. Number 1, commencing on January 1, 2023 at the rate of 4%, and number 2, commencing on July 1, 2023 and thereafter at the rate of.
Representative, could you explain your amendment, please?
Yes, this basically puts the date into the bill. The enactment date was upon publication in the statute books, which is assumed to be July 1st. With the July 1st date in here, we had to move that up to the publication on the Kansas Register for some compliance issues. You can't change the sales tax rate and have it effective on the exact same date. We forgot to get the date put into the actual bill for the start of that food sales tax reduction. So all this does is it defines when that food sales tax rate goes to 0.
Okay, to speak on the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Yeah, I rise in support of the amendment. The original bill, before we amended it in committee to move up the enactment date to publication in the register, it was assumed July 1st. So the bill itself would have started the food sales tax reduction on July 1st. But once we move that enactment date up, now we don't have a starting date for July. It would start it again. We'd have the same problem. We'd be trying to cut the food sales tax on the same day we're enacting it. So this will cut the food sales tax on July 1st. The bill goes to effect on publication in the register. So I support the amendment.
Seeing no one else on the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Smith to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close and move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Smith to amend. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. We're back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will stand for questions.
All right, to speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Barth. Okay, chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do rise in support of the bill. I think the chairman did a good job describing all the parts of it. And I want to say, I think the chairman did a good job running the committee and building this bill. This took a lot of work, putting all those different pieces in there. And I really like the way we did it in committee by having each amount we spent and all the other bills we passed out of committee so we could see where we were in the total tax package. I think it's a great way to build a tax package, and I appreciate the way he did it. This bill has a lot of really good things in it. No bill's perfect, as he said. It's a compromise bill, but it does a lot of good things for the people of Kansas. It moves the food sales tax to 0 on July 1st. It fixes the Social Security cliff, gives a tax break to those people making up to $100,000 in Social Security. It increases the standard deduction and indexes the standard deduction to inflation. And to me, that is extremely important. I was here in 1988 when we set the standard deduction at $3,000. It stayed there until very recently. And at the time, we were conforming we had the same standard deduction as the feds. So we were conforming with the feds. Well, the feds increased the standard deduction each year with inflation. Well, the very next tax year, the tax committee chairman decided, well, let's decouple from that. We don't want that to have to go up every year. I was against it then because I thought it's a good idea to increase that standard deduction with inflation. So I'm glad after all these years, we're finally correcting something that really needed to be done. The other thing is I was here in the 96 and 97 sessions when we talked about putting in a homestead exemption, and we passed that homestead exemption. At the time we passed it, it was $20,000, which provided Kansas with $46 in property tax relief. Finally, it stayed there until last year, last session, we passed the bill up it to 40,000, which increased that tax relief to $92. This bill today, with the 65,000, increases that tax relief to $150. I think we could do a little better. So, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 2 in line 17 by striking $65,000 and inserting $80,000.
Would you like to further explain your amendment?
Yes, I would. So, as I said, the underlying bill increases that homestead exemption from the 40,000 we had it last year to 65,000 this year. This amendment just goes ahead and increases up to $80,000. So that tax relief at 65,000, which would save people $150 a year on their property taxes, that would increase that savings to $184 a year with this amendment. So it makes the bill, I think, just a little bit better, provides a little more property tax relief, and I would stand for questions.
To speak on the amendment, Chair recognizes Vic Miller, Representative Vic Miller. Excuse me.
First, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of thank yous to a lot of people. Thank you to the House leadership. I don't know how many people who've been here in the past have noticed, but there have been a number of improvements this year in process, and I congratulate our leadership for recognizing that. I certainly did, and even though there's more I think we can do, the progress we've made deserves a thank you. A thank you to the tax chairman for being open in terms of accepting testimony and having hearings and crafting a bill that covers a lot of good things. And even though there are things about this bill I do not like, and I will return to the mic to speak to the bill, I wanted to underscore my support for property tax relief. And that's my next thank you. Thank you to the body for what we did this morning, but I wanted to remind you that what we did this morning has no immediate consequence to the problem at hand as to what has happened primarily last year and again this year on rising property taxes. What the committee has done helps a little. And I want to go over the numbers in just a slightly different way than the ranking member, but here's what it amounts to. What the bill does is it provides, and it's easy, you can calculate it to the penny. What the bill does is it gives an additional amount of property tax relief from last year to this year in the amount of $57.50. What this amendment does, it ups that relief by another $34.50. So, it's a good amendment. I support it. Just understand, before you start bragging about all of that, it's really still only $92. But it's something, and I stand in strong support of it and urge the members to do as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion on the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the carrier of the amendment stand for a few questions?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
I don't know if I perhaps might have missed this, but did you have a fiscal note on this?
Okay, I was told 19 million. If you extrapolate what we have in the bill, the amount of money that it cost at 65,000, and every house, which we know there's a house that wouldn't include every house, with 80,000, the maximum it could be is 33 million, but the fiscal note I was given was 19 million. So there's obviously quite a few that drop off.
Okay, yeah, that's a point I wanted to make. When I did my, just a linear analysis of it, it would have been 33 million, but once you get up into that, from the 65,000 up to 80, some homes start dropping off. So I just was curious if we had a good fiscal note on that, and that's 19 million?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Body, I'm going to leave this at your discretion. I think property tax relief is good, but we had a lot of provisions in this bill that were good that we kind of peeled back in the name of trying to be fiscally responsible. I will leave that number up to you. If this adds 19 million to the relief package, is that number a sustainable number still? I'll let each of you decide that. I do think property tax relief is good, but there's a lot of tax relief that is good. We worked hard trying to kind of pare this down in committee. I'll just leave it up to the body. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Sawyer, you may close.
Again, and I appreciate the chairman's comments. We did work hard to keep this down, but even with the 19 million, we're basically around 400 million a year ongoing once you get past 2026 in the total package of tax relief for this bill. So I do think it's still sustainable with our kind of our budget of tax cuts and provides a little more tax relief. I think, and remember, this tax relief is targeted just for residential homeowners. Gives them a little more tax relief, and I think that's important that we give our homeowners a little more tax relief. You know, I don't think this does break the budget. It's within what we're working to do in committee, and I appreciate the work we did in committee. So I'd urge you to vote for the amendment, and I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Sawyer to amend. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. I'm in doubt. Division. Okay, seeing 15 hands, roll call is in order. Has everyone had the opportunity to vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does anyone wish to change their vote? Not seeing anyone. Yeas being 97, nays 23, motion passes. Amendment passes. We're back on the bill. Okay, Representative Sawyers, you may continue.
Again, I support the online bill. I support it even more now with the amendment on there. I do want to add, you know, I said there's a lot of good things in this bill. The one piece initially when we start talking about this bill that gave me some heartburn was the income tax area. Because, you know, I believe in a progressive income tax. If I was keen and had my way, we would add more brackets and increase that standard deduction and help more on the bottom. But I'm not keen. We have to compromise. But even said that, I appreciate the work with the chairman to come up with a 5.25% tax bill that's actually a decent tax bill, I believe. If I did some runs on how it affects different groups of people, you know, if you're a married couple making $35,000 a year with 2 kids, you would get a 46.37% tax cut into this bill, just the income tax piece. You had 40,000, you're still getting a 22% tax cut. That's very significant. I think it does help a lot of people at the bottom end, and I think that's very, very important. We know it's going to help some people at the top end, but you know, they don't get above 7%. So I think it's a balanced approach, and when you look at the overall bill, it's a very balanced bill. It provides property tax relief, takes the food sales tax to 0, which is very important. It indexes a standard deduction, which I think is very important. And even the income tax piece has some balance to it. So I think it's a balanced tax cut approach. And I do think with the basically $400 million a year ongoing cost, it is something that we can afford and provide tax relief to our taxpayers. So I do support this bill.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, a modern economy without a progressive income tax system is like a game of Monopoly. And you know how that works. Everybody starts out with $1,500 and you go around and around the board till one person owns everything. You know, and that's cool in Monopoly. In the Monopoly world, you get to congratulate the winner, then everybody gets $1,500 and starts over. That's not the way it works in the real world. In the real world, poor people stay poor, rich people get richer. One of the things that motivated me to run for this job was the dramatic transfer in wealth from the working class and the middle class to the upper 1% and 5% that we've seen in this country over the last 40 years. And so to that effect, I introduced a bill that was titled number HB 2445. It had a five bracket progressive income tax. You know, we basically have a flat tax right now. If you're an individual, $30,000 of income, you pay the same rate of tax on that income as somebody who makes $1 million a year. You know, and so we're almost there already. But I think a tax system should be based on people's ability to pay. And that's what a progressive income tax system does. This is not a prop. The rates in HB 2445, I think the first rate is 15,000 and the top rate is 250,000. That goes progressively upward from there. And it does raise taxes on the highest 39,000 households in the country, in the state. It lowers it dramatically for everybody else. You know, I've looked at the numbers on this. I really appreciate the fact that there's a so-called zero rates to start with. It really does benefit some people, but people in the middle class really get very little benefit out of this. If you look at this country now, by some measures, the income disparity in this country now is already greater than it was in France before the French Revolution. You know, and we know what happened then. I think there are some good things in this bill. In deference to my leadership, I'm not going to offer this amendment. And based on how the rest of the discussion goes, I may actually vote for the bill because I think there are some things that do benefit people across the spectrum. But I really want to, as we move forward, I really want to make sure we consider the impact of the decisions we make on the income disparity and wealth disparity in this country that's still continuing to grow. Thank you.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, colleagues. I also wanted to join my colleagues on the Tax Committee in commending our chair and our appropriations chair for the way that this bill was crafted. I think that hopefully in the future, we will see all of our major tax plans crafted this way. If you go back and watch the YouTube recording of that committee, you will be able to see a real-time schedule of us breaking down the fiscal note and the affordability of every amendment that we voted on. And as a supporter of transparency, I laud this. And if only our friends across the hall would do the right thing, but not everyone can be us. So first, I wanted to start off by commending the process and saying that I'm very pleased with it. However, right now, this bill is, it's like a really nice guy, right? It's really nice, but it's not our dream date. So I have an amendment to make it perfect.
The amendment, the clerk will read.
Page 2, line 17, by striking $65,000 and inserting $80,000. On page 4 and line 14, by striking years and inserting year. Also in line 14, by striking through 2023 and inserting and all tax years thereafter. On page 5, in line 8, by striking years and inserting year. Also in line 8, by striking through 2023 and inserting all tax years thereafter. By striking all in lines 15 through 20. On page 6, by striking all in line 2. In line 3, by striking all before the period. In line 8, by striking years and inserting year. Also in line 8, by striking through 2023 and inserting all tax years thereafter. On page 1 in the title, in line 1, by striking all after the second semicolon. In line 2, by striking all before decreasing.
Representative, would you like to further explain your amendment?
Yes, I would. Thank you so much. All right. So as you heard, part of this amendment is somewhat redundant, right? Because we all just voted to increase that exemption to 80,000. There was a concern about the fact that we might be upping the fiscal note a little bit more. As you can see, this amendment makes that very affordable. Part of the reason why I brought this is because I still have a little bit of trauma from some of the major budget deficits that we were suffering from the old school Brownback tax plan. There are a lot of people in this room who worked incredibly hard to put the bracket system that we have in place now in place. A lot of you put yourselves at major risk with your districts in order to put that into place. And so what this does is that it pays for the amendment that we just voted for, and it gives a lot of you who do not support a flat tax that could potentially lead us into budgetary ruin. And why would we want to go back? I definitely don't want to go back to that. So it gives you the opportunity to cast a vote for not just a nice guy of a bill, but the absolute dream date. And with that, I stand for questions.
Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the amendment stand for a question? Maybe two.
Hi. What's up?
How are you well, I was about to say this morning, but it is this afternoon, isn't it? I'm just trying to follow with all the different changes in the bill here. Is this simply striking the tax rate? Does this make any adjustments on like the standard deductions or any of the other pieces?
No, all that cool stuff is still in there.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
One of the main reasons that we're trying to simplify our income tax code is, as the representative from Douglas County said earlier, we effectively have a single rate income tax code right now because our threshold limits, the income thresholds are so low. Those have been in place for about 25 years. The $15,000, the $30,000, the $60,000 thresholds. If you graph out the effective tax that you owe, if you had federal adjusted gross income and the tax liability that you have, it's essentially a straight line. We're just trying to simplify the code to make it easier for Kansans. I appreciate the fact that we left in the increases in standard deduction. Those are important. But part of that is simplifying things for the process. So I would encourage the body to vote against this amendment. I think a single rate is a simple way to approach it. It's a fair way to approach it. And I would encourage your support for the underlying bill.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Clayton, you may close.
Thank you. And obviously, I understand that a lot of you will do what you feel that you need to do. I think that if you support this amendment, what you are doing is you are telling your constituents that you support something sensible that will last a very long time. This has everything that we want and something that will last for at least a decade, hopefully. So I would urge your support. I think that this is a solid way to communicate that we want stability for our state without the volatility that a single bracket rate could cause. So with that, Mr. Chair, I close. Thank you.
You've heard the motion by Representative Sawyer Clayton to amend. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Noes appear to have it. Noes do have it. Division's been called. Clerk will open the roll. Has everyone had the opportunity to vote? Clerk will close the roll. 82 voting against, 36 for. Motion fails. We are back on the bill. Representative Sawyer Clayton, you still have the floor if you, okay. All right, Representative Stogsdale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Without trying to give him a bigger head, the chairman did a fine job this year. This is my third session on tax committee. I thought it was the best run and most fair committee that I've served on in tax during my terms here in the House. There are a couple things that I think we can add to this that I think will make it a little bit better. I know a lot of people come up here and say, I have a very simple bill. That isn't. This is a very simple bill. It's an amendment that I have, and I want to have an amendment here.
The amendment appears relatively short. The clerk will read.
Page 12 and line 26 by striking for all taxable years beginning after December 31, 2017. In line 43 after the period by inserting contributions made to a qualified tuition program pursuant to this paragraph on and after January 1, but prior to the date required for filing of return pursuant to KSA 793221 and amendments thereto of the successive taxable year may be elected by the taxpayer to apply the prior taxable year if such election is made at the time of filing the return. In no instance shall the contribution be used as a modification in more than one taxable year. On page 1 in the title, in line 6 after the semicolon by inserting, allowing a taxpayer to elect the taxable year in which a subtraction modification for contributions to a qualified tuition program would be applied.
Representative, would you like to further explain your bill, your amendment?
That was probably longer than it's going to take me to explain this, but one of the best programs we have in the state of Kansas for our children and for our tax-paying parents, grandparents, and so on are the 529 programs, where we can put money into a 529 plan that will help parents over the long haul put together enough money to send their kids to college. And it's a program that's worked successfully all over the country and has worked very successfully here in Kansas. It was supported by our last state treasurer. I talked to our current state treasurer about this amendment. He had absolutely no problem with it whatsoever. And what it does is that we've had constituents, parents and so on that have said, you know, in November and December, the deadline for submitting 529 payments is right now it's December 31st. And they said with the holidays in November and December, sometimes it's hard for us to make those payments. So what this amendment does is simply change the deadline for making a 529 payment from December 31st to April 15th. So parents would have 15 months to make the payments in their 529 programs. All that the 15 payments would be credited in the previous year. And so it would be the year that was ending now, December 31st, those payments could be extended out for 15 months. So that's the gist of the amendment, and I stand for questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Adam Smith.
Good afternoon, Representative.
Good afternoon.
I just want to ask a few questions. Is this identical to the bill that we had introduced in tax
Yes.
we didn't have time to get to, but okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Buddy, this is actually a good amendment. It was a good bill. We simply ran out of time in tax committee to consider this. Our state treasurer visited with me a couple of weeks ago, wanted to know if we would have time. This is a good idea. I think this provides a lot of flexibility for the people that utilize these accounts, and I would encourage your support for this amendment.
Further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Clifford on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question for the carrier. I think this is an excellent idea. I believe in 529 at birth, and now that I'm collecting on it, I really like it. But do you know if this complies with federal law? I know it lines up with IRAs well, but I just don't know the federal law or if this just is a state program. I thought it was done under a section of federal law, and I wonder if we're compliant here.
Well, I checked with the state treasurer on this and also on the revisor, and they seem to think that it is within the parameters of federal law.
Thank you. I'm fully in favor of this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no one else on the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Stogsdill to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close on my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Stogsdill to amend. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. We're back on the bill. And Representative Stogsdill.
I'm going to brag more about my chairman now, so that's it, you know. But this is actually another simple amendment, although it may look a little more complicated. And I would like to submit this.
Would you like to explain your amendment because it appears long?
This is, it kind of goes along with the elimination of the state sales tax on food. We've all seen the wisdom of that. That helps Kansas families. It especially supports our working families and working Kansans and so on. And we've all agreed that's a good deal. What this amendment does is take the state sales tax off of over-the-counter medications. And I've talked to several doctors about this, and they agree that a lot of prescription drugs are just almost out of touch with expense. And if you have good insurance and so on, if you're lucky enough to have good insurance, you can probably afford prescription medications. Or if you're wealthy, you can afford prescription medications. Unfortunately, not everyone is in that position. And what this would do is take the state sales tax off of over-the-counter medications, which a lot of people depend upon. And by the way, we don't charge sales tax on prescription medications. But for the people who can't afford prescription medications and have to count on over-the-counter medications, we add insult to injury, literally injury in some cases, by charging them sales tax. This would eliminate that, and I think it would have the same positive effect on working Kansans and their families as the elimination of the sales tax on food would. I don't think we should be charging sales tax on food or medications on the people of Kansas. So I stand for questions.
Is there a waiving of reading of the amendment? Okay. To speak on the amendment, Chair recognizes Representative Adam Smith.
Thank you. Would the carrier of the amendment stand for a question?
Remember, I think you're.
Did I hear you correctly? You said this would take the state sales tax on food?
No, take the state.
Or state sales tax.
Off of over-the-counter medications.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're incorrect here because we are on quadruple P. This is a sales tax exemption. This is state and local sales tax.
Okay, well, no, yeah, this would just be the state sales tax.
God, I don't think that's what the amendment's doing though, because we're adding another exemption here as I read it.
Okay, well, then I would withdraw it if it, because we do definitely don't want to take the sales tax, the local sales tax off of it. It would
Okay.
just be the state sales tax. And there may be something coming up later that this might be more appropriate for.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this does take it off of it's fully a full exemption.
okay, all right. I would like to go ahead and withdraw it for this point, at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, the amendment has been withdrawn. Is there objection? Seeing none. We are back on the bill. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's pretty exciting. I've known all along that we would be looking at a tax cut, and I've been really looking forward to it, and there's an awful lot of good things on this bill. But I read the supplemental note, and I read the proponents and the opponents. And the proponents are bankers, Americans for Prosperity, Kansas Chamber. There may be others. I don't see any individuals' names. My neighbors didn't come in and say, yes, we want a flat tax. In fact, they didn't even answer me when I called about it last night to say, how do you feel about this? And I didn't get a return call. But opponent testimony included Kansas Action for Children, Kansas National Education Association, and they are saying that it would substantially reduce state revenues available to provide services to Kansas and would disproportionately benefit wealthy taxpayers. Other opponent testimony was Family Conservancy, Kansas Interfaith Action, and others. So I went to work on the bill a little bit more, and I remember in 2017 when we repealed the Brownback experiment, we spent 2 weeks, the women got together and spent 2 weeks studying the bill to repeal that tax. And we brought in experts to explain the situation to us because tax law is difficult. We don't all understand all the ins and outs of what we're doing. So we rejected 2 bills and sent them back to committee. And then we got a bill that we passed, but actually we were really pressured to pass that bill and we needed one more time. We needed to go back and negotiate one more time to get everything just right, but we didn't do it. We caved in. It was the end of the session and we caved in. And I just want to bring this up because I really do appreciate the tax chairman and the committee and my leadership for their good work, and they've been working on it a long time, and it is good work. But I checked with research, and the current amount, the lowest amount of income that anyone pays tax on right now is $15,000. So if you earn $15,000, you're now paying tax of 3.1%. In this bill, it looks to me like that the first charges of tax is paid on income of $4,500, what is it? The threshold is $12,300. If you earn $12,300 and the amount you pay at a flat tax rate is 5.25%. So instead of 3.1% on 15,000, you're paying 5.2% on 12,000. So I have a problem with that because that's the lowest end of the income earners. I wish I had this information a little earlier. I might have been able to drop an amendment to change that. But I didn't understand the total structure of this bill until today, and I still don't understand it all. The next bracket, if you make 30,000, well, 15,000 to 30,000, you pay 5.25%. So you have to make about $30,000 to pay 5.25%. I appreciate the Social Security benefit going to $100,000, and I appreciate the amendment to pay $80,000, to give you $80,000 on homestead exemption. Those are important things. I remember a time when that homestead exemption of $2,000 was really, really important to my family. But while we're flush right now, I don't know where we're going to be in 4 or 5 years. And it doesn't look like this is not the time. I've been telling everybody, don't talk about recession. It isn't going to happen. It isn't going to happen. And I don't want to say it is, but I am a little worried about the bank's failure and what that is going to do in a short amount of time here down the road. People want sales and property tax relief, and we can give that to them. And we could cut the rates of income tax down right now. We could reduce the current plan that we have, and we could still be in a structure that's fiscally responsible. I'm worried about the schools. They are now tied to the CPI, so their cost of operating our schools is going to go up. I'm worried about the education bill that's taking deductions, giving deductions for contributions to private schools and it's increasing that. We've already had vouchers, but this is increasing that. I don't know what that's going to do to our schools and what we're going to have to do to make that up. So I have a problem with it. I probably am not going to support this bill today. We'll see how it goes, and I just wanted to bring those points to the body. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Adam Smith, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, body, for the robust discussion. I do want to make sure tax policy is rather confusing sometimes. I just want to make sure I clear up some of the points that the previous representative addressed. Regarding the numbers, currently the $12,300 number, that was that additional threshold. So we have that $12,300, but then we also add to that the standard deduction and personal exemptions. For the $12,300 would be for married filers filing joint returns. So the actual total where that income tax under the current code, where that income tax begins is at $17,500. Under the new bill with that $12,300 threshold in there, it's now $24,800. Because you stack each one of those provisions. You have the standard deduction, and then you also add in the personal exemption, and then that threshold level, that $12,300 is in addition to all two of those for your total exceptions. Also regarding the fiscal note, as regarded in the supplemental note opponents, when this bill was originally introduced as House Bill 2457, that's where those proponents and opponents came from. The fiscal note was $640 million the first year, $750 million the next year, and then $691 million in that third year. So what we've done in committee is we've cut that almost in half to where that last year, that third year, the fiscal impact is $422 million. So I just want to make sure that we have all the information at hand and that we understand the numbers. It can be quite confusing at times, and I do appreciate the body's indulgence. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises to report, it reports House substitute for Senate Bill 169 favorably as amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Smith to report Senate Bill 169 favorable. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next order of business is House Bill 2232. Hold on a second. Should be 8, isn't it? Disregard that. It'd be Senate Bill 8. Okay, that's fine. To carry Senate Bill 8, Chair recognizes Representative Burkamp. That's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was a little worried there for a second. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of the committee report.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. You may continue.
Senate Bill 8 passed 39-0, and this contains, I would say, two kind of pieces of legislation. The first one deals with property tax renditions. So right now you have to file that by March 15th every year. But what this bill says is starting in 2024, you're only going to have to do that once and only file that again if it changes. The next part will be it's going to reduce penalties if you file it late from 50 to 12.5%. And then parts 3 and 4 deal with one is going to require county appraisers to grant extensions if there's good reason. And then lastly, it's going to, if you have good cause, to include instances in which tangible personal property had previously been classified as real property for granting elevators to give them a break on a court case from last October. The second piece of legislation here comes from House Bill 2411. And what this does is it's going to reduce penalties for late filing from withholding taxes. Today, they're a little overly burdensome. So what it is, we just try to mirror up our penalties with surrounding states. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Does anyone wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Burkamp, you may close.
I guess tough to trump that one. So, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports out SB 8 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Burkamp to report Senate Bill 8 favorable. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next order of business is House Bill 2232. To chair House Bill 2232, the chair recognizes Representative Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments for this House bill.
You may continue.
House Bill 2232 comes to the floor today from the Taxation Committee. This bill grants the Director of Property Valuation the authority to develop qualifying courses for county appraisers to be registered as mass appraisers. Under the current law, all appraisal courses necessary to qualify for the designation of the registered mass appraiser and all continuing education courses necessary to retain the designation are required to be approved by the Real Estate Appraisal Board. During 2022, the Appraisal Board denied 7 courses developed by the Property Valuation Director for registered mass appraisers. What this bill does is it gives the authority back to the Director of Valuations to develop the training courses and the qualifying and the ongoing training courses. Right now, I asked why do they want to change? Well, the board, the appraisal board does not have courses that would qualify a mass appraiser. Now, let me give a definition of a mass appraiser. A mass appraiser is one that would appraise large groups of residents, buildings, things like that, versus one house. And so it would be qualified as a mass appraiser. There were no committee amendments. There were proponents, no opponents, and no neutrals. There is not a fiscal cost to this. I stand for questions.
Would anyone like to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Thompson, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2232 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Thompson to report House Bill 2232 favorable. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next order of business, House Bill 2465. Purposes of carrying House Bill 2465, Chair recognizes Representative Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments, and I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2465 was brought to us by the Kansas Society of CPAs in response to the need for some clarification between the CPAs and Department of Revenue on the Sales and Local Tax Parity Act that we passed last year in response to limitations that were imposed at the federal level regarding the deduction of state and local taxes. In a nutshell, we're trying to provide the CPAs and the Department of Revenue clarification language to avoid double taxation. Under what's called SALT, Sales and Local Taxes, SALT parity, S corporations and partnerships can elect to be taxed at the entity level where they can realize the full deduction of state and local taxes paid when computing their federal taxable income. With taxation at the shareholder level, there are federal limitations on the amount of deductions. There is no fiscal impact to the state because the income tax is still being paid. It's just being paid at the entity level, either the S Corp or the partnership level, as opposed to the individual level. With that, I would stand for questions.
To speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Carrie did a good explanation of the bill. This is just clarification for the SALT Parity Act that we passed last year. This, accountants found some issues with the language we passed. This just clarifies it. So it's a good bill. Urge your support.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Smith, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the body rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2465 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Smith to report House Bill 2465 favorable. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next order of business, House Bill 2317. To carry House Bill 2317, Chair recognizes Representative Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. You may continue.
House Bill 2317 comes to the floor today from the Taxation Committee. This bill provides that certain tax notices and statements be transmitted electronically by the county treasurer if consented to by the taxpayer. And the amendment in the committee was to also include the appraiser for valuation notices. This is ideally a win-win situation for counties and taxpayers, streamlining the process and reducing mailings if the taxpayer chooses to opt into the electronic notification. If a taxpayer does not opt into the electronic notification, they will continue to receive their documents via post office until they do opt in. This gives the taxpayer the ability to decide how they want to receive the notices and saves the county time and money as more forms are sent electronically. I have already mentioned the one amendment in committee, and that includes the county appraiser. There were opponents and there were no neutrals or opponents. Mr. Chair, I stand for questions.
Does anyone wish to speak on the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a good government bill. This would allow the county treasurers to mail out tax notices electronically with permission from the taxpayer. You know, they have to have permission from the taxpayer first. It would also allow appraisers to send out the valuation notices electronically with permission from the taxpayers. So it will save your county some money and be more efficient for taxpayers. So good bill.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Thompson, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2317 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Thompson to report House Bill 2317 favorable. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next order of business, House Bill 2254. To carry House Bill 2054, Chair recognizes Representative Neely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments. I move for approval of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted.
I rise before the body to present House Bill 2254. It brings clarity and fairness to an enormous amount of inconsistencies in our already stifling and rising tax assessment of agricultural businesses. The bill helps to ensure that agricultural businesses stay assessed as agriculture and not as commercial entities. It helps to define and ensure that a business is in agritourism is indeed agriculture in nature. Agritourism activity means any activity that allows members of the general public for recreational, entertainment, or educational purposes to view or enjoy rural activities, including but not limited to farming activities, ranching, historic, cultural, or natural attractions. Agritourism is agriculture. This issue has grown over the past couple of years. There's been honey producers, alpaca farms, farm-to-table beef and pork and vegetable producers, wineries, vineyards, and other forms of agritourism that have all been assessed as commercial. This was said it was done because they sold to the public. An example is a pick-your-own pumpkin patch in northeast Kansas that was changed from agriculture to commercial, and their taxes for the patch from where you picked your pumpkins went from $6,000 to $30,000 a year. On top of taxes, this change of assessment to commercial has had other implications and issues for these entities, as they may not qualify for certain agricultural grants, loans, or even insurance. A barn is still a barn, even if one sells eggs or vegetables out from it. An agricultural product is still an agricultural product if you put it in a bag, bottle, or wrapper. These businesses are not Walmarts, and they should not be classified as one. There were multiple proponents, including Farm Bureau. There were no opponents, and the Department of Commerce was neutral. The fiscal note by the Department of Revenue, the League of Municipalities, and Kansas Association of Counties, though long and drawn out, says there is a negligible effect, but potentially less taxes would be collected going into various funds and funding. I would argue that many of these businesses that are assessed as commercial will be out of business next year if we don't pass this, and therefore would not be producing any taxes for any funding or any funds. And I will stand for questions.
To speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Corbett.
Could I ask you a couple of questions? So Representative, you've heard some of the stories, but can you tell me just a couple of people that you know personally that's almost lost their businesses because of this situation?
Absolutely. There's been multiple. I have been contacted by multiple businesses across the state. Two of them have been closed down over the last 2 weeks. One of them was shut down this last Thursday, and a group of 4-H kids had to turn around and move a 400-person event to another county.
You know, if this agritourism stuff's going to grow, it's going to need a little help. So I've got an amendment.
The amendment appears relatively short. The clerk will read.
Page 1, following line 6, by inserting new section 1, property utilized as a registered agritourism location pursuant to KSA 321432, and any construction projects thereon shall be solely regulated by the Kansas Department of Agriculture for any and all building permit requirements or building codes, and renumber sections accordingly on page 1 in line 35 by striking statute book, inserting Kansas Register, also on page 1 in the title in line 1 after concerning by inserting land devoted to agriculture relating to, also in line 1 by striking all after the first semicolon, in line 3 after the semicolon by inserting relating to registered agritourism locations, providing regulations solely by the Kansas Department of Agriculture.
Representative, you may continue to.
Thank you,
explain
Chairman.
your amendment.
Basically, this amendment does a couple of things. If the property is already ag and they're a part of the registered agritourism business, any and all construction projects and shall be solely regulated by the Department of Agriculture, such as building permits and codes. And this will be published in the Kansas Register. We've got to get something done before these people are shut down. And some of the rules and regs that are put on these people are impossible for them to be there. If you've got a barn or a wagon or a pumpkin patch or a berry picking, sometimes less government is what it needs. And I remind everybody that some of your biggest businesses in the country, Apple, Coca-Cola, everything starts really small. Give these people a chance to fail or thrive upon themselves. Let's not have government be stomping on them before they get a chance to be anything. Thank you.
Speak on the amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Yes, sir. Get away. Get away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'll talk about the amendment. So attention commerce fans, remember this bill last year in commerce where local governments, counties were not giving these wineries their CMB licenses or a DE license like it was intended so that they could sell their wine, other people's wine and beer. We had to do a bill to make sure that the counties understood that they had to give them these licenses and that they were to be regulated by the Department of Agriculture. As a result of that bill passing and some wineries testifying, they were targeted, it appears, by the counties. And now they're all being reclassified as commercial. One winery in my area, I think her property tax went from $7,300 to $70-some thousand. in 1 year because of the reclassification, simply because they're selling items that are agriculture products. This bill has been in the works for the entire session. And now the counties have seen this coming, and some of them are teaming up with a memorandum of understanding with the fire marshal so that they can still try to regulate these wineries. For some reason or another, they're targeting these agribusinesses that were always intended to be regulated by the Department of Agriculture, and they're going to drive them out of business. And so I do support the underlying bill again this year. And I do support this amendment because it's important that the Department of Agriculture work with these wineries and agribusinesses to come up with rules and regulations and their own type of regulations. And so I would urge you to vote for this amendment and certainly vote for the underlying bill. We need to help these wineries stay in business. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Neely.
This is an absolutely friendly amendment. It will help possibly get some of these businesses back and will make it so that some of them can continue. So this is absolutely, in my opinion, a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier stand for a question or two?
My dear, my man, what are we up to?
Help me feel comfortable voting for this. I need to know if the Kansas Department of Agriculture has in their agency people who are qualified and experienced in addressing building codes.
I talked to Secretary Bean before I put this on here, and I think that they have people that can understand the basics of this amendment. I talked to Secretary Bean before I put this together, and I'm sure that they have people qualified to work this and put this together.
Okay. Do we know which building code they're going to use because we don't have a statewide building code?
I think before this year's over, this will all be put together, but we're at the point right now where people are who've put their life savings on the line to follow the rules of the agritourism manual they put out. They followed the manual, did what they were told, and now we're in a life or death situation with just some county officials.
And I appreciate that, and I understand that. We had a previous bill where in a previous session, we had given authority to do something to an agency that was not equipped to do it. And I want to make sure we're not doing that again. I am with you in the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish here. I just want to make sure that we're not putting on an agency something that they're not equipped to do. And we don't know what building code they're going to use. Building codes are decided locally. I don't know how we know which building codes they're going to use.
I think when things are zoned as ag zoning is a lot different than city zoning. And I think the reason we're trying to go this way is that if you want the ag tourism to grow in this state, you need somebody that understands maybe farming, ag, and basic zoning. These people are just like in Morton Barnes or not even that much. And I think you just got to give the department a chance and kind of put a little faith in your fellow Kansans.
Okay, well, thanks for answering my questions. I just wanted to feel comfortable so I could, make up with you a little bit. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Would the carrier stand for a question? I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I'm reading this right. Your new section 1 says property utilized as a registered agritourism location, pursuant to the statute, shall be solely regulated by the Kansas Department of Agriculture for any and all building permit requirements or building codes. So,
yes.
So you're getting rid of all local building codes that would apply.
I think if it's an ag and agritourism operation, that the Department of Ag would be a good place to do that.
Do they have, the Department of Ag have building codes, building inspect? I mean,
Well, the problem with this is everything you see here, these building codes and permits, they really don't, they really don't belong to the operations that we're doing. I mean, it's, I guess what I'm saying is, if you truly do not want a business to thrive, I'll give you a good example. You know, one guy called me and he said, you know, I've got like a you pick it situation, just a farm, berries or whatever. And he gives me a call and he says, I don't want this to happen because I don't want the dust coming down my road. Well, it's really not his road, but that's how it starts. And he calls the county commissioner or whatever, and the zoning, and before long, the guy that's put a lot of money in this U-Pick cannot expand or continue his operation.
well, okay, if I have a barn and I hold like these big celebrations, 250, 300 people.
Or most of these won't be that big, but okay.
Okay, but a large number of people, let's say 100 people, I don't know what the, so I have to worry about the structure of that building or fire codes, or, I mean,
As having a business myself, you can have all your inspectors and all your people come out and give it the blessing. And if something happens, the first person to be sued would be me. You know what I'm saying? And most of these people aren't that big, but I understand your concerns.
yeah, that is it.
And I'm just trying to find a way to get these people, just getting them a start.
Well,
And as it grows, if it grows bigger, then they maybe can go to the county commissioners with a plan that would lay something out. But it's just like putting a crop. You wouldn't buy a $500,000 combine just to start a little operation.
I know, I understand those concerns, I understand that's what the underlying bill's about, but thank you.
Thank you.
Look, we have the underlying bill to help protect these agritourism businesses, but I think this is going too far, totally getting rid of all building codes, building permits. I think this is kind of dangerous and not the kind of thing we probably ought to be doing on the fly on the House floor. So I oppose the amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was sitting there taking my afternoon nap, looking out the window, enjoying my day, and then this issue rears its head once again in this legislature. We've heard about this before in multiple places at multiple times. Now, let's face it, we can save business in Kansas a whole lot of money if we just do away with building codes, period. It'll be cheaper to do business in Kansas without a building code. And you know, the fact of the matter is, in the majority of instances, the restaurant, the theater, the venue will never catch fire. No one will be hurt. And tickets to get in to see the movie will be cheaper. But the reason that we have building codes is to protect the public's safety in those circumstances where the absence, for example, of proper fire exits leads to tragedy. And it does happen. Sadly, today, it even happens in movie theaters because deranged individuals with guns sometimes show up and people have to bolt for the exits. What this amendment seeks to do is to say if this is some sort of an agricultural pursuit, and of course the classic example is the so-called farm winery, which also has an events space and perhaps an area where 100 or 150 people are gathered. What this is really about is saying, since this has something to do with agriculture, we therefore don't need to worry about the public safety anymore. Odds are it probably won't happen. Odds are the agribusiness person will make more money, the tickets will be cheaper, and life will go on just fine.
But if it's you or your loved ones who die because there are insufficient exits from a place of public accommodation, or if it's you and your family who contracts communicable illness because of the status of sewer, plumbing, lagoons, septic tanks, water wells, etc., then it becomes a real problem. So I know that my friend from Auburn is sincere in wanting to see a reduction of regulation upon business. And places where that can be borne out as being something that could be accomplished without endangering the public safety, it ought to be done. But this is certainly not one of those instances. The other thing is, it results in unfair competition for businesses that describe themselves as agriculture related, as opposed to those who are, in fact, what they appear to be, and that's a restaurant, or a wedding venue, or a theater, or a stage production house. All of those businesses have to comply with the building code. They have to spend the extra money, sometimes even for emergency lighting systems, sometimes for hot running water in the bathrooms, hot running water in the places where the food is prepared. Part of the reason we have regulation for business is to make sure we have a fair and level playing field for all businesses. If you create a system whereby if you call yourself agriculture related, you don't have to have hot water, you don't have to have vents on your sewer system, you can let your lagoon run out into the ditch, then we don't have that level playing field anymore. So I understand. It seems to be, at first blush, a great idea. These are things out on the farm. It's no big deal, but that's not what we're talking about anymore. So I think it's only fair that if you call yourself an agribusiness and you invite the public to come to your agribusiness, to dine, to dance, to drink, to celebrate, that you should comply with the same types of health and safety regulations as any other business. Otherwise, you're giving one category of business an unfair advantage over others. So as much as I'd like to help my friend and people in his business by passing this amendment, I cannot vote for HB 2254, the amendment thereto, and I urge that you don't vote for this amendment either. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion? Chair recognizes Representative Robinson.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, how should I say this? One of the people that helped me when I started with the Quindaro Underground Railroad explained that when you enter Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, you have these grain elevators because the Mennonite or the Quakers, there may be some other group, I'm getting confused, but they moved into Kansas to help grow wheat, to help advance the Union and to abolish slavery. If this is making any sense at all with what happened to the Ukraine and the disaster, I didn't know that we weren't the breadbasket of the world anymore until the Russian and Ukrainian crisis. I thought Kansas still provided the world wheat. So anything we can do to make sure that something as simple as agriculture has sustainability and a spine, I'm probably out of order for speaking about this, but it just seemed like it would make sense to not turn the back on the people that provided bread for liberty. So that's what I wanted to say.
Chair recognizes Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions about whether this amendment really fits in with the underlying bill, so I'd like the Rules Committee to look at it and challenge the germaneness.
Germaneous has been challenged. The Rules Committee will meet and report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We took a look at this. We looked at the bill, which clearly the bill, especially the pieces that have been amended, have to do with property classification for the purposes of valuations. It's a tax bill. That's another thing we looked at. The amendment, while it also deals with agribusinesses, and I mean, we can see why someone would think there were enough connections. The amendment's different chapter, different section. It deals with who oversees agritourism. It doesn't fit within a tax bill, and we don't find that it lines up with the property classification piece that's the subject of the bill. And so we find that the amendment is not germane. Thank you.
The ruling by the Rules Chair is that it is not germane. We are back on the bill. Representative Corbett, you may continue. You may continue on the bill. You may continue on the bill.
Thank you, Representative Patton. Anyway, the underlying bill is a good bill, and I'd rather get that bill passed. We'll work on this later.
All right, anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Smith, Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
I'm ready now.
You may read.
On page 3 in line 38, by striking 2022 and inserting 2020.
Representative, would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to commend the proponents of this bill. When they brought this to the tax committee, they were very sensitive to the impact of making retroactive tax changes. And so when they proposed the bill, they just requested that it be from this point forward. That's the date that's in the bill, 2022. By all rights, and I'm going to leave this to the body, it's at your discretion because they did not want to jeopardize the bill. But by all rights, I feel we should probably take this back to when the changes were implemented to hold harmless, try to make whole the people that this has already impacted. And that's the reason for the date change. It just takes it back to 2020 instead of 2022. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Really don't like making retroactive tax law. Could the carrier stand for question? Okay.
For the record, I don't either.
I know. This is like, so the reason you're doing this, can you explain why why we do something retroactive? Because that is not usually a good idea.
Certainly, yes, and I appreciate that sentiment. It's a sentiment that I share, and that's why the bill was originally introduced, effective from now forward. But the fact of the matter is, we've changed the statutes. We've changed the way things read, and that caused some confusion, and that's what started this process a couple years ago. Several entities have experienced, you've heard from the speakers at the well here, some people have been significantly impacted by this. There are court cases, there's litigation pending right now, depending on what we do with this policy. Will probably determine the outcome of those cases, but I just thought it would be really clean to take this back. It's property tax, so retroactivity on things like income taxes is really bad. But I feel like it's only right, since we changed the law and we created that uncertainty with Department of Revenue and PVD and our local county appraisers to where they misinterpreted this and the legislative intent. Again, I'm leaving it up to the will of the body, but I'm just trying to go back and try to hold harmless the folks that were impacted by this.
I understand, but in some ways, property tax is the worst to go retroactive on, because the local governments, that money was already, in their budgets, when they did their budgets. You try to go back now, and we don't know the fiscal note, and some counties, this could be significant. That's the thing I'm concerned about, this going back retroactive like that.
Yes, and I will say I know of only a handful of cases. I'm not sure how this could impact those local governments. If you had a county that had done this to a lot of properties that fell in this reclassification, it could be an impact, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, and there's a lot of concerns when we try to do retroactive tax policy, and particularly now we're talking about something that affects local governments. They've already, you go back to 2020, we're going backwards. That's money that they'd already planned in their budgets and spent. I mean, this could be kind of dangerous. I just have a concern about retroactivity. I'd feel a lot more comfortable just pass the original bill and go forward, because when we do stuff retroactive, it has unintended consequences. So I just want to express those concerns.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Neely.
Also, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also with this, a few years ago, we received some federal money that the state put out a book on agritourism. Much to the chagrin of the people that followed the how-to on this book, they were the ones that were changed over to commercial because they were selling to the public. And that's what is being said. If you sell to the public, you are commercial. So the book was several hundred pages. It was USDA and Department of Agriculture put it out. And if you followed it, then you ended up being commercial. Therefore, these people were hurt by some of the things that we did, and then the county misinterpreting that they were no longer agriculture because they were commercial. And this was done by Department of Revenue and BOTA, making their decisions that if you sell to the public, that you're a commercial building. And as I said before, these are still agricultural entities. They are not Walmarts. They are not, dime stores. They are still agriculture, and all they're trying to do is invite people out and everything to enjoy the country. Thank you.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So these counties were wrong with what they did, right? They reclassified these businesses as commercial when they're not. And so it doesn't matter how far we go back, we've got to fix it. We've got to make it right for the wineries and the agribusinesses. It doesn't matter how it messes anything else up. They were wrong and they're still wrong, and we need to fix it, and that's it. Thanks.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Smith, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close and move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Smith to amend. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. We're back on the bill. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Neely, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate everybody talking and working some things out, stuff that way. This is going to help a lot of these businesses. So we want to turn around and try and keep these small businesses alive here in Kansas. Mr. Leader, I move when the body rises to report, they report House Bill 2254 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Neely to report House Bill 2254 favorable. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next bill, 2036. To carry 2036, Chair recognizes Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise before the body to present House Bill 2036. This bill comes to the floor from the Taxation Committee, and there are no committee amendments.
Go ahead.
A motto that is near and dear to me is this: No sacrifice too great, no mission too difficult, duty first. It's the motto of the 1st Infantry Division stationed at Fort Riley, Kansas. It's the motto of men and women who have rallied around as they've gone into combat, out to gunnery, and yes, even to the motor pool. Although mottos vary from division to division, wing to wing, and fleet to fleet, all service members, men and women of the armed forces, understand the sacrifices they make. When America called, our men and women went. Some were drafted to Vietnam. Others volunteered during the Cold War, Desert Storm, the Balkans, global war on terrorism, Iraq, Afghanistan, and now Poland and Romania. Why did they go? They went to protect the freedom we have in America. Our veterans have spent months on end away from their families. Many have faced hostile enemies in combat theaters of operation. They've been deployed to areas of operation to deter threats from hostile countries. And they've spent days and weeks and months away from their family training and preparing for the next call to deploy. I have friends who have been deployed 4 to 7 times for 9 to 12 months at a time. Far too many veterans have sustained injuries, both physically and mentally. Many have lost brothers and sisters to war or suicide, but they stayed in the fight, standing strong for America, continuing to defend freedom without blinking an eye. This bill recognizes the service of those men and women who have received service-connected disability. House Bill 2036 would create, beginning in tax year 24, a graduated property tax exemption for homestead property owned by, actually and regularly occupied by certain disabled veterans or surviving spouses of disabled veterans. The graduated exemption would apply as follows. Veterans with a service-connected disability rating of 30%, but less than 40%, would receive an exemption of 60% of the assessed value of their home. This exemption would increase 10% with each 10% increase in the service-connected disability rating. Veterans with a service-connected disability rating in excess of 70%, those who are permanently confined to a wheelchair, and those who are at least 65 years old would receive full exemption. Individuals receiving less than full exemption would be eligible for refunds under the Homestead Property Tax Refund Act, but individuals receiving a full exemption would be ineligible for such refunds. Surviving spouses of eligible disabled veterans would continue to be eligible unless they remarry. House, we are losing veterans with an outward migration from Kansas. These veterans are migrating to states that offer property tax exemptions. I spoke to a disabled veteran in Missouri this past month who told me this, and these were his words. He said, if you pass this bill in Kansas, I will strongly consider moving back across the state line. Additionally, I spoke to another retired officer at Fort Riley who has had 8 or more friends and or neighbors who have been migrated out of Kansas to Florida or Texas because of their support of veterans. As a state, I hope that we can reverse this trend. Approval of this bill is one step toward reversing the process. The Department of Revenue estimates enacting the bill would reduce property tax revenues by $8.1 million in fiscal year 25, $8.67 million in fiscal year 26, and $9.25 million in fiscal year 27. Proponents for this bill were Representative Proctor, representatives from the Kansas Disabled Veteran Lobby and Military Officers Association of America, Kansas chapter, and private citizens. There were write-in proponent testimonies from the Aftermarket Logistics, the Kansas Association of Counties, Santa Fe Trail VFW Post 846, and the VFW, and by 10 private citizens. There was one opponent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, I will stand for questions.
Speak on the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body, we have a responsibility to stand with those who protect us. And the carrier of the bill very eloquently described all the sacrifices that these service members make protecting us and keeping us free. I'd just like to share with you a couple things. First, in October this year, in this chamber, we had the state leadership of 20 different veteran service organizations come together, myself the majority leader, and talk to us about what it is they need us to do for the people that they represent, the veterans that served. And this was their number one priority. This is the thing that they said that they needed most. And it was about keeping veterans here in Kansas. And that's what I wanted to talk about. $9 million is a pretty big price tag. And I want to explain to you what it is that you're getting for that. Besides the fact that these folks served and that they served honorably and they sacrificed for us, and they're very deserving, there's also a big benefit to Kansas from this, and that's what I wanted to talk about. We're the number 5 state in the union to move out of, and a big chunk of the people that are moving out of this state are service members that separate at our facilities here in Kansas and then go to other states. Those are folks that have, many of them degrees, many of them advanced degrees. Their spouses have degrees. They have job skills that they learned in the military. They have kids that could be going to college in our states using the 9/11 GI Bill. And instead, they're going to other states with better benefits for disabled veterans. The other day in the Veterans Caucus, we had some representatives from the VFW who run the Veteran Service operation, getting service members applied for this VA benefits. And the numbers that they gave us were really stunning. $700 million every year they identify, that's an annual benefit, they identify that veterans are entitled to through the VA disability program. $700 million. But $500 million of those dollars leave the state and go other places because the benefits for disabled veterans are better in those places. If only 20% of those folks, because of this bill, decide to stay here in Kansas, that's $100 million. Just the property or just the sales tax that they'll pay on that money will pay for this bill if they stay here. And so I think this is very important for Kansas. When we drafted the bill, we unintentionally left folks eligible for the homestead exemption. The Homestead Act allows disabled veterans that make under $50,000 a year, they get a rebate on their property taxes. That was not intended. This was intended to be an either or. Either they took this benefit or they took the homestead exemption. So to fix that problem, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 2, line 4, by striking all after 1, by striking all in lines 5 and 6, in line 7 by striking 2, in line 9 by striking or and inserting any homestead property that is granted an exemption under this section shall not be eligible for, and redesignating subsections, paragraphs, subparagraphs, and clauses accordingly.
Would you like to explain your amendment further?
Mr. Chair, all this does is makes it clear in the bill that if a veteran takes this exemption, which is much more lucrative than the homestead exemption, then they're not eligible for that Homestead Act exemption. I'll stand for questions.
Speak on the amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try to cover 2 in 1 here. I support the underlying bill, so I'll just say that right now, that I think this is a good bill and we ought to support it. And I do support the amendment because I don't think we want people to be able to take both benefits. Although I would, for most people, this one's going to be a lot better. So I would, but we certainly don't want them taking both. But I do support the underlying bill as well. So Support the bill, support the amendment.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Proctor, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Proctor to amend. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. We are back on the bill. Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The folks that are right now separating from the military and leaving our state, every one of them, they raised their hand and they swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution and to protect our freedoms. I think the least that we can do for them is this bill. So I urge your support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Vic Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the carrier of the bill answer a question or two?
Sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
We had some confusion this morning in our caucus when we were discussing the bill. And what led to the confusion was the use of the term retired veteran. I haven't had a chance to look close enough at the bill, but I'm thinking that means retired from the military. Am I correct?
Correct, to be retired, but also disabled. I'm retired, but I have no disability.
Oh, really?
I should. Maybe I'll walk like I should.
And all that's required from your, to qualify for this is military service, not necessarily active service.
There's a certain requirement for when you apply for the VA, you have to have been on active duty or Reserve National Guard to be to receive that disability. So there's a lot of different factors go into it, but the packet goes in and they make a decision on your disability.
And as I understand it, this exemption, you can only qualify for this exemption if your disability was service-related.
Service-related disability.
Now, I have one of the concerns, I like this bill, okay? We cannot do enough for our veterans. But one of my concerns is the fiscal note. And when you gave, and I just read the fiscal note, and when you gave the numbers on the fiscal note, the way I read it, it's calculated merely as a cost to the state of Kansas.
There's an additional cost to the local municipalities. That's a fact.
And the fiscal note indicated that they couldn't estimate what that is.
That's correct. I actually spoke with a county that I represent, and they said it's hard to figure out what that would be. And they have a large number of veterans in that area.
Thank you. And my concern is not for my county. My concern is for counties like the carrier of the bill, where we have a concentration, or at least my perception is, we have a high concentration of retired veterans that would qualify, and the impact that it will have on those smaller tax bases and the more expensive fiscal note impact. So I'm just going to throw out an idea. I'm going to support this bill, but as it works its way through, I think if we're going to exempt property and cost the local units of government money, we should provide that money. So that's something to think about, and that would, I think, mitigate the disproportionate impact that this bill will have on certain jurisdictions, and I'm willing to pay for it. Thank you.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask you to support this. I ask you to support it for my two sons. Thank you.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in support of House Bill 2036. It's not very often that I can come down and speak, but you know, there were 4 children in my family and my father was a master sergeant. So we were raised with a very strong military background. My brother is a retired officer. My husband is a retired officer, and I have 2 brother-in-laws that are retired officers as well. None of them have a disability that I know of, but I do know how dedicated they were. My father had one. He had a disability before he passed away. And I think if he was still living today and he was eligible, I would want him and my mother to have some benefits for the sacrifice that my father made. And actually for the sacrifice that the whole family makes when you're in the military. It's not just my father, but my mother played a major role because when my father was gone on undesirable missions and he was gone, my mother was the sole person that took care of the 4 children. I think a military officer, enlisted person, anyone associated with it, sacrifices on behalf of this country. Their life is always on the line, and their retirement benefits are what they rely on. So by giving them a break when they have given all of us many breaks, I believe is the least we can do. And I hope you would pass HB 2036. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Butler, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To follow up with one of the questions, Fort Riley in that area does have a lot of veterans. But when I talked to the counties, they said, you know what, we're going to support this. And so even there's a cost, they still support it because they know how important it is. Over the years, Kansas has lost veterans and their families due to migration away from the state in search of a state that provides veterans with a property tax exemption. The men and women, as well as their families, could be added to the workforce at a time when we need qualified workers. This bill will be a step in the right direction to keep veterans in the state of Kansas. Join me today in approving this bill. Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises to report, it reports House Bill 2036 as amended favorably for passage. Duty first.
You heard the motion by Representative Butler to report House Bill 2036 favorable. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next bill tonight is 2416. Chair recognizes Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. HB 2416 has 2 portions to it. The first one is...
There was a committee report.
I'm sorry. Dang it. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. The committee report is adopted. Now you may continue.
Now I can continue. Sorry about that, colleagues. HB 2416 covers a tax, I've gone blank. It's a tax exemption for 8 of the 11 area aging agencies to help feed the retired and older citizens in our communities. 3 of them are already supported by county taxes, and the rest of them would like to have some tax break as well. These area aging places feed the elderly at lunchtime. They deliver meals. They take care of, they have social activities for them, and they're all wonderful agencies, and they're asking for a tax exemption. Also put into this bill was from 2306, which got amended into 2416, and that is for the Kansas Suicide Prevention Headquarters, because they would like to have a tax exemption so that they can provide services. They're saying about 3,300 hours of counseling via the hotline. Well, I know we've talked a lot about the needs of mental health needs for our whole state, and they're asking for a tax exemption. Theirs is has a very small fiscal note of about, I have it over here. Together, they're all about 300,000. So it's a very small thing to do to help our senior citizens as well as our community people that are having problems with considering suicide. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
For discussion on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
I don't have any questions. Thank you. I do rise in support of the bill. We have two different sales tax exemptions have been put together in this bill. One deals with aging area. Yeah, agencies on aging, AAAs. There are 11 of them in the state. 3 of them currently have a sales tax exemption because they're associated with county governments. The other 8 are nonprofits, and they are paying the sales tax. But one thing I will say about this, most of their revenue comes from government sources. So we're essentially taxing other government money with the sales tax. So you have both a fairness issue where 3 AAAs, agencies on 3 area agencies on aging, the tongue twister, are currently tax exempt, the other 8 aren't. So you have that fairness issue, then you also have the case where it's kind of taxing government money. Then the other sales tax exemption we put in here was for the suicide prevention HQ. That, again, is mostly government money that comes in. So we're kind of, again, taxing government money that funds that suicide hotline. So we've got a fairness issue, and we got a case where we're taxing government money. So it makes sense, I think, to go ahead and add these sales tax exemptions. And as she mentioned, the total cost, I think, of everything was about $337,000 for all 8 area agencies on aging and the suicide hotline.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
It's okay, though. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, all right, hello, friends. I have an amendment. Go ahead and turn this in.
The amendment is moderate.
Which is why you should support it.
Clerk will read.
Page 39, line 31 by striking and, in line 37 after state by inserting and, R. All sales of feminine hygiene products and diapers, children's and adults, including disposable diapers, as used in this subsection. Number 1, adult diapers means diapers other than children's diapers. Number 2, children's diapers means diapers marketed to be worn by children. Number 3, diaper means an absorbent garment worn by humans who are incapable of or having difficulty controlling their bladder or bowel movements. And number 4, feminine hygiene products means tampons, panty liners, menstrual cups, sanitary napkins, and other similar tangible personal property designed for feminine hygiene in connection with the human menstrual cycle. On page 1 in the title, in line 2 by striking and inserting a comma, in line 3 after ink by inserting and sales of feminine hygiene products and diapers.
Would you like to further explain your amendment?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so body, as you heard, this is a tax exemption. We like those. A tax exemption for feminine hygiene products, diapers for children, and diapers for adults. The way that I see this is that, first of all, we saw in the last gubernatorial campaign support for this from both candidates, both the Republican and the Democrat. For all I know, we might have had independent candidates who support this as well. Part of the reason why I stand in strong support of this is that this is a tax relief for anyone who is a caregiver. If you have children that you take care of, this is a tax relief for you, a piece of tax relief for you. How many of you have had to be caregivers for adults, whether they are your parents, spouses, or other people? We think about a lot of that extra expense, and a lot of this is about human dignity. Eventually, all of us will, God willing, will live long enough to have to either take care of a spouse that needs these products or to use them ourselves. And so I've heard some of the argument that because this includes feminine hygiene products, that it is not for everyone. But a lot of us have young women at home that we take care of. So I really want you all to consider this in the fact that this is tax relief for those of us who have human beings at all ages that we love and that we care for. This gives us an opportunity to support something that has had broad bipartisan support, again, from both candidates for governor. And I will go ahead and stand for questions, but again, I really would like you to strongly consider supporting this. I think that there is something in this for everybody, and most importantly, this is a tax exemption that will allow people to continue to have dignity. I stand for questions.
To speak on the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is something that I think should be vetted by itself within tax committee, and we need to send this back. I would consider this an unfriendly amendment.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Representative Sawyer.
I'm going to rise in support of the amendment. This was an issue, as she mentioned, that both Governor Kelly supports and former Attorney General Derek Schmidt supported back in the campaign. So it's got bipartisan support. You know, it helps virtually everybody in the state. Everybody has to buy these kind of products at some point in time. So I support it.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill or the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Landwehr.
I understand the desire by the carrier to actually do this, but if you listen to what the carrier of this bill has talked about, let it be vetted through the committee. Yes, maybe on the campaign trail, it was a good talking point, but I don't recall, and maybe the tax chair can correct me on this, is that the governor proposing this to be tied to any of her budgets. I'm not even sure if we know what the fiscal note is. We've heard of other tax exemptions today. Those just keep adding up, and every time you do that, you're having to pay local units of government, you're having to pay your schools, because they all rely on a lot of these taxes. So I would ask that you oppose the amendment.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We hand out tax exemptions and tax breaks for anybody and everybody today, but we leave babies and mothers behind. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the carrier, the amendment stand for a few questions.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, so can you restate exactly what qualifies for this exemption? which hygiene products? I understand there's adult diapers, diapers for infants, and then feminine hygiene products.
Yes.
Okay. How extensive on the feminine hygiene products? Because I know in a previous amendment, there was stuff like that applied to men as well, like sunscreen and those things. But does your amendment include those items?
No, it does not. Would you like me to read it out loud? So we've got the definition. If we look at section 4 of the definition, feminine hygiene products means tampons, panty liners, menstrual cups, sanitary napkins, and other similar tangible personal property designed for feminine hygiene in connection with the human menstrual cycle. Let's give Jane credit. She's way better at this than I am.
Okay. Thank you. Does it apply to cloth diapers as well?
No, it does not.
Do you have an estimate or a fiscal note on how much this would cost?
Yes, I absolutely do. So members, if you can go ahead and go on the website and pull up HB 2009, and as you do, you will see the fiscal note there. So like our tax chair, who is a good and decent man who crafts things, I wanted to make sure that I put the entirety of that already has the fiscal note. So when you support this, you will know exactly how much it will cost.
So do you know what that number is?
It's, I believe, 8.3 million for the first year. For subsequent years, I cannot quite recall, so you will need to pull that up and look it up.
Thank you. I came up here today just because I have 2 kids in diapers right now. Not that I necessarily need the tax relief, but this is something that came up in my community. Someone asked about, would I support a diaper bank? And I wasn't sure what the concept was, but I guess in some areas of the country, it's basically a place where folks can get diapers at no cost or at a discounted level. And so I checked in my community to see what services we had. We have a Salina Emergency Aid Food Bank, which doesn't have any tax subsidy at all, no government funding. It's all private donations. And they provide foodstuffs, other items, including diapers, Catholic Charities. The Pregnancy Service Center of Salina provides diapers. And so I know there are institutions and different organizations in our communities that do provide charitable items to support women, children, and our families. So I do appreciate, it sounds like the fiscal note is manageable. And I'll leave it up to the will of the body to decide how you deem, obviously, whether you support it or not. But I think I will support it because, you know, rather than just be a talking point, let's maybe consider supporting it and not just talk about it, but actually do something about it. And perhaps it'll be considered further in conference. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Representative Watzinger.
The carrier of the amendment, please stand for a question. Could you define for me feminine?
What?
Could you define for me feminine?
Are you okay?
I am. Well, I also see it says human menstrual cycle, and I thought, I'm just getting confused because it sounds like you're not quite sure. So if you could explain that to me, I would appreciate it. I'm asking for your definition.
Well, I believe that what we can do is look, this is based on the statutory definition of what these products are. So as we look in statute, that's what they are called in statute. I realize that you are trying to make a point, and I am not going to allow you to make that point. You are not going to turn something that is decent tax relief for hardworking Kansans into something ugly. I will not accept that.
Oh. I guess she doesn't know the answer.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Clayton, you may close.
Thank you. So I would like to refute a couple of some of the concerns that were raised about how this wasn't vetted. Now, I know that we have a lot of new members in the body, but we have had a hearing in the House Tax Committee on this very bill. So if you go and pull that up, we would have to look at what the bill was last year, but you would be able to see extensive support for this. I think that this is a wonderful opportunity for us to give tax relief to caregivers, which are primarily women. We have a lot of people who are primary caregivers, and usually these are the people that are changing children's diapers, that are taking care of their own human dignity. And by removing that extra tax on baby diapers and on hygiene products, we are allowing more people to enter into the workplace. Anyone who has ever had to send a child to daycare knows that they do not accept cloth diapers. This is an added cost. So this is not only tax relief, but it is also something that helps us with our workforce issues. You can have the opportunity to take a vote to provide this relief, which I strongly urge you to do, or you cannot. That is something that you will have to live with, but it'll be a lot easier for you all to sleep at night if you vote yes. I urge your support. Thank you.
You heard the motion by Representative Clayton to amend. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Those appear to have it. Division's been called. Seeing 15 hands, this is a roll call vote. Clerk will open the roll. Has everyone had the opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, noes being 79, yeas 43, motion fails. We are back on the bill. Representative Clayton, would you still have the floor? Okay. All right. Representative Stocksdale. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll try this again. This is the same amendment I brought earlier in the day. I am encouraged that we are at least talking about how to help some of our most vulnerable people here in Kansas. The sales tax on food. And now, as I say, this bill follows that up. And just to reiterate what I said earlier, this bill was fully vetted by or this amendment was fully vetted last year in tax committee. It passed unanimously out of the tax committee. It just never came above the line for a vote. But this was a bipartisan bill last year. Hopefully it's a bipartisan amendment this year. And again, what it does is that the wealthiest people in Kansas and those with really excellent insurance, they can afford prescription drugs. And we don't charge sales tax on prescription drugs for the wealthiest and luckiest people in Kansas to have really good insurance. Where we do charge sales tax is on over-the-counter medications, which a lot of people who can't afford prescription drugs, and I've checked out this with doctors in our district, and they said, absolutely. We have people come in here that we know cannot afford the prescription drugs that we would like to have them use. So we have to tell them to use certain over-the-counter medications. This helps them with that effort by taking the sales tax off of those over-the-counter medications. This helps some of the most vulnerable working Kansans and their families in the state. And that's basically it. If we're here to help people, especially the most vulnerable people in our society, and this addresses the needs of some of our most vulnerable people, you'll vote yes for this.
Representative, do you have an amendment?
I do have an amendment. That'd be a good idea to hand that in. Yeah. There we go. Pardon? Yes.
All right, the amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Yeah.
Page 39, line 31 by striking and in line 37 after state by inserting and. Triple R, all sales of over-the-counter drugs is defined in KSA 793602 and amendments. On page 1 in the title in line 2 by striking and inserting a comma in line 3 after Inc. by inserting and sales of over-the-counter drugs.
Do you have any further thing to add before you go? You may continue.
Great. I would stand for questions.
To speak on the amendment, the chair recognizes Orpeza. I'm sorry.
Will the bringer of the amendment stand for a question? Thank you. Does this cover over-the-counter vitamins?
There's a definition specifically on this, and I don't believe it does cover vitamins.
Okay, thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Wassinger.
Colleagues, this takes all sales to 0%. That includes local, county, everything, not just the state sales tax. So it affects all sorts of local entities that are going to lose the money on this without getting a word in edgewise. I, for one, consider this an unfriendly amendment. Thank you.
Okay, the revisor was specifically asked to write these bills so that it only covered state portion of sales tax on over-the-counter medications. So I believe that the carrier of the bill is mistaken on this, and the purpose of this bill is only to take the state portion of the sales tax off of over-the-counter medications.
Chair recognizes Representative Adam Smith.
Would the carrier of the amendment stand for a question?
I've got my RRRs.
I see that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, when can you show me anywhere in this amendment where it defines that it's only going to zero? Because as you know, when we look at those sales tax exemptions, it's the AAA, BBB. Now we're up to RRRR. I don't see anywhere in this, as you're aware, when we took the state rate to zero on food, there was a pretty clear definition on what constituted food, that the state rate was zero. I believe this is going into the statute for a total exemption.
Okay, well, again, the instructions I gave to the revisor, and I assumed I was relying on his expertise on this, and we were very clear that this was just to handle the state's portion of the sales tax.
Okay. Our revisor is over here on the side if we want to confer with him, just for clarification. He's over there. He just stepped over.
Representative Stocksdale.
I want to double check and make sure that this does not have a negative impact on our cities and counties. So again, I would like to withdraw this. If we can't bring it up this year, we'll figure out something. We'll bring it up next year because I think this is an important thing that we could do for our citizens here in Kansas. And if there's no objection, I would like to withdraw this for this moment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. Is there objection? Seeing none, the amendment is withdrawn. You may continue if you. Representative, you may continue if you have further to say. You may continue on the bill.
Okay. Yeah, I support the underlying bill. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Wassinger, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a fiscally responsible bill, and it gives freedom to all these organizations to do more things for retired people as well as people who are considering suicide. Also, when it comes to the products that were in the previous amendment, that would all be taken care of by the pregnancy centers, which are trying to also get some help while they do things and give things away, diapers, all sorts of other things. So in that, Mr. Chair, when the committee rises a report, I ask that you report House Bill 2416 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Wassinger to report House Bill 2416 favorable. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Senate Bill 34, the chair recognizes the majority leader.
Mr. Chair, in accordance with House Rule 1903, I move Senate Bill 34, appearing under the order of business, general orders be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
You've heard the motion by the majority leader. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Motion passes. Next order of business, Senate Bill 209. To carry Senate Bill 209, the chair recognizes Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. You may continue.
I rise before the body to present SB 209. This all will sound very familiar to you. SB 209 requires all advance voting ballots, which of course does include mail-in ballots, to be returned by 7 p.m. on election day. As all of you will remember, we have voted on a bill that was basically identical, which was HB 2056. Both the House and the Senate had these bills and passed them out actually on the same day. So when this bill was sent over to the House Elections Committee, we did place an amendment on it that matches identically the amendment that we had done on HB 2056. So this bill comes to you today identical to the one that we previously voted on. And with that, I stand for questions.
To speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill once again did a great job of explaining the bill. Despite that, it doesn't make it a good bill. Will the carrier of the bill stand for questions?
Certainly.
Thank you. It's been a little bit since we've done this bill, so hope you'll help me refresh our memory a little bit. With this, I know we had discussion in committee, but how many ballots approximately are we talking that might potentially not be counted if they were received after the 7 p.m. deadline on Election Day?
It has been a little while. I don't remember exactly if I'm going off my memory. Let me check. Hang on.
Thank you.
So according to the Secretary of State, it's about 3,000, but of course that's assuming that no voters change their behavior with a different deadline.
Appreciate that. I think that's 3,000 ballots too many. Would this bill doesn't do anything to stop the provisional ballots from being counted that have been cast, and they might have cured any ballot parts that needed to be fixed, so they'd be counted after Election Day still.
Of course not.
So with this, even if this bill passes, voting totals will still change after Election Day because of those ballots.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. One last question. I know we recently saw through the court process the League of Women Voters of Kansas versus Schwab that said because the right to vote is a fundamental right guaranteed under the Kansas Constitution, an act that infringes on the right must be strictly scrutinized to determine if it's enforceable. So my last question is, what is the compelling state interest in throwing these ballots out? Yeah, what is the compelling state interest in throwing these ballots out?
I would argue that we aren't going to be throwing any ballots out because we're simply going to be allowing, totally messed up my thought, sorry. I don't think we will be throwing these ballots out. I would not describe it in that way. And first of all, we're going to be putting ourselves in alignment with 30 other states or 31 other states in the country. And I believe that the voters are smart enough and intelligent enough to make sure they turn their ballots in sooner. And once again, as I've expressed previously when we debated this bill, the United States Postal Service is not under any obligation to postmark these ballots at all. And in fact, I've been on a 6-month campaign and I have yet to see a postmark that actually has a timestamp on it. So this is the only solution that I can see that treats in-person voters the same as mail-in ballot voters.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. The carrier of the bill, again, like I said, did a great job. I just disagree with the bill that's underlying. Y'all, we've already voted on this once. I have some concerns that this is potentially creating another shell. And we've seen the Senate mess up a lot of our bills. Whether it's one ballot or 3,000 ballots or 30,000 ballots, any ballots that we're throwing out that are currently being legally cast, people are getting them turned in on time. It's just taking longer to get them through. Any ballot thrown out is too many. Even we've heard in the last time we had this debate that we want Election Day to be Election Day. Election Day is Election Day. That is the final time that you can cast a ballot legally. But this isn't going to change the fact that you're still going to have updates days after the election because our election officers are, in fact, busy on an election day running an election. And so we're still going to have updates throughout those preceding days following the election. And when it comes to provisional ballots, you're still going to see vote totals potentially change weeks after the election because while we cast our ballots on election day, we are in fact only elected once the canvass is certified. And the county commissions have said that the election is over and certified. So with that, I would urge you to vote against Senate Bill 209. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come up to speak against this bill as I did the House version before. I feel like it's kind of deja vu all over again. But anyway, I had something happen just this past week when I got home on Friday from a week being up here. I had 5 misdirected pieces of mail delivered to me from my neighbors. And I know that's a large amount to have in any one time, but it's not uncommon to get misdirected mail. And say it would have been election season and that would have been a ballot maybe, or an application for a ballot. And I don't get home till Friday, so I can't get it to my neighbor till I get home. And that just takes more time away from it. And I just feel like a 3-day grace period is very reasonable. You know, the votes aren't going to be official yet anyway after 3 days. And it just helps to make sure that everyone who places a vote in good faith has it counted. And again, for that reason, I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am here to publicly announce that I am a flip-flopper. Self-admitted flip-flopper. Here he stands before you to confess his sin. Right. 3 years ago, I think I was the only one, the only one who voted against the 3-day grace period. Earlier this year, I voted in favor of essentially the same legislation with a House bill number. But a couple, 3 things have changed since then. One, I've gotten a well-deserved earful from my constituents. They lit up my inbox. There's nothing wrong with flip-flopping when your constituents tell you you've screwed up on a vote. So that's one reason I'm flip-flopping in front of you today like a fish. The second reason is that as we were discussing the earlier bill in our caucus, it was brought to my attention that the situation with mail delivery in some communities is vastly different than it once was 3 years ago. Probably vastly different than it is in my hometown because, believe it or not, in many instances, if not most instances, we still have overnight mail delivery in Wichita. But I recognize now that that is not the case everywhere. I just listened to my friend from Mulberry explain the difficulties that they have in his town in getting timely mail delivery. And I think any of us who watch the nightly news can continue to hear the plans of the current United States Postmaster, is it DeLay? Is that his name, DeLay? I'm sorry, I forgot his correct name, but his plan to, in essence, slow down mail delivery, perhaps get rid of some delivery dates, etc. So you put all those things together, and that's reason enough to flip-flop. But then we have the recent decision of the Kansas Supreme Court in the voting rights case, and they held very clearly that despite Chris Kobach's opinion that this is unprecedented decision and it turns United States law on its head, as a matter of fact, it didn't. It just clearly establishes that voting is a fundamental right. And since it is, there needs to be a compelling state justification for laws that impinge upon the exercise of that right. Now, I'm not going to ask the carrier to explain what that compelling reason is. There's no need for us to dig that deep. It's the right thing to do to allow those 3 additional days, which will not slow down the end results of any election because the canvasses don't start until Friday or the following Monday. And my friend, the leader, reminds me it wasn't the Kansas Supreme Court, it was the Kansas Court of Appeals. And I understand that our Attorney General is anxious and eager to take an appeal from that decision. And I trust that, I've read the decision actually. I trust it's going to be clearly affirmed, but I do appreciate the leader helping me with that. Bottom line of it is, I've changed my mind. I suspect most all of you have now changed your mind from where you were 3 years ago. So don't hold it against me. Thank you for your time and allowing me to explain the reason that I'm going to be a no on Senate Bill 209. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know how many of you won by less than maybe 10, 15 votes, but there are people sitting in this chamber that if some of those votes hadn't come in, the election might be different. I've seen it down to 2. That's a close count, and that made all the difference in the world in who was sitting here and working for Kansans. The second thing is our current Postmaster General decided several years ago to close processing stations because he was downsizing the post office. When he did that, what happened was many of us, our mail doesn't come directly to us from the post office. It goes to another point, comes back to the post office, and then it is delivered to us. That is a delay from Mr. DeJoy. He chose to do that. And in that process, he has slowed the mail. There are areas in Johnson County that don't get mail for 2 or 3 days in a row. Why is that? Because they've closed processing stations down. They don't have enough mail people. Oh, how about if it snows and there's ice outside? We had 3 days after the beginning of this year that we didn't get any mail at all. I always thought rain, snow, sleet, and hail, we always deliver the mail. That's not true. It's not true. And I'm not blaming it on mail carriers. They work very hard. I see them out on Saturday, Sunday, all times. But how can they do their job when the process for delivering the mail has been cut short? They have been denied the time they need to adequately deliver the mail. We can blame all we want, but if we take the access to the mail and the sorting places away, no matter how you look at it, it's going to get delayed. Folks, that extra 3 days for college students that live out of town, I know the service entities get theirs 45 days ahead of time. But there are several cases in which not everybody can make it, even though they know it's election day. And part of that is because they've trusted our U.S. government and our U.S. mail system to deliver their vote. Our right to vote is a gift to us. Other countries don't have the opportunities that we do. They don't have the opportunities to select the government and select the people who represent them. And this is in one area that we all have that right, our right to vote and to have it counted. I ask that you vote this Senate Bill 209 down. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm one of those nerds who goes down to the county clerk's office about 8 o'clock, 8:30 after the polls close on election day So this bill is a lot of appeal because I do enjoy the closure on Election Day, but we don't have that. But I also have experience canvassing the votes. I spent 7 years canvassing the vote in Finney County. And I'll tell you, we always defaulted to not disenfranchising a voter. We bent over backwards because, as you heard from the previous speaker, this is a gift. And I've lived in countries where it was, frankly, the country was a family business, and the votes people cast were fake. They didn't matter, but here it matters. So I'd never want to be in a position where I'm disenfranchising a legitimate voter. As long as we use the post office to allow ballots to come in, I do think we have to recognize the foibles and the problems with the post office. I will not disenfranchise someone who's cast their ballot by Election Day. Additionally, we don't canvass the vote till the next week or the week after. So it doesn't impact what we're doing with the canvass to make that vote official. So I cannot support Senate Bill 209. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Epley.
Body, just a couple of brief words on Senate Bill 209. I rise in opposition to this. You know, in my world, it's not very perfect. I see a lot of imperfection every day. You deal with that, and you realize that while people have good intentions, and yes, everyone should plan their vote and should honor that and should get to the mailbox several days in advance and make sure their ballot gets cast. But, you know, the facts are that over 30,000 votes would have been thrown out in this last election that were well-intentioned. I think they were accurate votes, and they would have been thrown out. I just can't be complicit in that, and I think you need to understand that things happen to people. People don't get to the post office, or maybe they do get to the post office, but something happens to that mail. It happens to all of us. I've received mail as many as even longer than 3 days late, and I think we have to show grace to our electorate and show honesty and humility with that. And I know other states have gone to the 7 p.m. on Election Day, and we're trying to follow suit with that. But I don't think that's in fairness to all of Kansas electorate. And I think you have to really, I'm asking you to show some grace going forward. Thank you very much, body.
Chair recognizes Representative Wagner.
Colleagues, I rise in strong support for this measure that we're proposing. You know, from hearing the talk from the will that we've had so far, you would just as well think that there's something wrong with having a 7 p.m. close to the polls. Why not 7:30 or 8 o'clock? Surely there's 2,000 people in Kansas that couldn't make it by 7 o'clock. You literally have to have a time frame. You have to have a demarcation point. 31 other states, Republican and Democrat, use 7 p.m. on Election Day as when you have to have your ballot in. Everybody knows that. It's a simple, it's a clean mark of demarcation. Plus also the fact that the discussion about somehow rural areas have a problem with this, I would remind you of the fact that our own Secretary of State did a survey of county clerks in rural counties as to how many votes they had as far as mail-in ballots that arrived after Election Day in the most recent election, and he literally found none. You have, of the 31 states that have 7 p.m. deadlines, most of them are rural areas. This is not just something that is somehow states that are somehow urban, you know, go with the 7 p.m., others don't. This is eminently reasonable. We have plenty of access. We make our county clerks go out of their way to make it easy for people to vote. As far as for early voting setups, voting, you know, early advanced voting, you know, mail-in votings. Some counties even have, you know, drop boxes and everything. I think this bill, we've been through this before. I think you've seen the wisdom of it before, and I ask you to reaffirm that today. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Osman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the previous speaker mentioned that there is a deadline of 7 p.m., not 7:30 p.m., not 8 p.m. And this is true, with the exception of this. If you are in line at 7 p.m., you are legally allowed to stay in line for as long as that line is to cast your vote. So consider the mail the line, and however long it takes to get to the time of counting is the time that you are still in line. And I'm sorry that mail nowadays takes longer, but you are still in line. If you're casting your ballot on the day of election by mail, you're in line. You have the opportunity to get it counted. To do otherwise would be voter suppression. Thank you.
Further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Proctor. M&Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of y'all probably got an email the other day about House Bill 2086. And I encourage you to watch the video of the debate in Fed and State on that bill. We passed that bill unanimously. It was a pretty, innocuous bill. It was a lot of cleanup of language, a lot of codifying things that they already do, but that aren't in statute. There was a string of people, and look at if the people who came in to talk about it were upset. Read some of the written testimony about how upset folks were. The problems that started with the 2020 election are not getting better. They're getting worse. And I'm not talking about voter fraud. I'm not talking about election fraud. I'm talking about confidence in our elections, the very bedrock of our system of government. It is eroding before our eyes. I'm glad that one of the previous speakers talked about some of those countries where the vote is really just an entertaining spectacle to validate the family that runs the country. Folks, that's where we're headed. That's where we're headed if we don't fix our system. If we don't bring back all those folks that no longer have confidence that our elections reflect the will of the voters. This is not some stupid conspiracy theorists and tinfoil hat wearing crazies. It hasn't worked for 2.5 years, folks. It hasn't worked. It's made the problem worse. It's pouring gas in the fire. So the ranking minority member of the Elections Committee asked a very good question. He asked, what's the compelling interest? The compelling interest is voter confidence, restoring confidence that the results of our election reflect the will of the voters. If I acknowledge that we are asking folks to do something that they aren't doing now, we're asking them to get their ballot in 3 days earlier. Well, you know what? We mail out the ballots 20 days before the election. If you're a military voter, we mail them out to you 45 days before the election, and you can email or fax your results back, your votes back. I don't think that it is a draconian imposition to ask voters in the state of Kansas to do the same thing that 31 other states ask their voters to do if it does something to address this existential crisis of eroding voter confidence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Howell, you may close.
Thank you, Chair. Recently, I had an extended conversation with a local postmaster and here in Sedgwick County. And while we're discussing a number of different things, it was explained to me that when the last pickups of the day at the different public mailboxes, at your post office or the different locations that those are at, they take the mail down to the sorting center in Sedgwick County, and they're all dumped into a big giant bin together. And the ones that are picked up at 4 o'clock are dumped on top of the ones that were picked up at 3 o'clock. And the ones that are picked up at 6 o'clock are dumped on top of the ones that were picked up at 4 o'clock. And the ones that are picked up at 8 o'clock are dumped on top of the ones that were at 6 o'clock, et cetera, okay? And then they're all sorted at the same time in a big giant jumble and postmarked for that day with no timestamp. So, but if I go vote in person and I have a flat tire, or somebody has a fender bender in front of me, or I have to pull over because of a funeral procession or an ambulance, and I don't get to the poll site and in line until 7:01, I'm not allowed to vote. But if I have a mail ballot and I turn it in at 8 p.m. into a mailbox, no one knows. There's no proof. How is that justice? How are we treating the in-person voter and the mail-in ballot voter, and how are we holding them to the same standard? We aren't. I agree with all my colleagues that the Postal Service is not reliable. Absolutely. And in fact, I think that actually makes the argument. We have to hold the standard for all voters to have their ballots turned in at the same time. And so with that, and then just one more, I guess I'll say one more thing. I just remind everybody, when you receive your mail-in ballot, it comes with clear instructions with a deadline and when it's due. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that the body rises to report that they report Senate Bill 209 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Howe to report Senate Bill 209 favorable. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion. Division's been called. You may record your vote. Has everyone had the opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. 74 being yes, 48 no. The motion passes. We're on to the next bill. Next bill is Senate Bill 221. To carry Senate Bill 221, Chair recognizes Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments. I move the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted.
All those ayes sounded really good. Senate Bill 221 is a companion bill with HB 2086. 2086 is almost identical to 221, and it passed this chamber 122 to nothing about a half a month ago. And the Senate then passed 221 favorably about the middle of March. The only differences I will share with you, the subject of the bill is to provide for an affidavit to be provided for lower level offices similar to what's that? All right. Similar to what federal level and statewide level elections require an affidavit to be filled out by a candidate who wishes to be considered in a write-in campaign, that he or she would have to fill out an affidavit to that effect that they are willing to serve or that they desire to run. And currently, all federal and statewide elections already have to meet that same requirement. So the only things that this bill covers is that, and it also provides for a date certain that would, the Senate provided for a window of opportunity for that to be provided. And in this case, we provided for the fourth Monday before the election to be the date that had to be submitted. So it's fairly simple, but let's see how complicated we can make it. I'll stand for questions.
Speak on the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job explaining the bill, and I think this is a good bill, so I would urge your support. Hopefully, we don't see the Senate take this up and do a gut and go, but all that being said, would urge your support for Senate Bill 221. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Berquist, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report Senate Bill 221 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Berquist to report Senate Bill 221 favorable. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next bill is Senate Bill 180. Chair recognizes Representative Landwehr to carry Senate Bill 180.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There were committee amendments, yes.
I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of this bill is to establish the Women's Bill of Rights, which would provide a scientific definition of men and women based upon biological sex. I'll be happy to stand for questions.
Does anyone wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative, they were a little late, but we'll get them. Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to be clear that this is not a women's Bill of Rights. It does nothing to protect women's rights, but instead weaponizes the rhetoric of rights to erase protections for trans and non-binary people. This bill attempts to codify outdated, inaccurate, and under-inclusive definitions of sex that erase transgender and non-binary people and makes it easier for the state to discriminate against them. Biology, endocrinology, physiology, genetics, neuroscience, and reproductive science have all confirmed that sex and gender are not black and white and that they exist on a spectrum. By ignoring this and attempting to legislate people into a box, we will be doing irreparable harm to transgender and non-binary Kansans who already experience horrifying rates of discrimination and violence. This bill will not only negatively impact the mental health of trans people by telling them that their existence is not valid, that they don't belong here, it will make it impossible for trans and non-binary people to live a public life. If they can't use the restroom that matches their gender identity, they'll be forced to either not use the restroom or to use a restroom where they could be outed, harassed, or worse. Single-sex spaces are already protected by the law, and equal protection ensures that trans people have just as much of a right to access these spaces as their cisgender peers. This bill will also, by definition, erase the existence of trans and non-binary people in state law. This will have untold effects on state employment, customer service, vital records, education systems, and the official interpretation of other state legislation. To some, this bill may seem simple, but the impact will be far-reaching and insidious. Trans people matter, their existence is valid, and attempting to metaphorically and literally erase them in state law is ignorant and harmful. The irony of this Women's Bill of Rights is that it doesn't enumerate any actual rights. If this body really wanted to talk about women's rights, we should be passing bills in support of equal pay, paid paternity leave, reducing maternal mortality rates, and increasing access to affordable childcare. What's more, if this body actually cared about women's rights, we would support a sales tax exemption for feminine hygiene products, and we wouldn't be debating bills that require physicians to give blatant misinformation to patients about abortion, taking away SNAP benefits, or making it more difficult to access childcare assistance. So with that, I would urge the body to vote no on Senate Bill 180. Thank you.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Haswood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition of SB 180. Today at 11:30 a.m. in Lawrence, Kansas, high school students and middle school students all joined together and walking out in their high schools. They walked out in protest because of this bill and bills like this that target similar attacks on our LGBTQ Kansans. I want to bring your attention to two quotes that were said at this rally from Lawrence High students on this issue, who both identify as trans. Open quote. "I am here to fight for my rights. This means everything. If rights get taken away, it means life can be barely worth living." End quote. Next quote. "I don't want to have to hide who I am. I want to be able to live in a world where I can grow up to be myself and not have someone tell me who to be." End quote. Legislators, it's our job to protect the future of Kansas, not take their rights away and make them feel scared. According to a study completed by the UCLA Williams in 2021, transgender individuals are 4 times more likely to be victims of violent crimes. Instead of targeting transgender Kansans with this bill, we should be protecting them. Not only is this bill hateful, but this is governmental overreach. The attempt to control how our local and county and other entities that have gendered spaces are divided should be left to these institutions. In testimony by the Kansas Coalition Against Sexual and Domestic Violence, it was pointed out that many of these centers receive federal funding and there are non-discrimination provisions attached to receiving these fundings. This bill would likely put them out of compliance. Passing this bill would also take away funding from these domestic violence and rape crisis centers seems contradictory to what this whole bill is trying to do: protect the rights of women and keeping women safe. This bill is quite unclear on the enforcement of this. How will we regulate if a female of those who produce reproductive systems of ova and male to fertilize ova? Is it genital inspections? What about later in life? when someone chooses to take hormonal therapy and are femme presenting, are masculine presenting? What if you developed and your reproductive system doesn't work? Maybe you have erectile dysfunction from your penis not working right, or maybe your ovaries and eggs are not properly equipped to produce children. How is this going to be regulated? We might as well put Capitol Security at every door of the restrooms, right? According to testimony, trans women would also be impacted by this through healthcare insurance. This must be addressed at all these levels, and it will be life-changing, not for the right of trans folks, but for Kansans as well. This bill's governmental overreach. This bill is transphobic. This bill will not protect me, you, and the future and all those of Kansas women. Thank you.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Susan Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. SB 180, known as the Women's Bill of Rights, reduces women and men to their reproductive capacity. Females produce ova and males fertilize the ova. This is an attempt, not a good one, but an attempt to create a simple definition for something that is incredibly complex. This bill is dangerously broad and will lead to widespread discrimination. The proponents of this bill say that it isn't an anti-trans bill because the word transgender isn't mentioned in the bill. If that is true, then why did a now well-known and well-paid former college swimmer come to Kansas to complain about coming in 5th in a swim competition and then blamed it on a transgender woman who finished 4th? SB 180 could violate constitutional law. Our own Attorney General states the constitutionality of the legislation is likely to be challenged and will likely need to go through the appellate process for a definitive ruling on the validity of the law. The litigation could be ongoing for 2 to 4 years. I've heard people in this legislature state that they're more comfortable with seeing gender as binary, meaning male or female. In committee, we heard from a family physician practicing in rural parts of our state, and she very eloquently stated, gender is not binary, but is a spectrum of biological, mental, and emotional traits that exist along a continuum. And personally, I think that is a poetic description of our humanness, our humanity, and something to be embraced and not torn apart. To reduce people to their reproductive capacity will cause unintended consequences. It will bring shame onto women who desperately want children but can't get pregnant. The message to them is, you're not a real woman. Men will get the message that they aren't a real man because they can't father a child. Is this really the message we want Kansas to have if this bill is passed? This bill will force people to use the restroom and other facilities based on their biological sex, or what it says on their birth certificate. What if the person doesn't fit the stereotypical female or male? What happens then? In committee, an amendment was added to accommodate those who are intersex, and it reads, an individual born with medically verifiable differences in sex development condition shall be provided legal protections and accommodations
afforded under the Americans with Disabilities Act and applicable Kansas statutes. These children and adults will be allowed to use the restroom in an alternative location. The reason given for the accommodation under the ADA is because some are deemed disabled. However, this bill assumes that all people born intersex are disabled. And this is a very false assumption. Remember, the gender is not binary, but is a spectrum of biological, mental, and emotional traits that exist along the continuum, quote. Well, I'm on that continuum. I often get misgendered. People actually, mostly men, will call me sir. The excuse I get from those who misgender me is, oh, sorry, I was looking at your hair. I get second looks from women who go to the restroom. I assume it's because they might mistake me as a man, again, because of my hair or when I'm wearing a suit. I can't tell you how often I get stopped or yelled at by men who see me going into a women's restroom and say, hey, you can't go into that restroom. These are unintended consequences. If this bill is passed, more women and girls will be stopped or harassed because they don't fit the stereotypical image of a woman or girl. This will also happen to men and boys. Potential involuntary disclosures make it more likely that trans individuals will be questioned, harassed, and even physically assaulted. Will this bill lead to other forms of violence? Will this bill lead to the need for physical gender inspections? Will this make Kansans feel the need to carry a copy of their birth certificate to go into a restroom? Will this lead to litigation? Will this force businesses to create special restrooms for their employees? Will businesses be faced with breaking federal employment laws? Will families only shop at specific stores like Target because they have family restrooms? It seems to me that SB 180 doesn't simplify anything, especially not gender. I urge everyone to get out of your comfort zone, look beyond the title of the bill, and think about the unintended consequences, and vote no on SB 180. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no one else, the chair recognizes Representative Landwehr to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Representative. Go ahead. I already closed it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard here at the mic that trans in state law would be redefined. Well, we just checked. Trans is not defined in state law. We heard about redefining people. We have folks today redefining what is a woman. Sex is a scientific term that refers to either that of two categories of individuals, male or female. Even on the Planned Parenthood web page, it defines man and woman. We talk about rights. What's the rights of a woman? You're saying that I have no more rights. I cannot go into a woman's bathroom and know that a male will not walk into that bathroom. What about my rights? What about my comfort zone? What about my granddaughters? What about their rights? You heard a lot about trans, talked about here at this mic, and there's nowhere in this bill does it talk about that. It is strictly defining what is a female woman. Women don't want to be at a domestic violence shelter with a man. In society, there is an effort to separate gender identity, which is subjective. It's a feeling. It's subjective. From biological sex, which is objective and fact. We hear a lot here at the mic about science. Follow the science. And that's what I'm asking you to do today. Our statute books do not currently contemplate male meaning something different than man and female, meaning something different than woman. By defining these terms, we ensure that our current protections for women's spaces are not eroded by courts or unaccountable executive actions. According to the Kansas Department of Corrections, Kansas taxpayers recently paid for an 81-year-old biological man convicted of murder and rape to have a sex exchange surgery. This biological man is now being housed in a woman's prison. The Department of Corrections responded to a legislative request that this year there are 78 prisoners who identify as a gender different than their biological sex. This number was 44 only 2 years ago. Senate Bill 180 would ensure that these male prisoners are not transferred to our prisons currently reserved in statute for women. The bill would set an intermediate constitutional standard of judicial review to be applied to laws, rules, and regulations pertaining to sex when necessary to make that distinction. The bill also requires certain government entities that collect vital statistics for the purposes in this bill to identify each individual who is part of a collected data set as either male or female at birth. I can sit here, go through a whole lot of facts all day. I'm not going to change anyone's mind. You either believe in the science, and remember, the next time you come up here and you talk about science, remember this discussion today, should you vote no. You decided science didn't matter. I found it interesting that the governor is celebrating Women Making History Award ceremony and Women's History Month proclamation. She doesn't say women or trans women, she says women. To celebrate History Month for women. Again, it has nothing to do with the objective, it has to do with the scientific. So I would ask that you support Senate Bill 180.
Would you like to close your amendment or the bill? Representative, would you like to close?
That might be helpful. I would move adoption of Senate Bill 180 favorable for passage.
Heard the motion by Representative Landwehr to report Senate Bill 180 favorable. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next order of business is House Bill 2439. To carry House Bill 2439, the chair recognizes Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were no committee amendments.
You may continue.
Hope everyone has their dinner. I rise before the body to present House Bill 2439. House Bill 2439 modifies 1998 law in KSA 65.
Could you continue? Could we keep the noise down a little bit, please? Go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2439 modifies 1998 law in KSA 65-6708, better known as the Women's Right to Know Act. It provides reproductive freedom and choice to women undergoing medication abortions, now the most common type of abortion in the U.S. and Kansas. As you know, this involves a two-drug protocol, methoprex or mifepristone, formerly known as RU-486, followed within 1 to 2 days by a second drug to induce uterine contraction. Using progesterone after the first dose as early as possible can reverse the abortion. The bill adds to the previously required notices and consents in offices, clinics, hospitals, and other medical care facilities, and additionally pharmacies, where these drugs are prescribed, dispensed, and administered. Additionally, the patient must be informed in writing that it may be possible to reverse the process after taking the first pill, and the patient must be informed of the KDHE website resources, contact numbers, and other resources who can provide assistance. This previous bill was previously passed in 2019 and came within one vote of overriding the governor's veto. Since that time, new information is available, and 4,000 live births have occurred after progesterone rescue in the United States. Currently, over 2,500 physician volunteers will provide assistance to patients seeking abortion pill reversible. Multiple studies supporting this work have also been completed. Last week, I stood here when we discussed the Born Alive bill. At that time, I was here to protect infants. This week, we discussed the Women's Right to Know bill, and I'm here to protect women. For this bill, I did a lot of research, a lot of reading, and a lot of discussion with OBGYN and family physicians. I wanted to understand, how do these patients present to my fellow physicians? Well, you have a woman who already took one of these pills in the protocol. She's scared. She may have been coerced to take the pill. She may be mad at her partner when she took that pill, but she usually has regret. And she calls the national hotline. Well, first I'll tell you, she'll call back to that clinic or that person who provided that first pill. And the answer she's going to get is, nothing can be done. Take the other drug. It may be a nurse on the other end. It may be a staff member of that clinic. It may be a physician, nurse practitioner, but that's the answer that women currently get. In researching this, trying to figure out how we communicate with these patients, I read a lot about the consent involved in abortion. And if you want to read about it, it's on the KDHE website, and it is complex. One thing I did learn was the worst thing a woman can do is take only that one pill, because that can lead to hemorrhage, surgical procedures, increased emergency room visits, and in that woman's lifetime, higher chances of preterm labor and premature births. But the woman who takes that pill and makes that call because she may have some regret deserves to know what to do next. Multiple studies support the intervention of progesterone. The Delgado study from 2018 involved 547 patients with a 64 to 68% pregnancy maintenance rate. Progesterone, as most of you know, is a very safe drug. It's safe for use in pregnancy, which many drugs are not. It's been around for 50 years. It's used for infertility. It is used in IVF. So women take these drugs and this drug, and we know it is safe. Mr. Chairman, to continue the discussion, I will pause and stand for questions.
Speak on the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Orpeza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise before the body to review House Bill 2439. Whether I change your mind or not, I will always stand at the well to combat misinformation. During the hearing on House Bill 2439, a research study was mentioned that touted large numbers, which I believe the carrier also quoted. Further delving into this research study brought me great concern. As a healthcare provider that relies on evidence-based research to direct my practice, I want to point out one of my concerns. My concern with this research study was a lack of Institute Review Board that paperwork being filled out, IRB for short. Why does the lack of an IRB approval concern me so? Because the board was established in 1932 after an experiment was done. I'll explain. The Tuskegee study was a syphilis experiment research that began in 1932 and lasted over 40 years. With no informed consent, hundreds of African-American men who were low income were used as test subjects, enticed with offerings such as free meals, health care, and burial stipends. These African-American men were infected with syphilis at the time when no treatment was known. They were then studied, had no consent also at the same time. Hence, we have the IRB review process for all experiments. This IRB process ensures that research protocols are established essentially as a safeguard for our participants that are in research studies and meet ethical standards. In the healthcare community, we rely on evidence-based practice and do not experiment on our patients without their consent. Unfortunately, the study that has been mentioned had question of if there was consent for the women that were in this study, as well as if there was IRB process was applied for. There was a study done in 2020 intending to evaluate medication abortion reversal in a controlled, ethical design setting was ended early due to the significant safety concerns for the participants due to hemorrhage. Our Kansans deserve medical accurate information, not state-mandated deception. Kansas deserves providers that are free to stick to fact-based healthcare and are not forced to spread scientific myths. I implore this legislative body to not experiment on Kansans. Healthcare providers in Kansas need to be able to support patients and help them consider their options without state-mandated deception, pressure, or shame. August 2nd, 2022, the state of Kansas spoke loud and clear on how Kansans would like to keep healthcare decisions with the patient and their healthcare provider. We may not all agree, but at the very least, we should respect the voters of Kansas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good evening, body. I realize the hour is long, so I won't be before you long. I'll say my piece and then I'm going to take my seat. You know, I wavered whether or not I was going to address the body this evening, but I decided I ultimately have to speak. There's a great author, Zora Hurston, and she's quoted by saying, "If you're silent about your pain, they will kill you and say you enjoyed it." Body, I assure you, there's nothing enjoyable about this bill. as a husband and a father of 3 girls, who I hope will one day grow up to be strong women, I have to speak on their behalf. I cannot be silent. Again, I'll be brief. This bill is about one thing, and that's government overreach. This bill is another example of how government is trying to exert itself into patients, into the room with patients and their doctors. This bill that we're talking about today, 2439, inserts politics in the patient-provider relationship, especially after Kansans have told us on August 2nd that they don't want government involved. This bill threatens to provide criminal and civil penalties if doctors do not provide their patients with medically suspect and politically motivated information. This bill, obtaining informed consent from patients is a core principle of medical ethics. And this bill assumes that our doctors aren't doing their jobs, aren't doing the due diligence to inform this, to make sure that their patients are officially informed. The goal of informed consent process is for patients to have the medically accurate information necessary to make decisions that's right for themselves. Requiring physicians to mislead their patients undermines the informed consent process. This legislation puts providers in untenable situations where they have to determine whether to warn their patients of known sources of misinformation in accordance with their professional duty, or adhere to requirements to put this misinformation in for notices to patients. This government-imposed mandate of abortion misinformation misleads the public and compromises the integrity of healthcare providers. I'll close with this. Why is it that this body is so insistent on ignoring the wills of voters? This body wisely decided to allow voters to make their own decision on August 2nd. We should be wise and listen to them. Do we think we know better than them? The voters have made their choices. They have made their voices loud. This body will be wise to listen to them. They were loud, they were clear, and they were bold. They do not want government in the room with them and their doctor. Vote this bill down.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had the privilege of being in Health and Human Services Committee since I got here back in 2018. And we considered in 2018 what you've heard about, and this is the last time that we considered this same measure. And we considered in committee considerable amount of testimony from opposition and from proponents. And we had expert advice as well. And one of those expert advice that came to committee was a lead doctor for Planned Parenthood. And she gave testimony about the amount of proving there might be pertaining to using progesterone to help to save a baby in this case. And I had the privilege of asking her a couple of questions. And one of the questions I asked her, I said, as a doctor working for Planned Parenthood, the organization is established as a way to help people plan for their family, Planned Parenthood. I said, so if you had a patient come to you that was having difficulty maintaining a pregnancy, and she was asking for your advice as a doctor, or if you could prescribe something for her, what would you probably do? The lady said, I would administer progesterone. I said, oh, okay. I said, and why would you do that? And she said, in order to help save the baby. And that was the answer that I needed in order to help me make a decision. The expert that Planned Parenthood provided for us recognized that the progesterone that they might give her might reverse what the deprivation of the previous drug would do to deprive the body of being able to nurture a baby. And so I considered that a good expert advice from a completely different side than I might have expected. But I asked the question open for an answer. And I believe that answer was sincere. And because of that, and because of what I understand about what our human body provides, the human body provides progesterone for that same purpose. And I don't think it's risky. I think it's something that we should be able to say that with as a blessing to people, that doctors can at least make that possibility known to their patient, and that they should be able to have that information, so that if they make a choice at the last minute that they maybe didn't want to lose that baby, that they would have a chance to at least try to save that baby. Thank you. I please urge that you would pass HB 2439.
Chair recognizes Representative Humphries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we're talking about today is that women have a right to know. And I don't know if you've looked at the bill, if you've read it. I'd like to just say what the notice says. The notice says to patients having medication abortions that use mifepristone. Mifepristone alone is not always effective in ending a pregnancy. It may be possible to reverse its intended effect if the second pill or tablet has not been taken or administered. If you change your mind and wish to try to continue your pregnancy, you can get immediate help by accessing available resources. And then there's resources listed. That's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about the government getting in between a woman and her doctor. I think it's really important to note that unlimited discretion in the physician is irreconcilable with the basic right of patients to get ultimate informed decisions regarding the course of treatment. And they need to be knowledgeable about what can happen. Women have a right to know. The common law and state legislatures have frequently imposed a duty of care on a physician to disclose pertinent medical information to patients about risks and about alternative treatments. With the increase of chemical abortions, maybe 60% now in Kansas, new abortion clinic in Wichita, this bill is needed now more than ever. Women have a right to know this information, and it is being kept from them. Women are in a hard place if they are going to get a chemical abortion. And they may have a regret. And when they call, they have been told, no, there's nothing you can do. This bill can give hope, and it is factual. Thousands of pregnancies have been saved because of the abortion pill reversal protocol. That is, when we talked about this bill 4 years ago, that was brought up. Maybe this isn't really true. Well, it is true. It is more true now because we have many more babies that have been born with this protocol than we did in 2019 when we passed this before. So again, last word I want to leave you with is choice. Why would anyone not want to give a woman a choice when she is in a hard place, an additional choice that she can make when she regrets taking the first pill? More information is better, always. 14 states have already passed this, and I urge you to give women hope, to give them, to let them know about this protocol because they have a right to know this. Thank you.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this legislation today. I think we should err on the side of more information, empowering our patients to make informed decisions about their health care. And I'm going to speak from a place of experience. I'm blessed to be a father of 5 children. My wife and I have had our fair share of losses over the years, miscarriages. But my wife and I's first pregnancy, this is back in 2007. There's a lot of pressure, especially on new parents and especially women, to schedule your delivery for the convenience. It seems maybe perhaps more for the medical professionals rather than the patient. So we were scheduled for an induction. We went in the night before and we were going to start the process of induction. The physician, who we trust very much, and we just take him at his word, says we're going to administer Cytotec, and that's the Cytotec is the off-brand version of the medication misoprostol, which is a synthetic version of a hormone. It's supposed to soften the cervix and help induce labor in women. However, that medication was not designed for that purpose. That's being used more for an off-label purpose. In fact, that drug in the 1970s, doctors began using, it was first actually to prevent and deal with issues of the stomach and ulcers. But then in the 70s, doctors began to realize that it softened the cervix and it could potentially help induce labor in women. When we were told this, we just thought that was the standard procedure. That led to, well, a very painful and traumatic labor experience. It ended up causing fetal distress on my son. Basically, those contractions got so hard it cut off the blood supply to my child, and we had to do an emergency C-section. Now, I was in the hospital for quite some time. I decided to step out and call my mother-in-law to give her an update. She lived out of state in Wyoming. And I was out there. And I see my doctor pull up real fast in his car, and he gets out and he runs towards me. Steve, I'm sorry, we have to do this. And he says, follow me up the stairs. And we go running up the stairs. I run into the room. They're wheeling my wife down the hall to the operating room. I really have no idea what's going on, but obviously things happen pretty quickly. And in order to save the life of the baby, we had to have that emergency C-section. And today, because of the quick response of the medical team, my son is healthy. He's 15 years old. He's running in his first track meet at Salina Central High School right now. And but my wife and I would have liked to have known a little bit more information about that drug that was administered to us. And so I hadn't planned to come up here to speak about this bill, but I think we really need to err on the side of providing more information, not less. And so I thank the indulgence of the body listening to me, and I would urge your support. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Epley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I carried this bill in 19 and came within one vote of having it already be part of the status quo 4 years ago. It failed by one vote, and coulda, woulda, shoulda. You know, we're here again. We have an opportunity. Far be it from me as a male physician to be presumptuous as it relates to female health and female choice. I think we need to really bear that in mind as we take this bill up and take it forward. I think I used the language 4 years ago that women are at a, quote, vulnerable time, and that did not set well with the body, and I don't want to make that mistake again. But let's be honest, pregnancy through the first 20 weeks is a very tough time. It's an emotional time, and when women are confronted with difficult psychosocial situations, decisions are weighing heavy and hard on pregnant females. And I think we just have to be sure as a physician that we always provide our choices, all the choices to our patients, so they're aware of what's before them, what their choices are. And this makes sure that they're educated on those choices. You know, let's be honest, we know that abortion is a highly charged issue. And, you know, if men got pregnant, we wouldn't need abortion because everybody would just have one baby and we'd be done. So, but since that's not the case, you know, things are a little different. We have to realize that we have to provide all the choices to our patients. And that's what this does. Historically, we have used progesterone for decades in medicine. I've used it many times for threatened miscarriages in my practice, and it works. You can give it in different formulations. You can give it injectably, you can give it as an intravaginal suppository, you can give it orally. I've frankly seen it work best when it's used as an injection, as in situations such as this. But, you know, it's just different from pregnancy to pregnancy, and physicians have different protocols on how they use it. So I want you to realize we're not forcing anyone to take anything or do anything, but we are reminding physicians, and we're putting it in statute, that we have to present all our reproductive choices to women. Now, I realize people say, well, this is experimental or this is off-label. Well, you know, heck, we use a lot of things off-label. Viagra, sildenafil, was used as a medication for pulmonary hypertension for 5 years until they found that all the male patients woke up with, you know, complications, quote unquote, from it. So, you know, I don't know if that's a real good analogy, but am I out of word there? We just need to realize, y'all just have to realize we do use medications for off-label uses. And this is one of those times. And you know, 4 more years have gone by, and the carrier of the bill has done a marvelous job. I mean, he's done the homework. 4,000 more human beings were born because of APR. And I'm here to stand before you and say, this is just to inform women of their reproductive choices. So thank you for letting me speak in support of House Bill 2439.
Chair recognizes Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do hold high regards of the carrier of the bill, but I do feel obligated to kind of revisit some of the things that have been said. When it comes to abortion pill reversal, or APR, one of my colleagues brought up, and maybe you heard or not, was the IRB. And I wanted to circle back on the IRB, that's the Institutional Review Board, that any medical, academic, or research base has to have this administrative body at their institution that will govern and make sure that human subjects are protected upon the research. And as we were talking about the bill, I did a quick study of the research that's been quoted, and it is powerful. But I want to bring to your attention that the evidence being used was published and supported by the American Association of Pro-Life Obstetricians and Gynecologists. Now, that is significant because it does provide within its name a biased view of the potential results. But to be seriously? I will tell you how it's biased over there, since we're getting calls from the audience.
Yeah, representatives, let's not comment between each other from the, I know, I'm saying both of you.
So with that, and all due respect, all I'm stating is up here is that within that review of the information and the data there was no journal institutional review board that was supporting that data, making that results by both title as well as findings questionable and biased. This was further supported by the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, which in their December article stated that the information provided by, and that has been presented for this case, is falsified, providing 8 journal articles to support it. That organization has been around since 1951. I have noticed a tendency that if we see a fact in the air, we're just going to grab it and throw it at them. We need to do better than that. I understand that this is about transparency, and I understand it's about informing our patients. But something that annoys me when I go into the doctor's office is when I sit in the lobby and the magazine is from 2018. Like they can't update the magazine of this. My point of this story is that just because we point at a sign on the wall does not mean that individuals are going to read it or be informed about that. They are only going to read it and be informed if we provide appropriate data and research and support and make decisions that are valid and not biased. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let's see, for further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Pickard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body, I come before you this evening. I'm going to speak to you from my heart. I don't have anything prepared, but I want to share with you a life experience that has changed me forever. When I was a young nurse, and by the way, this is my 50th year of graduating from nursing school, when I was 5, but nonetheless. So this has been a while back. This was in 1974. I was a young nurse working second shift. I was tired of working second shift, and so I looked for a daytime job. I answered an ad for a super nurse in a family practice office. And I got the job. I loved my job. I was learning so much. I was the only nurse. It was a small practice. I loved the patients. I got so attached to them. And I worked my tail off. Well, one day this doctor told me that he was thinking about doing abortions in the office. What did I think? He asked the whole staff. I was the only one that spoke up and said, I don't think you should. Nothing happened for a while, but over time, supplies and equipment started showing up. They were being shipped in. I'll never forget the first day when the doctor told me a girl was there for an abortion and how he wanted me to set up the room. I felt like I'd been just punched in the gut. It was so against my beliefs. So I told him I couldn't do it. He had the office assistant do it, and I cleaned up after the abortion. This is one abortion, and we had all these family practice patients that I loved. As time went on, more and more abortions were happening. I never helped with them, but I always cleaned up afterwards. And then the women would come back 2 weeks later for a post-abortion checkup. I can't tell you how many women had regret. The tears, I can still remember one girl, her name even, she was so depressed she was contemplating suicide. So the regret is real. So, and it did a lot to me too. It's hard for me to even tell you guys about this. But over the years, I've been very sensitive to this issue. And and what women go through, the desperation that they feel when they're in this kind of a situation. Last year, I had a woman tell me that she was 60-something, 65 years old, I think. She has carried around the secret for all this time that she had an abortion when she was young. And she's had failed relationships, problems with mental health. I mean, it's not a done and over kind of thing. So if a woman, for heaven's sakes, if she just takes a medication and thinks, my Lord, what have I done? And there's a way for her to reverse it, why not let her have that opportunity? It won't hurt anything. It's the right to know. Honestly, any medical professional that prescribes a medication, you tell the benefits and you also tell the complications. So this would be the same thing, in my opinion. You know, if a woman, okay, you're going to have cramping, you're going to have tremendous bleeding, you're going to pass tissue, you're going to be freaked out. Anyway, if she can reverse that, she has the right to know that. So please, please reconsider if you're not considering voting for this, for HB 2439. Thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. Here we go again. Despite 60% of Kansans saying they didn't want to give the legislature more power to pass laws regulating abortion, we are once again debating an anti-abortion bill. And I find it kind of ironic that we have multiple advocates for choice here tonight who only seem to support choice when it aligns with their political agendas. So I'd like to be clear. There is no scientific evidence that proves reversing a medication abortion is possible, and there are no major medical associations that support this protocol. And as the representative from Kansas City had mentioned, the only study evaluating medication abortion reversal in a controlled and ethically designed setting was ended early due to significant safety concerns among the participants due to severe hemorrhaging. Not only is abortion reversal not scientifically proven, promoting this treatment puts women in real danger. By requiring doctors to post a notice saying the opposite, that abortion reversible is possible, we're requiring doctors to lie to their patients and we're putting the lives of women at risk. This compromises the integrity of healthcare providers and puts them in an untenable situation, where they will have to choose between misleading their patients, thereby violating basic medical ethics, or facing civil and criminal penalties. We are legislators, not doctors. We have no place in determining medical best practices. Patients deserve to be given medically accurate information and to be able to make private medical decisions without the interference of the government and without state-mandated deception. For months leading up to the August 2nd vote, we were told that we must listen to the people. In June of last year, the Senate president was quoted saying, "It's not what lawmakers would like to do, it is what the people would like to do," and that it's the people of Kansas's decision. Nearly 60% of Kansans voted to keep legislators out of their patient-doctor relationships. Nearly 60% of Kansans voted for the status quo. This bill is not the status quo. So let's listen to the Senate president. Let's listen to Kansans and vote no on House Bill 2439.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Slingensieben.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Friends, I too am a fan of more information. Why is it that we are such birth heroes, but when it comes to everything that follows birth, we capitulate? The best way to deal with unwanted pregnancies is to encourage the people who are struggling with those decisions in every possible way. Babies aren't born as separate from their mothers or their fathers. Often women who struggle with this kind of decision are struggling with it for a multitude of reasons, which we could address or at least help with if we chose to do so. Not in all cases, but certainly in many. And I know this as a pastor because I've personally been confronted with a number of people in this situation. And I can tell you that where it was possible to provide support to women, the outcomes were very different than they would otherwise have been. And I'm not now talking about medical complications, but really about difficult social circumstances. If we would really put supports behind women, this could be so different a conversation and so much better a conversation, but we don't want to do it. Morality is cheap when it's not backed up by deeds. And so if we really, really care about this particular issue, then we need to back it up with real supports, and we need to be having some far more serious consequences than just talking about saving babies. We need to save children, we need to save mothers, we need to save our own moral seriousness by backing up our morality with real deeds and real supports for women.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Osman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I first heard about this bill, I was, uncertain about it. I actually didn't know. Is there a pill that can magically reverse abortions? I truly didn't know. And I wanted to find out more research about it. And when the carrier of the bill brought up the Delgado experiment, I went on to a search. It was kind of like going through the rabbit hole and finding out what was going on with this. So there is a report from George Delgado with regards to this, and it does say that there is a ability to reverse the abortions. But there's also, as I look through, additional studies. One from 2015, it's an abstract that actually looks at 1,115 articles on this very subject, and the results are inconclusive. They say that in the rare case that a woman changes her mind after a medical abortion, evidence is insufficient to determine whether treatment results in higher proportion of continuing pregnancies compared to expectant management. It also goes on to say, this is the implication, legislation requiring physicians to inform patients about abortion reversal transforms an unproven therapy into law and represents legislative interference in the patient-physician relationship. So we have on one side an experiment, and on the other side, 1,115 articles that show inconclusive results. And a recommendation. And I come to the end of it and say, after all of this research, I still don't know what the right answer is. But I know this, because the evidence is inconclusive, because there is no scientific proof that this is the right course of action, I am very, very uncomfortable legislating it. I am very, very uncomfortable putting my word in as medical advice to a patient. And I would hope everybody else is as well. Thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the carrier stand for a question? One thing that was brought up from a friend of mine from Johnson County was that this is regulating abortion. Could you show me where that's at in the bill?
No, I cannot. Nowhere in this bill do we regulate abortion.
Thank you. So I just wanted to make that comment. This is not regulating abortion at all. But there are a couple of things I wanted to say that I thought was pretty interesting. One, that all three of the medical doctors in the Kansas House support this legislation. I trust my medical doctors. I trust the medical doctors here, and they support this legislation. Second, I sat in on the committee when we heard this bill and worked this bill, and I found it really interesting that some of my folks across the aisle made a comment how this is a very bad bill, this is a horrible bill. But if it was such a bad bill, then why did none of the opponents come and orally testify? I find that very interesting. They didn't even take time out of their day to come testify on this. And finally, I just want to make a comment. Many of you know that my husband and I, that we're trying to start a family, and it has not been a successful path. And first step on my list that I had to do was I had to take progesterone. And guess what? I'm still here today. It's a safe drug. It's safe. Our body produces it. So this is not a bad bill. This is a great bill, and I ask for you guys to support it. Thank you.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Landwehr. You're up.
You just heard from the previous speaker. This is not an abortion bill. It's not an abortion ban. Abortion's nowhere in here. We heard that we as legislators should do more to support women before and after birth. Well, guess what? We do. And we've introduced legislation this year to help give more support to the 50 pregnancy resource centers that we have across the state that provide free services for mothers and fathers before and after the baby's born. These centers will also help a young person or a woman go through the process of deciding whether or not this unexpected pregnancy is something she wants to go through. And if she decides on an abortion, she's going to get an abortion. And that's her decision to make with what our laws say today. But if she decides that she wants to carry this baby to full term and she wants to give this baby a life she cannot provide, they will also walk her through the adoption process. The most selfless thing that you can do is to give your baby up for adoption. Because you said, I love you more than myself. It's not easy to go through that process, but they will walk you through it all the way. And if you do have an abortion and then you need some help after that, they're going to be there for you. So do not stand up here anymore and say that we are not willing, nor are we wanting to help women. They also help fathers. We heard the story of a young man and his wife. She delivers the baby and unexpectedly dies a few weeks later. He doesn't know what to do with a brand new baby. But he went back to the Pregnancy Resource Center, and they were there for him all the way. All the way. Am I a little passionate on this? You bet. because I heard it through the value of them both debate that we pro-life individuals do not care about the women or the babies, and you're wrong. I don't think that there's anyone in this building that has spent more years than I have, either in the foster care area, mental health, social services. I meet individuals across the country. When I tell them what I do as a legislator, and they say, "What, are you a Democrat?" And I look at them, and I laugh. No, why would you think that? Because you do so much for social services. You do so much for people. Because guess what? Social services and helping individuals is not party. It's either a part of who you are, it's either a part of your heart, or it's not. And it is a part of me and who I am and why I do what I do up here. But please stop saying that we do not care. Because until you prove that I can't, and if you can't see it in my actions, then you're not looking very hard, because I don't think you have to look really hard. And some of my colleagues on this side of the aisle can share that experience with you. This is not about abortion, and it's not about a ban. We heard the vote. We get that. We also heard you say, we don't care, and now we're trying to step up to the plate. This bill is not a mandate that you have to take and try the reversal. It's not a mandate. It says your doctor tells you this may work. There is no guarantee that it will work. I am so tired of this being about politics, party, and apparently death. This is about life. And I know a lot of my colleagues on this other side of this aisle that are pro-choice, but I also know how they care about life. I think we all care about life in a different way. But don't be so pro-abortion that you don't see anything outside of, it's got to be no, it's got to be no, it's got to be no, because it doesn't. There is a balance. And if I could call out a friend on this side of the aisle, by golly, I would, and I think she'd stand up here with me. And we don't align on this issue of life. But we do align on the issue of caring and taking care of people. So I'm going to ask that you stand today with us. Give a woman who has changed her mind, because she may have done it in a rash of being mad and upset. And she wants to try. That's all she wants to do is try. It may not work, but we'll be there for her either way. I ask that you support 2439.
Chair recognizes Representative Susan LaReese.
Body, I woke up this morning thinking about what to say about this bill. And we've had a lot of legislators come to say, talk about their feelings, talk about their experiences. And I want to honor the fact that people had the courage to come up and talk about it. The bottom line is, this approach is unproven, and it is not FDA approved. I personally do not like to put our healthcare providers in a position to have to follow this and maybe even have a lawsuit. We've had way too many bills that have already done that, or is attempting to do that, and placing our healthcare providers in a situation where they're forced to make decisions possibly against their own medical advice. And then on the other hand, we talk about we need more physicians. It's kind of weird every time we do that. I really seriously urge you to vote no to HB 2439.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the bill stand for some questions, please? So how many babies have been saved by using this drug?
Well, the best reports we have is over 4,000 in the United States. We don't know internationally the numbers.
And are there any reports about how these babies have fared? Are they healthy babies? Have they had complications in great numbers? Do we know?
So the incidence of birth defects in this particular population is actually less, probably coincidentally, but it is less than the national rate of birth defects.
And do we know of any instances where using this procedure has caused problem for women?
We know of none in a previously cited study which was abandoned, incidentally supported by Planned Parenthood, and an abortion doctor who has a financial interest in the abortion drug. One of the patients who had the progesterone actually had enough spotting that she went to the emergency room, but she already had a spontaneous abortion and didn't require any further treatment. However, and in that arm with progesterone, 4 out of 5 women maintained their pregnancy. On the other side, people who took the first drug, 2 ended up in the emergency room. One had surgery and transfusions, and the other one had to have an aspiration. So progesterone, as I said earlier, it's been used for 50 years in our country. Like many over-the-counter drugs, it's considered to cause no harm in pregnancy, and it does not increase preterm birth or birth defects.
Thank you, Mr. Representative. Body, needless to say, I stand here in strong support of HB 2439. As you just heard the good doctor say, there is no evidence that this causes any harm. Haven't we all been in the position of, if we were ever in a life-threatening position, I mean for ourselves, and there were experimental drugs that we should be given the right to try? If a woman changes her mind and she wants to take this pill, who are you to say no? Now, I learned in life a long time ago, sometimes you don't know what you don't know. You may not know that something like this exists. We have an obligation to tell women that this exists. Now, what they decide to do about that knowledge, well, that's up to them. But it's not going to do them any harm. Furthermore, what in the world does this have to do with August 2nd? Abortion reversal wasn't on the ballot on August 2nd. This has nothing to do with August 2nd. I urge the body to strongly support HB 2439. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no one else to speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments of my colleagues from Olathe and Kansas City and Wyandotte and Topeka and elsewhere, and the passion I hear tonight in the chamber. The efficacy of studies has been questioned a lot tonight, and as a physician who participates in studies, I just want to speak a few minutes before I conclude. I've participated in five randomized controlled trials. These were national and international studies, IRB approved. And yes, that is the evidence with which we like to practice medicine. We like to practice evidence-based medicine. But I'll tell you, I was one of 75 sites in one of those studies. I I put in 25 devices into patients' eyes. That device was approved, commercialized, and within a year, that device was damaging corneas and was pulled off the market by another company that had paid $500 million to buy that technology. And that was not discovered in a randomized clinical trial. It was discovered in practice. So although, yes, that is the best level of evidence, that's not always the best level of evidence. Practice is the best level of evidence when things are done with and for patients. So I want to talk a little bit about how medical knowledge is communicated or how medical knowledge evolves. And maybe in 2019, the knowledge for this particular issue wasn't quite there. But I'm here to tell you in 2023, it is, and women have a right to know. We go to a lot of meetings. We physicians have 50 hours, 50 per year, which is a staggering amount. So we have to go to a lot of meetings or get online a lot. And just a little anecdote, I don't want to be too humorous about such an issue, but we hear from the folks who are in those sponsored trials, and we hear about randomized controlled trials, but we talk to our colleagues just like we do in this chamber. And a colleague might say, well, in my brief experience, this is what happened. And that translates in doctor talk to one case. And if that physician, he or she, has seen maybe 2 patients, they call that their brief clinical series. And if it's 3 or more, it's time after time after time. But medical knowledge is passed within our profession very much like political knowledge is passed here, peer to peer. It isn't always about studies. And you have to trust your colleagues, and you actually go to those meetings and go home and do things that you feel are in the patient's best interest, because that's always why we're doing things. So medical knowledge evolves. I'll be at a meeting in April during our break, because I need to keep up on my field. And it's not always about randomly controlled studies, IRB approved studies. On the issue of IRB, I want to address that. I've done a lot of studies with my partners in Garden City over the last 28 years. When we started out, we were our own IRB, okay? So even though we have an international protocol from decades ago, it is variously interpreted. The Delgado study actually had an IRB waiver. It's not like they just went out and randomly did these things. They worked with the University of San Diego and were on an IRB waiver. And the women in that study did give consent. So I did want to address that. One of our colleagues stood up with a computer and cited some, in my mind, biased information, because I know what site that was, and that was ACOG, American Association of OBGYNs. That organization would exclude from its membership even our U.S. Senator Roger Marshall because of his pro-life stance. And they've driven 7,000 of their colleagues into the pro-life OBGYN physician organization. So yes, information has bias, but the bias comes in both directions. And I think we, again, physicians, owe it to our patients to give them the benefit of our knowledge, the benefit of our experience, and do things always in the patient's best interest. I will emphasize once again, we're not regulating abortion. We're here today to protect a woman's right to know and to take any opportunity to protect life. A woman should not be told after taking mifepristone that there is nothing she can do. Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2439 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Clifford to report House Bill 2439 favorable. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next bill is House Bill 2412. To carry House Bill 2412, the chair recognizes Representative Smoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments to this bill.
You may continue.
Good evening, body. It has been a long day, and I appreciate you guys hanging in there. We are going to talk about House Bill 2412. I will remind you that we are not here to discuss the constitutional practice of concealed carry, whether that is permitted carry or permitless carry. That's already been established. What we are here to do is to remove the monetary burden which proves restrictive for our low-income individuals who want to apply for a permit. The bill that we are discussing this evening only removes the $100 that we pay directly to the Attorney General. If you notice the fiscal note, it's a bit misleading because the fiscal note was taken care of when an Attorney General provided testimony that clarified that his office was going to take care of that within their own budget. They were going to address the loss of this fee stream by readjusting their own budget and not asking the legislature for additional funds. Today, we have the opportunity to prove that Kansas honors the rights of all people, regardless of their income status. And with that, I will stand for questions.
All right, to discuss the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I saw this bill on general orders today, my first reaction was just anger because yesterday, 3 9-year-olds were shot and killed in their school, and 3 adult staff, the head of the school, a custodian, and a substitute teacher, all in their 60s, probably near retirement, did not come home from work because they were shot and killed in their school. And I just thought, you know, a lot of times the response to such a tragedy is, it's too soon to talk about gun laws. But it's actually too late. So I am going to talk about our gun laws. We are going to take a look at some of the things we've passed in the past and see how that's working in our state and how that's impacting the gun violence crisis throughout America. In 2015, the legislature enacted permitless carry. So we do still have, as the carrier mentioned, the components to get a concealed carry permit because a lot of people still value that training and knowing how to use their firearm if they're going to carry it around. And in that discussion, we talked about potentially the cost being a barrier to do that. And I agree with that. I think that's a fair point. But over those years...
Can we hold the noise down a little bit, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Over the years, since permitless carry was enacted, if you look at the KBI report and look at the violent crime index, violent crime has surged. And that is a word that was used, the term used by KBI in reporting here to some of us in the legislature. Violent crime has surged. We are 17.9% above the national average. And when you look at other states that are also above the average like that and seeing a surge, they have weakened their gun laws similar to Kansas, enacted things like permitless carry. And we don't know, we don't have the data on, are these people who are permitless carrying? Are these people with concealed carry permits? Are they all people who stole guns out of cars? Are they all people with previous convictions who shouldn't have had a firearm? They had illegal firearms. We do not know. We're not studying this. We're not looking at what is the actual best way to combat this surge in violent crime. But what we do know is permitless carry did not make our state any safer. Guns in the hands of untrained and potentially dangerous people have not improved public safety. So when this bill came about years ago and it was sold as, this is going to make crime go down, this will make us safer, guns in the hands of people, it's going to go down. It didn't. It did not. We're not making our communities safer under that law. So I would like to offer an amendment.
The amendment appears long. Would you like to explain your amendment, please?
Yes, I'll explain. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment leaves in the current bill that eliminates the state fee for $100 and leaves in the fee for the $32.50 for our sheriffs. I don't think it would be fair to them that they run all the background checks. But this amendment then, it reinstates a requirement that if you're going to carry a concealed gun, that you need to have the permit, and part of that qualification is the training in order to be able to conceal carry in the state of Kansas.
Is there a objection to waiving the reading? Objection? No objection? Okay. Representative Chamoy.
Does,
Reading the amendment.
Representative Chamoy.
okay,
This out of your way.
does your amendment specifically address the fees?
The underlying bill remains the same, so the fee, the state fee is eliminated.
Okay, I'm going to challenge germaneness.
Germaneness has been challenged. The rules chair will make a ruling. Chair recognizes Representative Patton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We took a little while to talk about the bill and the amendment. As we all know, the purpose of the bill is to remove fees related to concealed carry permits. That's really all the bill does. It's really narrowly focused on fees. This amendment also deals with concealed carry, but it deals with the who's required to get a concealed carry permit. It reinstates, it eliminates constitutional carry. We had quite the discussion talking about what the bill does, what the amendment does. The committee was not all on the same page here, but after thinking it over and hearing all their input, I believe this expands what the bill deals with. It presents a new question for the committee, and as such, I'm finding that it's not germane.
The ruling of the chairman is that it is not germane. Representative Hoy, you have the.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do respect the good conversation about the germaneness of the bill. This does open up the Personal and Family Protection Act, and this would still be single subject. So I feel it would be constitutional. And frankly, I'm tired of inaction from lawmakers like us. So I'm willing to break the rules to protect our kids, and I would like to challenge the ruling of the chair.
The ruling of the chair has been challenged. This is a debatable motion. Okay, so it's right. Go ahead. Okay, member make the motion. Okay. All right, this is a debatable motion, and so we will have the member making the motion, Representative Hoy, and then Representative Schmoy, designee of the minority leader, Representative Heiberger, and designee for the majority leader, Representative Carpenter. Will Carpenter. You each have 2 minutes. Representative Hoy, you may go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that the underlying bill is a good bill. This amendment would make it better. I think that when you look at the germaneness, the arguments were made in support that this is germane based on the fact that it opens up the Personal and Family Protection Act. I've only got 2 minutes. Please listen up. Thank you. We've got we can definitely, we make motions to suspend the rules. We do that in certain circumstances here.
Let's listen to the speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But what's most important when we send these bills out of here is that they're constitutional, that they're single subject. And that's why I feel comfortable making this challenge. If we're gonna talk about gun laws today, any day, then let's talk about it. And again, I do respect the chair. I think that a lot of good thought did go into this decision, but it's time for us to step up and take a good hard look at this Personal and Family Protection Act. And I believe that this bill it opens up the entire act. And when you look at what is the reality here, without a background check, violent criminals can go up and buy a gun, no questions asked. Without a permit and training, those same individuals can then carry in most places within our state. So this is a way to have a further discussion on the impact that this body, the impact of a decision that this body made. Let's take a look at it and see how it's working. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Schmoy.
Bonnie, thank you. This bill is strictly about fees. It's about removing $100 that is cumbersome for low-income individuals when they are applying to comply with more training and a background check. I really thought that was what everybody wanted, was gun owners to have more training and a background check, and this would open that up for that. If we remove the $100 fee, which the bill addresses, then we are letting more people take advantage of this. I urge you to support our rules chair. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Heiberger.
But with all due respect, the previous speaker's comments did not address the issue of germaneness. It's been too long of a day. You know, our Kansas code is broken up into bigger pieces called articles and smaller sections called chapters. With regard to the ESG bill we discussed and rejected an amendment for last week, we rejected an amendment because they both did involve ESG, but they were entirely different articles of the code. One was Article 75 and 121, I think. In this issue, in this instance, we're talking about an amendment that's not only in the same article, but it's in the same chapter. It's the same little small section of a chapter, the Personal Family Protection Act. And so both amendments deal with concealed carry. They both affect licensure for concealed carry. So I respectfully disagree with our committee, the Rules Committee Chairman, who usually does a great job. I would encourage your vote to, in this case, overturn the ruling of the chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Will Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nothing like a lively gun debate to wake everyone up here and that are going to sleep. So anyway, this bill is very simply removing the fee for concealed carry. It's that simple. It's our constitutional right. We already have constitutional carry. This is removing the fee for that. And I urge you to support the rules, Chair.
All right, body, as a reminder, a yes vote will sustain the ruling of the chair. A no vote will overturn the ruling. So shall the chairperson's ruling be sustained? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Division's been called. You may. Representative Heiberger votes no. Has everyone had the opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. 83 yes, 38 no. The rules chairman is ruling is sustained. Is passed. Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, I'm going to go back and talk a little bit more about the details of this bill, because I do think there are some discrepancies about what was indicated in committee versus what the fiscal reality is. If you'll look at the fiscal note, it does say that the Attorney General, that deleting the licensing fees would result in a loss of approximately $1.2 million in revenue. And it does say that the agency would require state general funds to replace the loss of fee fund revenues to support the concealed carry licensing unit. So just saying we can absorb this, it's not going to impact the state general fund. I do not believe that is clear. I do believe that this is something that will impact the state general fund. And this is something we can do on a case-by-case, year-to-year basis through a budget proviso, which we've done in the past, and I think the majority of us support that. I think it's fiscally, it's not totally fiscally sound to eliminate a fee in a good year when we may not have additional revenues to fall back on years in the future. So I do think that I want you all to be aware that there are other ways that we can address this without completely striking it from our state statutes. And it also does have a small impact to the state highway fund because some of these fees go to the state highway fund. So if that's an issue that's important to you, I just want you to be aware of that. And also, I view this as an expansion, a small expansion on guns on campus. That law went into effect in 2017. So our public universities are forced to have to allow people to carry on their campuses. And when that was enacted, they said, oh, it's not a huge issue because you have to be 21 to conceal carry. And then a couple of years later, well, now it's 18. And now we're striking one of the provisions from the provisional concealed carry licenses for 18, 19, and 20-year-olds just 2 years later. And so this is an expansion there of more students that could be carrying guns on campus. So overall, I think it's extremely unfortunate that we rejected to have a discussion and a debate on the impact that permitless carry has had, because this bill does change requirements for a permit and training. And as far as the underlying bill goes, though, I would leave that to the wisdom of the body, because I do agree with the fact that it's better to have training if you're going to carry a hidden loaded gun on you. If this has live fire training in order to get a permit. You have to have at least fired a gun before. And today in Kansas, you don't have to get a background check. You don't have to have fired a gun, and you can just strap one on and carry it around in most public places. So with that, I will leave it to the wisdom of the body. I think I'm likely to oppose the bill as it stands. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Body, I know that everyone's settled down a little bit, but the night is getting late, and I just remind everybody to keep the decorum. Let's not have back and forth between the speaker and people that are off to the side. I heard something earlier, and so let's try to keep the decorum and as we go into this late hour. So, Chair recognizes Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When the Attorney General came to speak to us about this bill, he said something that really struck me. He said that concealed carry is the socially acceptable way to carry now. And my understanding is it's the most socially acceptable way to carry, because if you all were walking around with your pistols strapped to your hips, most people around here would freak out. I personally would like to know who around me is carrying a gun. And I don't like concealed carry. I really don't like concealed carry without a permit, but it is the law now. And what this bill does, if a person has an option of concealed carrying for no money, without getting any training or license, and choosing between spending $100 to get training and a license, I think it poses a barrier to people who wanted to do the right thing and get their training before they concealed carry. And so, somewhat reluctantly, I'm going to support the bill.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've only just begun. All right, guys, here we go. I have an amendment. Let's make this short and sweet. There we are.
Doesn't look short and sweet. Would you like to explain your amendment?
Thank you. I'll be happy to explain my amendment. And Representative, if you want to come up here and do a duet, you just let me know. In any case, all right, so what my amendment does is that it expands background checks. So basically, we talked a lot about when we are having the hearing for the bill in committee, we talked a lot about how, okay, like actually, maybe it is. In any case, so we talked a lot about how this could make people safer. I actually like the fact that we are expanding the opportunity for more people to have training and to make it easier. So I do support the underlying bill, but I believe that, when you have something nice, you might as well make it a little bit nicer. And so that is why I brought this. I stand for questions. Look at how I'm saving all of us time. Thank you.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? There is objection. The clerk will read.
Page 1, following line 6, by inserting new section 1, as used in sections 1 through 5 and amendments thereto. A, antique firearm means, number 1, any firearm, including any firearm with a matchlock, flintlock, percussion cap, or similar type of ignition system manufactured in or before 1898. Number 2, any replica of any firearm described in paragraph 1 of such replica A is not designed or redesigned for using rimfire or conventional centerfire, fixed ammunition. B, uses rimfire or conventional centerfire fixed ammunition that is no longer manufactured in the United States and is not readily available in the ordinary channels of commercial trade. Or number 3, any muzzle-loading rifle, muzzle-loading shotgun, or muzzle-loading pistol that is designed.
The objection is waived. The chair recognizes Representative Schmoy.
Would the bringer of the amendment please stand for a question?
Oh yeah, totally. What's up?
Does this amendment have anything to do with fees?
No, it does, however, have to do with background checks and.
I would challenge the germaneness.
Okay, let's do it.
Germanus has been challenged. The rules chair will make a ruling. Chair recognizes Representative Patton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I shared with you before, this bill's about removing fees related to concealed carry permits. This amendment is about background checks just in general for the purchase of guns. It doesn't pertain just to concealed carry. It's much broader. It's in fact much broader than the last one where we were just talking. I found it not germane because it wasn't related to fees. This one clearly is not related to fees, but it's also related to things that don't deal with concealed carry permits. And so the committee and I have concluded that this amendment is not germane.
The ruling of the chair is that the amendment is not germane. We are back on the bill. Representative Heiberger. All right, Representative Featherstone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill in some ways seems to be about increasing safety because we would have more trained gun owners. That seems like an okay thing, possibly. We all know it's perfectly fine to own a gun. It's your constitutional right. That's great. We'll probably in that training learn a lot about storing our weapons safely. And what does safe storage get us? Well, according to the Iran study, a review of scientific literature, safe storage is the sole intervention supported by research that reduces children's access to weapons, thus the sole intervention that prevents accidents with guns by children. The American Academy of Pediatrics says that half of American kids live in a home with a gun. 43% of those homes have at least one unlocked weapon in that home, and 13% of those homes have a loaded and unlocked weapon. It's an accident and a tragedy waiting to happen. This bill is about saving lives ostensibly by providing more training. We have 456 Kansans that die every year by guns. That makes us the 21st highest in the nation. We've talked about before, 52 of those are children. Of those children, 38% will die by suicide by gun. So if a gun was locked up, their chances would be a lot lower. 62% of those children will die by homicide. That's a 102% increase since 2012. So it would seem to our benefit that we follow appropriate gun training and store our weapons safely. Now, the group in this country that is charged with growing gun sales says this is a solution to a non-existent problem. I am betting there are roughly 6 families in Tennessee who feel like the problem is fairly existent
and has perhaps shattered their entire lives. That same group also says the solution is a good guy with a gun. I think there are 21 families in Uvalde, Texas, who would tell you a good guy with a gun was not a solution. What is a solution is safe storage. And with that, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears long. Would you like to explain your amendment?
Sure. My amendment keeps the original bill with the no fee for a permit. It says that guns shall be accessible to the owner or other lawfully authorized persons, and that no large capacity firearms will be stored where a child may access them.
Is there a objection to the waiving of the reading of the amendment? Nope. Okay. Representative Schmoy.
Would the bringer of the amendment please stand for a question?
Hey, we're in the same shirt club. I
Right?
like it.
Sure. I do too.
I like you straight in the face. Awesome.
Does the amendment address fees at all?
No, it deals with the Personal Family Protection Act, and it deals with following gun safety training.
Okay, I will challenge germaneness.
Thank you.
Germaneness has been challenged. The Rules Chair will once again make a ruling. All right, body. Let's come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Patton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. By now, I think we all know what the bill does. This amendment sets forth where guns can be stored. It also requires certain guns to be stored. They both deal with guns, but that's about it. The amendment does not deal with concealed carry. It doesn't talk about the licensure process, and it certainly doesn't deal with fees, which is what this bill's narrowly focused on. And so the committee has decided this The amendment is not germane. Thank you.
The ruling of the chair is that the amendment is not germane. We're back on the bill. Representative Featherstone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a real shame we don't want to go on the record supporting our Second Amendment rights to have a gun, follow proper training, and store it safely. I've considered pretty seriously voting for this bill because more training is a good thing. But then this morning I got an email from a mom. I've never gotten an email from her on anything. I did meet her in her driveway this summer. I remember her because she told the story. Oh, wait, because I know we like to respect moms and women in this room. It's a pregnant mom too, so you really want to be in on that. I'm sorry, I'm a musician. I have really good hearing, but not.
All right, let's not have back and forth between, body, would you please hold your conversations down? Please continue, Representative Featherstone.
Thank you. So when this mom reminded me who she was, she said, I'm the pregnant mom that talked to you way too long in my driveway this summer. And she said, I'm terrified to send my kids to school. I'm terrified to take them on adventures to crowded spaces like zoos and festivals. I'm terrified to take them to Costco. Yeah, we had a loose gun in our Costco in good old Johnson County. The other thing I thought about was 2017, we allowed these guns on campus. That's the year my child went to Kansas State. That's also the year my friend's son saw a kid carted out of the dorm because he shot himself. On accident, I guess, because he didn't have proper training. I'm not sure at this point that I can betray that mom, nor do anything that would allow one more hidden loaded gun on a college campus.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have no fear, I hold no amendment in my hand. I am here solely for the purpose of discussing the fiscal note and the impact upon the Office of the Attorney General. The fiscal note itself indicates that the cost of this legislation to the Attorney General is $1.2 million. The cost to the State Department of Transportation or the State Highway Fund is approximately $0.5 million. Not that money for the Highway Fund is unimportant, but I will not discuss that impact. Rather, I want to focus upon the functions of the Attorney General's office and the impact of losing $1.2 million. I was surprised and disappointed to hear from the carrier of this legislation, I believe that's who said it, that the Attorney General had informed the committee that there would not need to be any tax increase, that he did not anticipate backfilling this financial loss, but rather he would absorb it inside of the Attorney General's budget. The one place that money then comes from is the prosecution of crime in this state. The Attorney General has been quoted in the press, and I believe he has testified in front of committees of this legislature, that he is now unable to attract prosecutors to come to work for him. He says that he doesn't have the money to pay them the salaries that they command on the open market. So what does the Attorney General propose to do today? He proposes to cut his revenues by $1.2 million and take the money, presumably, out of the prosecutorial functions of the office. Now, that would not be very difficult for the Attorney General to do, because back on the 20th of this month, his hired employee, Senator Clays, testified in front of the House Judiciary Committee. Senator Clays, on behalf of the Attorney General, testified at that hearing that the Attorney General's office was down to two criminal prosecutors. During the course of the senator's testimony, he received a message of some kind on his phone, and then he happily reported to the committee that I'm not sure whether they'd extended offers to or whether they'd actually been accepted, but they were hoping to hire 2 more prosecutors to give them a staff of 4 criminal prosecutors in the Attorney General's office. Then, to make it even more concerning, he explained to us that the Attorney General wants to take on additional prosecutorial responsibilities. The fiscal note for that endeavor is $250,000. Now, you know, Derek Schmidt and I, we didn't agree on some things, but we agreed on a lot of things. And I think one of the things we agreed upon was that we need to have strong, professional, and competent prosecutors at the Attorney General's office. We have been told that at the time of Attorney General Schmidt's administration, there were at least 7 criminal prosecutors at the Attorney General's office. As of the 20th of this month, we were at best down to 4. The reports in the press, and I think there has now actually been testimony in the legislature, are that the Attorney General is now so short of prosecutors that he is sending cases back, or I think actually Senator Clays testified that it was his predecessor, Attorney General Schmidt, but one way or another, the Attorney General's cases are now being sent back to local prosecutors because the Attorney General doesn't have the staff or the funding for the staff to take care of the work he already has to do. And what we are proposing to do with this legislation is to worsen the problem by taking $1.2 million out of the prosecution of crime and using it to pay for my concealed carry license. That's not a good idea, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2013, the legislature passed Personal and Family Protection Act. And they made certain provisions exempted for 4 years. And those provisions was any building located on the grounds of the Kansas State School for the Deaf or the Kansas State School for the Blind, a state or municipal-owned medical care facility as defined, a state or municipal-owned adult care home, a community mental health center, an indigent health care clinic, any post-secondary educational institution, and any building owned or leased by the authority created under the University of Kansas Hospital Authority. In 2017, when we were revisiting this again, we offered an amendment on the floor. And all of those provisions were permanently exempted except for post-secondary educational institutions. At that time, we chose not to talk about post-secondary because we wanted the others to have priority. So ever since 2015, I have had an amendment to permanently exempt post-secondary institutions. But for several years, because of COVID and everything else, we've not had the debate, and neither did we have a debate around concealed carry. But this evening, I do have an amendment.
The amendment appears long. Would you like to explain your amendment further?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would be happy to. Basically, I would be amending House Bill 2412, and I would be inserting 2244, House Bill 2044, which talks about everything else that Personal and Family Protection Act, but also permanently exempting post-secondary and educational institutions. Basically, that's what it does, Mr. Chair.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? There is an objection. The clerk will read.
Page 5, following line 17, by inserting Section 3 KSA 75-7C20 is hereby amended to read as follows.
The objection is waived. Representative Ballard, are you finished explaining?
Pretty much so, because basically what I'm doing is removing post-secondary education permanently from this bill, basically.
All right. Chair recognizes Representative Schmoy.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to ask you a question. Does this amendment have anything to do with the fees?
No, it does not. But it is removing permanently secondary education as you are removing your license fee.
Okay, and I would like to challenge the germaneness.
Okay.
Thank you.
Germaneness has been challenged. The Rules Chair will make a ruling. Chair recognizes Representative Patton. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we know, the amendment exempts post-secondary institutions from the Personal and Family Protection Act. That is the one point of contact that we found. The bill doesn't have anything to do with where concealed handguns can or cannot be carried. The bill only deals with the application process and specifically the removal of fees related to the application process. And so the committee has found that the amendment is not germane. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ruling of the chair is it is not germane. Representative Ballard, you may continue.
Thank you. I'll make a few comments, but I'm not going to challenge it because to me, you're removing a license. You're also removing this from it. But I think your standard has been pretty much to challenge the germaneness of it. And that's why we have a body. And I can respect that. However, I would say to you, and I thank you very much because I've always sat in my seat and been polite to all members in this House. My constituents are concerned about concealed carry. The University of Kansas campuses and the majority of institutions in Kansas have been concerned and have been opposed to it. Current families that attend the University of Kansas and other universities are concerned about concealed carry. And potential people who would like to attend the universities are concerned because we have it on our website. That's what we have to do, put it on there as well. We were concerned about concealed carry when it was age 21. And we remain concerned now that is age 18. And we do not require permits or training. You might say the 18-year-old can handle that, and I think many of them can. But at the same time, on a college campus, and just the puberty and growing and everything else, it just does not go together. So I would say to you, we provided permanent exemptions for the list I gave you because that was the top priority for us. And even though it has been 6 years, if you count from 2017 to now, and I know how important guns are to people in this room. And I am not opposed to guns because my father was a hunter and we were used to guns, but we could not touch his guns. And when my brother was old enough and went hunting, he trained him how to use a gun. And there are many people walking around on our campus that I'm not sure they really know how to do that. And to decide that you're going to remove the license fee makes it a lot easier, but it does not make them competent in the use of a weapon. You ruled it non-germane, and I personally disagree, but I can accept that. And the next time you offer anything around concealed carry, as long as I'm here, you can see me at this podium. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Vic Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it's late. I know you're tired, and I apologize, but facts are facts. And there is a lot of confusion if you study this fiscal note as I have. First of all, it's incorrect that there will be no fee if this bill passes. So eliminates $100 fee, but there is a remaining $32.50 fee that will continue to be paid. I support the bill. If we are going to have people carrying a weapon, I'm more comfortable if they've had the 8 hours of training that they will still be required to have, even if they don't pay the $100. And the same point my friend from Lawrence made earlier, I agree. If they're going to carry a weapon, I prefer they have the training. As far as the fiscal note, I don't get it. There's a paragraph in the fiscal note that talks about the license carrier currently pays $16 for a license, of which $8 is paid to the vendor and $8 is deposited into the state highway fund. The total loss of revenue would be $338,000. In other parts of the fiscal note, it talks about losing $1.2 million in revenue. That number comes from the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General's website indicates if you divide 1.2 million by $100, that's, what is that, 12,000? And yet the website indicates that last year there were only 4,544 new applications for a permit. That doesn't add up. But I also disagree with the representation made by the carrier of the bill that that's not, whatever that figure is, it is a loss of revenue to the state general fund. What the Attorney General reports is that historically, a lot more has been returned to the general fund from the AG's budget than what was spent. This will reduce the amount that is returned. So it's not fair to say there is no loss to the general fund. Notwithstanding that, even though be careful about these fiscal notes. Look at them carefully. This is one good example of one that leaves a lot to be explained. Nonetheless, I support the bill because I would rather have people who are carrying a weapon get a permit. And in order to get a permit, you must take the 8 hours of training. I think that underscores the concern by people both for and against concealed carry. So thank you.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Susan Urice.
The carrier of the bill stand for a couple of questions.
Absolutely.
I've heard you state a couple of times that this will allow persons who are lower income to be able to what?
To apply for the permit.
Okay. What is lower income for this bill? What's the definition or the range of income that's?
Well, considering the bill itself is silent on low income, and that is entirely just what I have shared, then I would say that low income would be anyone who would feel that $100 is burdensome when coupled with all of the other aspects that go into concealed carry.
So I could lie and say I'm low income because I don't want to pay the fee.
Well, see, this doesn't actually talk about low income, so you don't have to qualify for low income in order for it to not cost. We're just removing the fee. That way, you and I, anybody else in this room, anybody listening all over Kansas, regardless of their income status, could be without this $100 fee.
So using low income is a bit of misinformation. It's deceiving.
I wouldn't say so, no.
Feels like that to me. And the other piece is, if you're low income, how can you afford the weapon, the gun, whatever it is that you're wanting to have?
I don't make their personal choices for them.
Okay. Well, I would just say that maybe you might not want to say low income. that would probably be not, just, it seems a bit deceiving by using that term. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Representative Will Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, colleagues. In lieu of what happened yesterday, let's just have a moment of silence for the families, the three children that were shot yesterday, killed, and the three adults. So let's just have a moment of silence very quickly here to honor those folks. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Schmoy, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body, I applaud you for sticking through all of this and actually giving some consideration to what we're actually talking about. Having to pay to exercise a right is always wrong. The fact is that every day we hear the drumbeat of the demands for more people to seek out training and pass background checks. And this bill does exactly that. It opens this opportunity to people of all income levels. Every no vote that we will see on final action will be seen as that you don't really mean that you want people to get more background checks. So take that off of your talking points list. It means that you don't actually want to see people seeking out your state-approved training course. So take that off your talking points list. And it also means that you do believe in separate access to rights based upon income, and that low income need not apply. I urge you to stand for the rights that we are granted, our natural God-given rights. And when the body rises and reports, I ask that you report HB 2412 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Schmoy to report House Bill 2412 favorable. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next order of business is House Bill 2140. To carry House Bill 2140, Chair recognizes Representative Arrowkamp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2140 adds employment and training requirements for recipients of food welfare, age 50 to 59, specifically those who do not fall under one of the many exemptions. This is similar to the employment and training requirements we passed last year for ABODs, age 18 to 49. Employment and training programs can be very helpful. I'll read you something from the USDA on them. SNAP ENT programs are intended to help SNAP recipients gain skills, training, work, or experience that will increase their ability to obtain regular employment and become economically self-sufficient. These are fantastic programs. We had a presentation by DCF in our committee about some of the results they are already seeing. They implemented this program last October, and already they are seeing people do tremendous work developing their skills and truly becoming self-sufficient. Of my 7 years here in the legislature, that was one of the most enjoyable committee meetings I've ever been a part of. We got to see some very good work by one of our agencies. Already, they are seeing people. Currently, these programs tremendous work are required to be developing their skills for states that participate in food welfare programs, the SNAP program. And the federal government allows states to make these a requirement for participation in these programs. We did send this bill back to committee after turnaround, and it gave us an opportunity to ask